Chapter 19 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19. General Fabio Conti's ambition, goaded to madness by the difficulties that had arisen in the way of the Prime Minister, Count Mosca, and which seemed to threaten his fall, had driven him into violent scenes with his daughter. Perpetually and angrily he told her that she would ruin his prospects unless she made up her mind to choose a husband at last. She was past 20. It was high time she should come to some decision. An end must be put, once and for all, to the cruel state of isolation in which her unreasonable obstinacy placed him, and so forth. Clelia's first object, when she took refuge in her aviary, had been to escape from her father's constant ill-humour. The only means of access to the room was by climbing a small and very inconvenient staircase, a serious obstacle to the governor's gouty feet. For the past few weeks, Clelia's soul had been so storm-tossed, she was so puzzled herself to know what she ought to desire, that without actually giving her father her word, she had almost drifted into an engagement. In one of his fits of rage, the general had exclaimed that he would thrust her into the gloomiest convent in Parma, and leave her there to fret her heart out until she condescended to make a choice. " You know that our family, old though it is, cannot command more than 6,000 francs a year, whereas the Marchese Crescenzi's income amounts to over 100,000 crowns. Every soul at court gives him the character of being the kindest of men. He is a very good-looking fellow, young, high in the prince's favour, and I say that nobody but a madwoman would refuse his suit. If this refusal had been your first, I could have endured it, but this is the 5th or 6th offer, the very best at court, at which you turn up your nose like the little fool you are. What would become of you, may I inquire, if I were put on half pay? A fine triumph it would be for my enemies, who have so often heard me spoken of as a possible minister, to see me living in some second-floor apartment. No, upon my soul, my good nature has misled me often enough into playing the part of Cassandra. You will either give me some valid reason for your objections to this poor fellow Crescenzi, who does you the honour to be in love with you, to be ready to marry you without a fortune, and to insure you a dowry of 30,000 francs a year, which will at all events insure me a home. You will talk sense to me, or, devil take it, I'll make you marry him within the next 2 months." The only word in all this speech that had impressed Clelia was the threat about the convent, which would remove her from the citadel at a moment when Fabrizio's life still seemed to hang upon a thread. For not a month passed but that the report of his approaching death was noised afresh about the town and court. However severely she argued with herself, she could not make up her mind to run this risk. To be parted from Fabrizio, and at the very moment when she was trembling for his life, was in her eyes the greatest, at all events it was the most pressing, of all possible misfortunes. It was not that proximity to Fabrizio fed her heart with any hope of happiness. She believed the duchess loved him, and her soul was torn by deadly jealousy. Her mind dwelt incessantly on the advantages possessed by a lady who commanded such general admiration. The extreme reserve with which she carefully treated Fabrizio, the language of signs to which, in her dread of some possible indiscretion, she had restricted him, all seemed to combine to deprive her of the means of reaching some clearer knowledge of his feelings about the duchess. Thus every day made her more cruelly conscious of the terrible misfortune of having a rival in Fabrizio's heart, and every day her courage to expose herself to the danger of giving him an opportunity of telling her all the truth as to what that heart felt, grew less and less. Yet what exquisite joy would it have been to hear him express his real feelings! How happy it would have made Clelia to be able to lighten the hideous suspicions that poisoned her existence. Fabrizio was a trifler. At Naples he had borne the reputation of being a man who was always changing his mistresses. In spite of all the reserve natural to an unmarried girl, Clelia, since she had been a canoness, and had frequented the court, had made herself acquainted, not by questioning, but merely by a process of careful listening, with the reputation of each of the young men who had successively sought her hand in marriage. Well, compared with all these young men, Fabrizio's reputation, as regarded his love affairs, was the most fickle. He was in prison, he was bored, he was making love to the only woman to whom he had a chance of speaking. What could be more simple? What, indeed, more usual? And that was the thought which distressed Clelia. If some full revelation convinced her that Fabrizio did not love the duchess, what confidence, even then, could she place in his vows? And even if she had believed in the sincerity, what trust could she place in the durability of his feelings? And finally, to make her heart overflow with despair, was not Fabrizio already high up in the ecclesiastical career? Was he not on the very eve of taking permanent vows? Were not the highest dignities in that special line of life in store for him? If I had the faintest spark of good sense, thought the unhappy Clelia to herself, should I not take flight? Ought I not to beseech my father to shut me up in some far distant convent? And to crown my misery, it is my very terror of being sent away from the citadel, and being shut up in a convent, which inspires all my actions. It is this terror which drives me into deceit, and forces me into the hideous and shameful falsehood of publicly accepting the Marchese Crescenzi's attentions. Clelia was exceedingly reasonable by nature. Never once in her life hitherto had she had reason to reproach herself with an ill-considered action. Yet in this matter her behaviour was the very acme of unreasonableness. Her misery may be imagined. It was all the more cruel because the girl was under no illusion. She was giving her heart to a man with whom the most beautiful woman at court, a woman who was her own superior in numerous particulars, was desperately in love. And this man, even if he had been free, was incapable of any serious attachment, whereas she, as she felt only too clearly, would never care but for one person in her life. During her daily visits to her aviary, then, Clelia's heart was torn by the most cruel remorse. Yet when she reached the spot, the object of her anxiety was changed. Almost in spite of herself, it became less cruel, and for an instant her remorse died away. With beating heart she awaited the moments when Fabrizio was able to open the little shutter he had made in the huge wooden screen that masked his window. Often the presence of the jailer Grillo in his room prevented him from communicating by signs with his friend. One evening, about 11 o'clock, Fabrizio heard the strangest sounds within the citadel. By lying on the window-sill and slipping his head through his shutter-hole, he could contrive at night to make out the louder noises on the great stairway, called the 300 Steps, which ran from the first courtyard within the round tower to the stone terrace on which the governor's palace and the Farnese prison in which he was confined were built. Toward the middle of its course, somewhere near the 180th step, this staircase was carried from the southern to the northern side of a great courtyard. At this point there was a very light and narrow iron bridge, the centre of which was kept by a porter. The man was relieved every 6 hours, and he was obliged to stand up and flatten his body against the side of the bridge before anyone could cross it. This bridge was the only method of access to the governor's palace and the Farnese Tower. 2 turns of a screw, the key of which the governor always kept upon his person, sufficed to drop this iron bridge more than 100 feet down into the court below. Once this simple precaution had been taken, as no other staircase existed in the citadel, and as every night, at 12 o'clock, an adjutant brought the ropes belonging to every well in the fortress into the governor's house, and placed them in a closet beyond his own bedroom, access to the governor's palace was utterly impossible, and it would have been equally impossible to get into the Farnese Tower. Fabrizio had clearly realized this fact on the day of his entrance into the citadel, and Grillo, who, like every jailer, was fond of boasting about his prison, had re-explained the matter to him several times over. His hopes of escape were therefore very faint. Yet one of Father Blanes's sayings lived in his memory. The lover thinks oftener of reaching his mistress than the husband thinks of guarding his wife. The prisoner thinks more often of escape than the jailer thinks of locking the doors. Therefore, in spite of every obstacle, the lover and the prisoner are certain to succeed. That evening Fabrizio distinctly heard a numerous party of men cross the iron bridge, called the Bridge of the Slave, because a Dalmatian slave had once contrived to escape by throwing the keeper of it over into the courtyard below. They are coming to carry somebody off. Perhaps they are going to take me out and hang me. But there may be some confusion. I must take advantage of it. He had taken his arms, and was just withdrawing his money from some of his hiding places, when he suddenly stopped short. " Man is a strange animal, there's no denying that," he exclaimed. " What would any invisible spectator think if he saw my preparations? Do I really want to escape at all? What would become of me the day after that on which I returned to Parma? Should I not make every possible effort to get back to Clelia? If there's any confusion, let me take advantage of it to slip into the governor's palace. Perhaps I might get speech of Clelia. Perhaps the confusion would provide me with an excuse for kissing her hand. General Conti, who is as naturally suspicious as he is constitutionally vain, keeps 5 sentries on his palace, 1 at each corner and 1 at the entrance door. But luckily for me, the night is as dark as pitch." Fabrizio crept on tiptoe to find out what Grillo, the jailer, and his dog were about. The jailer was sound asleep, wrapped in an ox skin slung by 4 cords, and supported by a coarse net. Fox, the dog, opened his eyes, rose, and crawled over to Fabrizio to be patted. Our prisoner went softly back up the 6 steps which led to his wooden shed. The noise at the base of the tower, and just in front of the door, had grown so loud that he quite expected Grillo would wake up. Fabrizio, fully armed and prepared for action, believed this night was to bring about some great adventure. But suddenly he heard the first notes of a most beautiful symphony. Somebody had come to serenade the general, or his daughter. He burst into a violent fit of laughter, and I was already prepared to deal dagger thrusts in all directions. As if a serenade were not an infinitely more probable thing than an abduction that necessitated the presence of 80 persons in a prison, or than a revolt. The music was excellent, and to Fabrizio, whose soul had been a stranger to such delights for many weeks, it seemed exquisite. He shed happy tears as he listened, and poured out the most irresistible speeches to the fair Clelia in his delight. But at noon the next day she looked so deeply sad, she was so pale, and the glances she cast at him were occasionally so wrathful, that he did not venture to ask her any question about the serenade. He was afraid of appearing rude. Clelia had good reason to be sad. The serenade had been offered her by the Marchese Crescenzi. Such a public step was tantamount to a kind of official announcement of her marriage. Until that very day, and even until 9 o'clock that evening, she had stood out nobly. But she had given in at last, on her father's threat that he would instantly send her to the convent. " Then I should never see him again," she said to herself, weeping. In vain did her reason add, " I should never see him again, that man who will bring me every sort of sorrow, the lover of the duchess, the fickle being who is known to have had 10 mistresses at Naples, and to have forsaken them all. I should never see him again, that ambitious youth who, if he escapes the sentence now hanging over him, will immediately re-enter the service of the Church. It would be a crime if I were ever to look at him again once he has left the citadel, and his natural inconstancy will spare me that temptation. For what am I to him? A mere pretext for lightening his boredom for a few hours of each of his days in prison." Even while she thus reviled him, the memory of his smile, as he looked at the gendarmes round him when he was leaving the jailer's office on his way to the Farnese Tower, came back to Clelia's memory. Her eyes overflowed with tears. " Dear friend, what would I not do for you? You will be my ruin, I know. That is my fate. I work my own destruction, and in the vilest way, when I listen to this terrible serenade to-night. But at noon to-morrow I shall look into your eyes again." It was on the very morrow of that day on which Clelia had sacrificed so much for the young prisoner whom she loved so passionately. It was on the morrow of the day on which, conscious though she was of all his faults, she had sacrificed her life to him, that her coldness almost drove Fabrizio to despair. If, even through the imperfect language of signs, he had done the least violence to Clelia's feelings, she would probably not have been able to restrain her tears, and Fabrizio would have obtained her confession of all she felt for him. But he was not bold enough. He was too mortally afraid of displeasing Clelia. The punishment she had it in her power to inflict on him was too severe for him to face. In other words, Fabrizio had no experience of the nature of the emotion stirred in a man by the woman he really loves. It was a sensation he had never felt before, even to the very faintest extent. It took him a week from the night of the serenade to recover his accustomed terms of friendship with Clelia. The poor girl, terrified lest she should betray herself, took refuge in severity, and every day Fabrizio fancied his favour with her grew less. One day Fabrizio had then been in prison almost 3 months, without holding any communication with the outer world, yet without feeling unhappy. Grillo had remained in his room far into the morning. Fabrizio was in despair, not knowing how to get rid of him. 12:30 o'clock had struck before he was able to open the 2 little traps, a foot high, which he had cut in his hateful screen. Clelia was standing at the aviary window, her eyes fixed on Fabrizio's room. The deepest despair hovered over her drawn features. Hardly had she caught sight of Fabrizio when she made him a sign that all was lost. Then, hurrying to her piano and pretending to sing a recitative out of an opera then in vogue, she said, in sentences broken by her despair and the fear of being understood, by the sentinels marching up and down under her window, "Good God, you are still alive! How deeply I thank Heaven! Barbone, the jailer whose insolence you punished on the day of your arrival here, had disappeared, and left the citadel altogether. He returned the night before last, and since yesterday I have had reason to think he is trying to poison you. He comes and hangs about the private kitchen in the palace, where your meals are cooked. I know nothing for certain, but my waiting woman believes that vile countenance only comes into the palace kitchen with the object of destroying your life. I was beside myself with anxiety when you did not appear. I thought you were dead. Do not eat any food that is brought you until I give you leave. I will contrive some means of sending you a little chocolate. In any case, at 9 o'clock tonight, if by heaven's mercy you happen to have a thread or can make a line out of some of your linen, let it drop from your window onto the orange trees below. I will fasten a cord to it, which you will draw up, and by means of that cord I will send you bread and chocolate." Fabrizio had treasured up the scrap of charcoal he had found in the stove in his room. He made haste to take advantage of Clelia's emotion, and to write on his hand a succession of letters which made up the following words: "I love you, and the only reason my life is precious to me is because I see you. Above all things, send me paper and a pencil." As Fabrizio had hoped, the excessive terror he had read in Clelia's face prevented the young girl from breaking off their conversation after his bold declaration that he loved her. All she did was to look very much displeased. Fabrizio was clever enough to add, "There is so much wind to-day that I can hardly make out the counsels you are good enough to give me as you sing. The noise of the piano drowns your voice. What is the poison of which you speak?" At his words, all the young girl's alarm broke out afresh. She began hastily writing large letters in ink on pages which she tore out of a book, and Fabrizio was beside himself with delight at seeing the method of correspondence he had so vainly begged established at last, after 3 months of effort. He carefully clung to the little deception which had served his purpose so well. What he wanted to do was to write letters, and he kept pretending he could not catch the sense of the words, the letters of which Clelia held up to his gaze one after the other. She was obliged to leave the aviary and hurry to her father. Her greatest terror was that he might come to look for her there. His suspicious instinct would have been very much offended by the close vicinity of the aviary window to the screen concealing that of the prisoner's room. It had occurred to Clelia herself a few minutes previously, when Fabrizio's non-appearance was causing her such mortal anxiety, that a piece of paper wrapped round a small stone might be thrown over the top of the screen. If, by good luck, the jailer in charge of Fabrizio should not happen to be in his room, this would be a quite reliable method of correspondence. Our prisoner lost no time in fashioning a kind of line out of some of his underlinen, and a little after 9 o'clock in the evening he distinctly heard a slight tapping on the boxes of the orange trees under his window. He let down his line and brought up, fastened to the end of it, a very long, thin cord, by means of which he drew up, to begin with, a supply of chocolate, and then, to his inexpressible satisfaction, a roll of paper and a pencil. In vain did he drop his cord down again. Nothing more was sent up. Probably the sentries had approached the neighbourhood of the orange trees. But he was beside himself with delight. He instantly wrote an endless letter to Clelia, and the moment it was finished he fastened it to his line and let it down. For more than 3 hours he waited vainly for her to come and take it, and several times he drew it up again to alter expressions in it. "If Clelia does not see my letter tonight," he thought, while she is still softened by her idea about the poison, "she may, when morning comes, utterly refuse to receive any letter from me at all." The real truth was that Clelia had not been able to get out of going down into the town with her father. This idea occurred to Fabrizio when he heard the general's carriage drive up about half an hour after midnight. He knew the sound of his horse's feet. What was his joy when, a few minutes after he had heard the sentries salute the general as he crossed the terrace, he felt a tremor shake the cord, which he had kept wound about his arm. Something very heavy was being fastened to the end of it. 2 slight pulls gave him the signal to draw it up. He had some difficulty in getting the heavy object past a very projecting cornice that ran below his window. The object he had found it so difficult to draw up was a bottle filled with water wrapped in a shawl. In a passion of delight, the poor young fellow, who had lived so long in such complete solitude, covered the shawl with kisses. But no words of mine can depict his emotion when, after all those many days of disappointed hope, his eyes fell on a little scrap of paper fastened to the shawl with a pin. " Drink no water but this. Live on the chocolate. Tomorrow I will make every effort to send you up some bread. I will mark it all over with little crosses in ink. It is a horrible thing to say, but you must be told that Barbone may possibly be sent here to poison you. How comes it that you have not felt the subject of your pencil letter must be most displeasing to me? And indeed, I would not write to you at all but for the excessive danger that threatens us. I have just seen the duchess. She is very well, and so is the count, but she has grown much thinner. Do not write to me again upon that subject. Do you want me to be angry with you?" It required a great effort of virtue on Clelia's part to write the last line but one of her note. Everybody about court was declaring that the Duchess Sanseverina was beginning to feel a great regard for Count Baldi, that very good-looking young man who had been the Marchesa Raversi's friend. One point was quite certain: he had broken in the most scandalous fashion with the aforementioned Marchesa, who had been a mother to him for 6 years, and had established his social position. Clelia had been obliged to write her hasty note twice over, because in the first copy she had allowed something of the new love affair ascribed to the duchess by public spite to appear. " What a mean creature I am," she exclaimed, " to speak evil of the woman he loves to Fabrizio." The next morning, long before daylight, Grillo entered Fabrizio's room, put down a rather heavy parcel, and disappeared without a word. The bundle contained a good-sized loaf of bread, covered all over with little pen and ink crosses. Fabrizio covered them with kisses. He was very much in love. With the loaf he found a rouleau containing 6,000 francs in sequins, wrapped in numerous paper coverings, and finally a beautiful new breviary. On the margin of the book the following words had been traced, in a handwriting he was beginning to know: "Poison. Beware of water, of wine, of everything. Live on chocolate. Try to make the dog eat the dinner you will not touch. Do not betray your suspicions. The enemy would seek out some other means. Let there be no imprudence in God's name, and no carelessness." Fabrizio immediately removed the precious words, which might have compromised Clelia, and tearing a great number of leaves out of the breviary, he made up several alphabets, each letter clearly written with charcoal crushed up and moistened with wine. These alphabets were dry by the time 11:45 struck, and Clelia made her appearance 2 paces from the aviary window. " Now," said Fabrizio to himself, " the great thing is to get her to make use of them." But by good luck she had many things to tell the young prisoner about the attempt to poison him. A dog belonging to the servant girls had died after eating of a dish which had been cooked for Fabrizio, so that Clelia, far from objecting to the use of alphabets, had prepared a splendid one of her own, written in ink. The conversation thus carried on, not a very easy matter during the first few minutes, lasted no less than an hour and a half, that is to say, for as long as Clelia could stay in the aviary. 2 or 3 times, when Fabrizio ventured on forbidden subjects, she deigned him no answer, and turned away for a moment to bestow some necessary care upon her birds. Fabrizio had induced her to promise that at night, when she sent him water, she would also send him one of her own alphabets written in ink, which was much more easily deciphered. He did not fail to write her a very long letter, from which he was careful to exclude all expressions of tenderness, or any, at all events, likely to give offence. This method proved successful, and his letter was accepted. When their alphabet conversation began next day, Clelia did not reproach him. She told him the danger of poison was growing less. The serving men who made love to the governor's kitchen maids had fallen upon Barbone and half murdered him. He would probably not venture to reappear in the kitchens. Clelia confessed that for Fabrizio's sake she had dared to steal an antidote in her father's possession. This she would send him. The great point was that he should instantly reject any food the taste of which was unusual. Clelia had questioned Don Cesare very closely, without being able to discover the source of the 6,000 sequins Fabrizio had received. But in any case, it was an excellent sign. His captor's severity was softening. This poison episode advanced our prisoner's business mightily. He could not, indeed, extract the slightest confession of anything like love. But he had the delight of living on the most intimate terms with Clelia. Every morning, and sometimes in the evenings too, they held a long conversation with their alphabets. Every night at 9 o'clock, Clelia accepted a long letter, and sometimes returned a few words in reply. She sent him up the newspaper and a few books, and Grillo had been coaxed into bringing Fabrizio wine and bread, with which he was supplied every day by Clelia's waiting-maid. The jailer had concluded that the governor was not in agreement with the persons who had sent Barbone to poison the young Monsignore, and he, as well as his comrades, was heartily glad of it, for it had become a proverb in the prison that if a man only looked Monsignor del Dongo in the face, he was sure to give him money. Fabrizio had grown very pallid. The total absence of exercise tried his health, but except for that he had never been so happy in his life. The tone of his conversations with Clelia was intimate and sometimes very merry. The only moments in Clelia's life that were not embittered by terrible forebodings and remorse were those she spent talking to him. One day she was so imprudent as to say, "I admire your delicacy. As I am the governor's daughter, you never speak to me of your desire to recover your liberty." "That is because I have no such ridiculous desire," replied Fabrizio. "If I once got back to Parma, how should I ever see you? And life would be unendurable to me henceforth if I could not tell you all my thoughts. No, not exactly all my thoughts. You take good care of that. But after all, in spite of your unkindness, to live without seeing you every day would be far worse suffering to me than this imprisonment. I never was so happy in my life. Is it not comical that my happiness should have been waiting for me in a prison?" "There are a great many things to be said upon that subject," replied Clelia, suddenly growing very grave and almost gloomy. "What?" cried Fabrizio in great alarm. "Am I in danger of losing that little corner I have won in your heart, the only happiness I have in all the world?" "Yes," she replied, "I have every reason to think you are not acting honestly by me, although in the world you are considered a very honourable man. But I will not go into this matter to-day." This curious confidence made that day's conversation very awkward, and tears often stood in the eyes of both speakers. Chief Justice Rassi still pined to change his name. He was very weary of the one he had made himself, and longed to be called the Baron Riva. Count Mosca, on his side, was working with all the skill he possessed to feed the venal judge's passion for his barony, and to double the prince's mad hope of making himself constitutional king of Lombardy. These were the only two methods of delaying Fabrizio's execution he had been able to discover. The prince kept saying to Rassi, "A fortnight's despair and a fortnight's hope. By patiently carrying out this treatment we shall contrive to break down that haughty woman's temper. It is this alternation of gentleness and severity which is used to break in the most unmanageable horses. Apply the caustic with a steady hand." So every fortnight a fresh report of Fabrizio's approaching death spread over Parma. Each of these stories plunged the unhappy duchess into the deepest despair. Faithful to her resolve not to drag the count down into her own ruin, she would only see him twice in the month. But her cruelty to the poor man was punished by the continual alternations of hope and dark despair in which her own life was spent. In vain did Count Mosca, in spite of the bitter jealousy caused him by the attentions of the good-looking Baldi, write to the duchess when he could not see her, and acquaint her with all the information he owed to the future Baron Riva. To make a stand against the horrible reports concerning Fabrizio, which were in such constant circulation, the duchess should have spent all her time with a clever and kind-hearted man such as Mosca. Baldi's stupidity, which left her alone with her own thoughts, rendered existence hideous to her, and the count could not succeed in inspiring her with his own reasons for hope. By means of certain ingenious pretexts, the minister induced the prince to consent to send the documents concerning all the very complicated intrigues which, according to Ranuzio, Ernest IV's wild hope, were to make him constitutional king of Lombardy, to the house of an accomplice near Sarono, in the very middle of that fair country. More than a score of these very compromising papers were either in the prince's own hand, or bore his signature, and the count intended, if Fabrizio's life should be seriously threatened, to inform his Highness that he was about to place these proofs in the hands of a great power which could crush him with a word. Count Mosca thought himself sure of the future Baron Riva. Poison was the only thing he feared. Barbone's attempts had greatly alarmed him, to such a point, indeed, that he had made up his mind to risk what looked like an act of madness. One morning he drove to the citadel gate, and sent for General Fabio Conti, who came down to him on the bastion above the gate. As they walked up and down in friendly fashion, the count did not hesitate to say, after a little preface, which, though civil enough, was decidedly bitter-sweet: "If Fabrizio should die in any suspicious manner, his death may be ascribed to me, and I should bear the reputation of a jealous fool. That would make me look utterly ridiculous, a thing to which I am resolved never to submit. Therefore, if he should die of any sickness, I shall kill you with my own hands to clear myself. Of that you may be perfectly certain." General Fabio Conti made a very fine answer, and talked big about his courage, but he never forgot the look the count had given him as he spoke. A few days later, and as if he had arranged it with the count, Chief Justice Rassi ventured on an imprudence very remarkable in such a man. The public scorn which clung to his name and made it a proverb with the lowest of the populace was sickening him, now that he had a reasonable hope of escaping it. He forwarded General Fabio Conti an official copy of the sentence condemning Fabrizio to 12 years in the citadel. Legally speaking, this ought to have been done the very morning after Fabrizio entered the prison. But what was unheard of in Parma, that country of secret measures, was that the justiciary should have ventured on such a step without an express order from the sovereign. For what hope could there be of doubling the duchess's terrors every fortnight, and so breaking down her haughty temper, as the prince expressed it, once an official copy of the sentence had passed out of the office of the Ministry of Justice? On the evening before the day on which General Fabio Conti received Chief Justice Rassi's official letter, he was informed that Barbone, the clerk, had been thoroughly thrashed on his way back to the citadel rather late at night. From this he concluded that there was no longer any desire in high quarters to get rid of Fabrizio, and by an instinct of prudence which saved Rassi from the immediate consequences of his folly, he did not mention the transmission of the official copy of the prisoner's sentence at his next audience with the prince. The count, mercifully for the poor duchess's peace of mind, had discovered that Barbone's clumsy attempt had been inspired solely by his own private vengeance, and it was he who had provided the clerk with the warning to which we have just referred. It was a pleasant surprise for Fabrizio when, after 135 days in his somewhat cramped cage, Don Cesare, the worthy chaplain, came one Thursday to take him for a walk on the leads of the Farnese Tower. Before Fabrizio had been there for 10 minutes, the fresh air overcame him, and he fainted away. Don Cesare made this incident a pretext for allowing him half an hour's walk every day. This was a folly. The frequent outings soon restored our hero to a strength which he abused. Several more serenades were given. The only reason that induced the punctilious governor to permit them was that they helped to bind his daughter Clelia, whose character alarmed him, to the Marchese Crescenzi. He had an uneasy feeling that there was nothing in common between himself and his daughter, and lived in a perpetual dread of some freak on her part. She might take refuge in a convent, and then he would be helpless. Otherwise, the general had his fears that all this music, the sound of which must reach the deepest dungeons reserved to the blackest liberals, might screen the making of signals. He was jealous, too, of the musicians on their own account. Therefore, the moment the serenade was over, they were locked up in those great low-ceilinged rooms of the governor's palace, which were used as offices by his staff in the daytime, and the doors were not opened till broad daylight the next morning. The governor himself stood on the bridge of the slave, while the men were searched in his presence, and never restored them to liberty without telling them, several times over, that he would instantly hang any man who dared to undertake to carry the most trifling message to any prisoner. It was well known that in his terror of displeasing the prince he was certain to keep his word. So, to overcome their horror of the knight's imprisonment, Crescenzi was obliged to pay his musicians triple fees. All the duchess could wring out of the cowardice of one of these men, and this with great difficulty, was that he should carry a letter in, and give it to the governor. The letter was addressed to Fabrizio, and deplored the sad fact that during the 5 months he had been in prison, his friends outside had never been able to establish the smallest correspondence with him. When the musician entered the citadel, he cast himself at General Fabio Conti's feet, and confessed that a priest, a stranger to him, had so insisted on his taking charge of a letter addressed to Signor del Dongo, that he had not ventured to refuse, but that, faithful to his duty, he now hastened to place it in His Excellency's hands. His Excellency was highly flattered. He knew how great the duchess's resources were, and was terribly afraid of being fooled by her. In his joy, the general carried the letter to the prince, who was equally delighted. " Then the firmness of my government has avenged me at last. For 5 months that haughty woman has been in anguish. But one of these days we will build a scaffold, and her wild imagination will not fail to convince her it is for young Del Dongo." End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20. One morning, toward 1 o'clock, Fabrizio, stretched upon his window-sill, had slipped his head through the opening he had made in the screen, and was gazing at the stars, and at the wide horizon visible from the top of the Farnese Tower. As his eyes wandered over the country lying toward the lower Po and Ferrara, they chanced to notice a very small but exceedingly bright light, seemingly placed on the top of a tower. " That light cannot be visible from the plain," said Fabrizio to himself. " The thickness of the tower would prevent anyone from seeing it from below. It must be a signal to some distant point." All at once he remarked that this light appeared and disappeared at very close intervals. It must be some young girl signalling to her lover in the next village. He counted 9 successive flashes. " That's an I," said he, " and certainly I is the 9th letter in the alphabet." Then, after a pause, there came 14 flashes. " That's an N." Then, after another pause, there came a single flash. " That's an A. The word is Ina." What were his joy and astonishment when he realized that these successive flashes, punctuated by short pauses, made up the following words: "Ina pensa a te," which evidently meant, "Gina is thinking of thee." Instantly he replied by successive displays of his own lamp through the aperture in his shutter: "Fabrizio loves thee." This correspondence was kept up till daylight. It was the 173rd night of his captivity, and these signals, he was informed, had been made every night for 4 months. But anyone might notice and understand the signs. That very night a system of abbreviations was agreed upon. A series of 3 rapid flashes was to stand for the duchess, 4 for the prince, 2 for Count Mosca. 2 quick flashes, followed by 2 slow ones, was to mean escape. It was settled that for the future they would use the ancient alphabet alla monaca, which, to baffle indiscreet curiosity, alters the usual position of the letters in the alphabet and gives them others of its own devising. Thus A becomes the 10th letter and B the 3rd, so that 3 successive eclipses of the lamp stand for B, 10 for A, and so forth. The words were separated by a short interval of darkness. A meeting was arranged for an hour after the following midnight, and that next night the duchess came to the tower, which stood about a quarter of a league from the town. Her eyes filled with tears when she beheld signals made by Fabrizio, whom she had so often given up for dead. She signalled to him herself with the lamp. I love you. Courage, health, hope. Use your muscles in your room. You will want all the strength of your arms." "I have not seen him," thought the duchess to herself, "since that concert when the Fausta sang, and he appeared at my drawing-room dressed as a footman. Who could have dreamed, then, of the fate that was awaiting us?" The duchess apprised Fabrizio by signal that he would soon be rescued, thanks to the goodness of the prince. There was always a chance that the signals might be read. Then she began to say all sorts of tender things. She could not tear herself away from him. Nothing but the entreaties of Ludovico, whom she had made her confidential servant, because he had been useful to Fabrizio, could induce her to discontinue the signals, even close upon daybreak, when they might possibly attract the attention of some evil-disposed person. This reiterated assurance of his approaching deliverance threw Fabrizio into the deepest melancholy. Clelia remarked this next morning, and was imprudent enough to inquire its cause. "I see I am on the point of giving the duchess serious cause for displeasure." "And what can she possibly ask of you that you could refuse?" exclaimed Clelia, pricked by the most eager curiosity. "She wants me to leave this place," he replied, "and that is what I will never consent to do." Clelia could not answer. She looked up at him, and burst into tears. If he could have spoken to her then, at close quarters, he might perhaps have induced her to confess feelings, his uncertainty concerning which often cast him into the deepest sadness. He was keenly conscious that for him life without Clelia's love could only be a succession of bitter sorrows, or one long unbearable weariness. Life did not appear worth living if he was only to go back to those pleasures which had seemed to interest him before he had known what love really was. And although suicide has not yet become the fashion in Italy, he had thought of it as a final refuge should fate part him from Clelia. The next day he received a long letter from her. "It is necessary, my friend, that you should know the truth. Very often, since you have been shut up here, the whole town of Parma has believed your last hour had come. It is true that you are only sentenced to 12 years in the fortress, but it is an undoubted fact, unhappily, that an all-powerful hate pursues you, and 20 times I have trembled at the thought that your days might be ended by poison. You must, therefore, snatch at every possible means of escape. You see that for your sake I fail in my most sacred duties. You may judge how imminent your danger is by the things I dare to tell you, and which are so unfit for me to say. If it be absolutely necessary, if you can find no other means of safety, you must fly. Every instant you spend within this fortress may place your life in greater peril. Remember that there is a party at court which has never allowed its plans to be checked by any likelihood of crime. And do you not perceive that all the plans of that party are constantly foiled by Count Mosca's superior cunning? Certain means have now been devised to ensure his banishment from Parma. This throws the duchess into despair. And does not her despair become a certainty if the young prisoner is put to death? This one fact, which is unanswerable, will enable you to gauge your own position. You say you feel affection for me. Then think, in the first place, that insurmountable obstacles must prevent this feeling from ever becoming a solid one between us. We shall have met each other in our youth. We shall have held out friendly hands to one another in a moment of misfortune. Fate will have sent me to this stern place to soften your suffering, but I should reproach myself eternally if fancies which have not, and never will have, any true foundation, led you to neglect any possible opportunity of saving your life from such a frightful peril. The cruel imprudence I committed when I exchanged some friendly signs with you has cost me my peace of mind. If our childish games with alphabets have filled you with illusions so unjustifiable, and which may be so fatal to you, I shall never be able to justify myself in my own eyes by recalling Barboni's attempt upon you to my memory. I myself, even when I thought I was saving you from a momentary danger, shall have placed you in far more terrible and far more inevitable peril, and never, to all eternity, can my wrongdoing gain pardon if it has inspired you with feelings which might lead you to neglect the counsels of the duchess. This, then, is what you force me to reiterate. Save yourself, I command you." The letter was a very long one. Some passages, such as that "I command you," which we have just quoted, were full of an exquisite encouragement to Fabrizio's love. The actual feeling of the letter struck him as being fairly tender, although its expression was remarkably prudent. At other moments he paid the penalty of his complete ignorance of this kind of warfare, and saw nothing but ordinary friendship, or even the most commonplace humanity, in Clelia's letter. None of its contents, however, shook his resolve for a single instant. Supposing all the dangers she described to be very real, was it anything too much to purchase the daily joy of seeing her by facing some momentary risk? What would his life be if he were to find refuge once more at Bologna or Florence? For if he should escape from the citadel, he could never hope for leave to reside anywhere within the state of Parma. And if the prince altered his views so far as to set him at liberty, a very unlikely contingency, seeing he, Fabrizio, had become, to a powerful faction, a useful element for the overthrow of Count Mosca, what would life be even at Parma, parted from Clelia by the bitter hatred of the two parties? Once or twice in a month, perhaps, chance might bring them both into the same drawing-room. But even then, what could the nature of their conversation be? How were they ever to recover the tone of absolute intimacy he now enjoyed, for several hours every day? What would their drawing-room talk be like, compared with the intercourse they kept up through their alphabets? What matter if I have to pay for this life of delights, this unique chance of happiness, by taking some trifling risks? And is it not happiness, again, to find this poor opportunity of proving my love to her? Fabrizio's only view of Clelia's letter, then, was that it gave him an excuse for craving an interview with her. This was the one and constant object of all his longing. He had never spoken to her but once, and only for an instant, just as he was being led to his prison. And that was more than 200 days ago. There was a method by which a meeting with Clelia might be easily arranged. The worthy Don Cesare allowed Fabrizio to walk for half an hour every Thursday in the daytime on the terrace of the Farnese Tower. But on the other days his exercise, which might have been observed by all the dwellers in and around Parma, and thus seriously compromised the governor, was taken after nightfall. The only staircase by which the terrace of the Farnese Tower could be reached was that in the little bell tower of the chapel, with its gloomy black and white marble decorations, of which my reader may retain some recollection. Grillo was in the habit of taking Fabrizio into the chapel and opening the door leading to the little staircase in the tower for him to pass up it. He ought to have followed him, but the evenings were growing chilly, and the jailer allowed him to go up alone, turned the key upon the tower, which communicated with the terrace, and went back to sit in his warm room. Well, why should not Clelia and her waiting-woman meet him some night in the black marble chapel? All Fabrizio's long letter in answer to Clelia's was written with the object of obtaining this interview, and further, with the most absolute sincerity, and as though he had been speaking of another person, he confided to her all the reasons which made him resolve not to leave the citadel. I would risk 1,000 deaths every day for the happiness of talking to you with our alphabets, which do not now give us a moment's difficulty. And you would have me commit the blunder of banishing myself to Parma, or perhaps to Bologna, or even to Florence. You expect me deliberately to remove myself farther away from you. Such an effort, let me tell you, is impossible to me. It would be vain for me to give you my word. I could not keep it. The result of this plea for a meeting was a disappearance on Clelia's part, which lasted no less than 5 days. For 5 whole days she never came near the aviary, except when she knew Fabrizio would not be able to open the little shutter in his screen. Fabrizio was in despair. This absence convinced him that, in spite of some glances which had filled him with foolish hopes, he had never really inspired Clelia with any warmer feeling than one of friendship. In that case, thought he, of what value is my life to me? Let the prince rid me of it. I shall be grateful to him. That is another reason for my trying to stay in the fortress. And it was with a sense of deep disgust that he replied to the signals flashed by the little lamp. The duchess was convinced he had gone quite crazy when, in the report of the signalled conversations which Ludovico presented to her every morning, she read the extraordinary assertion, "I do not desire to escape. I choose to die here." During those 5 days of Fabrizio's misery, Clelia was even more wretched than he. The following idea, a very bitter one to a generous soul, had occurred to her. "It is my duty to flee to some convent far from the citadel. When Fabrizio knows I am not here, and I will take care he does know it, from Grillo and all the other jailers, he will make up his mind to attempt to escape. But to go into a convent meant to give up all hope of ever seeing Fabrizio again. And how could she bear not to see him, now that he had given her so clear a proof that the feeling which might once have bound him to the duchess no longer existed? What more touching proof of devotion could any man have offered? After 7 long months of an imprisonment which had seriously undermined his health, he refused to regain his liberty. A frivolous being, such as the courtiers had given Clelia cause to believe Fabrizio to be, would have sacrificed 20 mistresses to shorten his stay in the fortress by 1 day, and what would he not have done to escape from a prison where he might be poisoned at any moment? Clelia's courage failed her. She committed the signal mistake of not taking refuge in a convent, a step which would likewise have given her a quite natural excuse for breaking with the Marchese Crescenzi. Once this mistake was made, how could she stand out against this young man, so lovable, so natural, so devoted, who was exposing his life to the most frightful peril, simply for the sake of the happiness of looking at her out of his window? After 5 days of the most terrible struggle, interspersed with fits of bitter self-scorn, Clelia made up her mind to answer the letter in which Fabrizio besought her to grant him an interview in the black marble chapel. She refused the meeting, indeed, and in somewhat harsh terms, but from that instant all her peace of mind departed. Every moment her imagination showed her Fabrizio dying from the effects of poison. 6 or 8 times a day she would go up into the aviary to satisfy her passionate need of seeing with her own eyes that he was alive. "If he remains in the fortress," said she to herself, "if he is still exposed to all the vile things that the Raversi party is plotting against him, in order to overthrow Count Mosca, the only reason is because my cowardice has prevented me from going into a convent. What pretext would he have had for remaining here if he had known for certain that I had gone forever?" This girl, with all her shyness and innate pride, even faced the risk of encountering a refusal from Grillo the jailer. She humbled herself to the extent of sending for him, and telling him, in a voice the trembling tones of which betrayed her secret, that in a few days Fabrizio would gain his freedom, that the Duchess Sanseverina was taking the most active steps with this object, that it was frequently necessary to obtain the prisoner's instant reply to certain proposals made to him, and that she begged him, Grillo, to allow Fabrizio to make an opening in the screen which masked the window, so that she might communicate to him by signs the intelligence which she was receiving several times each day from the duchess. Grillo smiled, and assured her of his respect and obedience. Clelia was intensely grateful to him for saying nothing more. It was quite clear that he was perfectly cognizant of everything that had been going on for some months. Hardly had the jailer left her presence, when Clelia gave the signal agreed on for summoning Fabrizio on great occasions, and she confessed all she had done to him. "Your heart is set on dying by poison," she added. "I hope to gather courage one of these days to leave my father and take refuge in some distant convent. That will be my duty to you, and then, I hope, you will not oppose the plans which may be suggested to enable you to escape. As long as you are here, I must endure moments of horrible distress and perplexity. Never in my life have I done anything to harm anybody, and now it seems to me that I shall be the cause of your death. Such an idea, even concerning a person utterly unknown to me, would drive me to despair. Imagine, then, what I feel at the thought that a friend, whose folly gives me grave cause for complaint, but with whom, after all, I have had a daily intercourse for so long a time, may at that very moment be in the throes of death. Now and then I feel that I must make sure for myself that you are alive. To save myself from this horrible anguish, I have just humbled myself so low as to ask a favour from an inferior, who might have refused it, and who may yet betray me. After all, it would be happier for me, perhaps, if he did denounce me to my father. I should instantly go to my convent, and I should no longer be the very unwilling accomplice of your cruel folly. But believe me, this state of things cannot last long, and you will obey your orders from the duchess. Are you content, my cruel friend? It is I who beseech you to betray my father. Call Grillo and give him money." Fabrizio was so desperately in love, The slightest expression of Clelia's will filled him with such dread that even this extraordinary communication did not make him feel certain he was beloved. He called Grillo, rewarded him generously for his past complaisance, and told him, as regarded the future, that for every day on which he allowed him to make use of the opening in his screen, he would give him a sequin. Grillo was delighted with this arrangement. " Monsignore," he said, " I am going to speak to you quite frankly. Will you make up your mind to eating a cold dinner every day? That is a very simple method of escaping the risk of poison. But I will beg you to practice the most absolute discretion. A jailer must see everything and guess nothing. Instead of one dog, I will keep several, and you yourself shall make them taste every dish you intend to eat. As for wine, I will give you mine, and you must never touch any bottle except those out of which I have drunk. But if your Excellency wants to ruin me forever, you have only to confide these matters even to the Signorina Clelia. All women are alike, and if she should quarrel with you tomorrow, the day after, in her vengeance, she will tell the whole story to her father, whose greatest joy would be to find some excuse for hanging a jailer. Next to Barbone himself, the general is the most spiteful man in the citadel, and there lies the real danger of your position. He knows how to use poison, be sure of that, and he would not forgive me if he thought I was keeping 2 or 3 little dogs." There was another serenade. Grillo now answered all Fabrizio's questions. He had resolved, indeed, that he would be prudent and not betray the Signorina Clelia, who, as it appeared to him, though just about to marry the Marchese Crescenzi, the richest man in the state of Parma, was nevertheless carrying on a love affair, as far as prison walls allowed, with the handsome Monsignore del Dongo. He had just been replying to Fabrizio's questions about the serenade, and blunderingly added, " He is expected to marry her soon." The effect of this simple sentence on Fabrizio may be imagined. That night his only response to the lamp signals was to the effect that he was ill. The next morning at 10 o'clock, when Clelia appeared in the aviary, he asked her, with a ceremonious politeness quite unusual between them, why she had not frankly told him that she loved the Marchese Crescenzi, and was just about to marry him. " Because none of all that is true," she answered petulantly. The rest of her reply, indeed, was not so explicit. Fabrizio pointed this out to her, and took advantage of the occasion to make a fresh request for an interview. Clelia, who saw her good faith called in question, agreed almost at once, begging him at the same time to note that she would be dishonoured forever in the eyes of Grillo. That evening, when it had grown quite dark, she appeared with her waiting woman in the black marble chapel. She stopped in the middle, close by the night lamp. Grillo and the waiting-maid turned back and stood about 30 paces off, near the door. Clelia, shaking with emotion, had made ready a fine speech. Her object was not to let any compromising confession escape her. But the logic of passion is very merciless. Its deep interest in discovering the truth forbids the employment of useless precautions, and its intense devotion to its object deprives it of all fear of giving offence. At first Fabrizio was dazzled by Clelia's beauty. For over 8 months he had not looked so closely at any human being save his jailers, but the name of the Marchese Crescenzi brought back all his fury, and this was increased when he clearly perceived Clelia's answers to be full of a prudent discretion. Clelia herself recognized that she was increasing his suspicions instead of dispelling them. The painfulness of the thought was more than she could endure. " Would it make you very happy," she said with a sort of rage, and with tears standing in her eyes, " to think you have made me forget everything I owe to myself? Until the 3rd of August last year, I never felt anything but distaste for the men who sought to please me. I had a boundless and probably exaggerated scorn for the character of all courtiers. Everybody who was happy at court disgusted me. But I noticed remarkable qualities in a prisoner who was brought to the citadel on the 3rd of August. First of all, and almost unconsciously, I endured all the torments of jealousy. The charms of an exquisite woman, whom I knew well, were so many dagger thrusts in my heart, because I believed, and I still believe it a little, that this prisoner was attached to her. Soon the persecutions of the Marchese Crescenzi, who had asked my father for my hand, increased twofold. He is a very rich man, and we have no fortune at all. I refused his advances with the most absolute independence. But my father pronounced the fatal word, a convent, and I realized that if I left the citadel I should not be able to watch over the life of the prisoner in whose fate I was interested. Until that moment the chief object of my care had been to prevent his having the smallest suspicion of the terrible dangers which threatened his life. I had been quite resolved never to betray either my father or my secret. But the woman who protects this prisoner, a woman of the most splendid activity, a woman of superior intelligence and indomitable will, offered him, as I believe, the means of escape. He refused them, and endeavoured to persuade me he would not leave the citadel because he would not leave me. Then I committed a great fault. I struggled for 5 days. I ought instantly to have betaken myself to a convent and left the fortress. That step would have provided me with a very easy method of breaking with the Marchese Crescenzi. I had not courage to leave the fortress, and I am a ruined girl. I have set my affections on a fickle man. I know what his conduct was at Naples, and what reason have I to suppose his nature has changed? During a very severe imprisonment he has paid court to the only woman he could see. She has been an amusement to him in his boredom. As he could not speak to her without a certain amount of difficulty, this amusement has taken on a false appearance of passion. The prisoner, who has made himself a reputation for courage, has taken it into his head to prove that his love is more than a mere passing fancy, by risking considerable danger, so as to continue seeing the person whom he believes he loves. But once he is back in a great city, and surrounded by all the temptations of society, he will again be that which he has always been, a man of the world, addicted to dissipation and gallantry, and the poor companion of his prison will end her days in a convent, forgotten by this fickle being, and weighed down with the deadly regret of having confessed her love to him. This historic speech, of which we have only indicated the principal features, was, as may well be imagined, broken 20 times by Fabrizio's interruptions. He was desperately in love, and he was perfectly convinced that before meeting Clelia he had never known what love was, and that the destiny of his whole life was bound up with her alone. My reader will doubtless imagine all the fine things he was pouring out when the waiting woman warned her mistress that the clock had just struck 11:30, and that the general might be coming at any moment. The parting was a cruel one. " Perhaps this is the last time I shall ever see you," said Clelia to the prisoner. " A measure which is so evidently in the interest of the Raversi cabal may give you a terrible opportunity for proving that you are not inconstant." Choking with sobs, and overcome with shame because she could not altogether stifle them in the presence of her maid, and more especially of the jailer, Clelia parted with Fabrizio. No second conversation would be possible until the general gave out that he was going to spend the evening in society. And as, since Fabrizio's imprisonment, and the interest it inspired among the curious courtiers, he had thought it prudent to suffer from an almost unintermitting fit of the gout, his expeditions into the town, which were directed by the necessities of a cunning policy, were frequently not decided upon till just before he stepped into his carriage. After that evening in the marble chapel, Fabrizio's life was one succession of transports of joy. Great obstacles, indeed, still stood between him and his happiness, but at all events he had the supreme and unlooked-for bliss of being loved by the divine creature on whom his thoughts unceasingly dwelt. On the 3rd day after the interview, the lamp signals ended very early, close upon midnight, and just at that moment Fabrizio's head was very nearly broken by a large leaden ball, which was thrown over the upper part of his window screen, came crashing through the paper panes, and fell into his room. This very bulky ball was by no means as heavy as its size gave reason to suppose. Fabrizio opened it with ease, and within it he found a letter from the duchess. Through the archbishop, whom she sedulously flattered, she had won over a soldier belonging to the citadel garrison. This man, who was most skilful in the use of the catapult, had either fooled the sentries placed at the corners and on the door of the governor's palace, or had come to an understanding with them. " You must save yourself with ropes. I shudder as I give you this strange counsel. For a whole month I have shrunk from speaking the words, but the official horizon grows darker every day, and we may expect the worst. You must instantly begin to signal with your lamp, so that we may know you have received this dangerous letter. Show P, B, and G, alla monaca, that is to say, 4, 12, and 2. I shall not breathe freely until I have seen this signal. I am on the tower, and will answer by N and O, 7 and 5. Once you have received this answer, do not signal any more, and apply your whole mind to understanding my letter." Fabrizio instantly obeyed, made the signals indicated, and received the promised response. Then he resumed his perusal of the letter. "We may expect the very worst. This has been affirmed to me by the 3 men in whom I have most confidence, after I had made them swear on the Gospels to tell me the truth, whatever agony it might cost me. The first of these men threatened the surgeon at Ferrara, who would have denounced you, that he would fall upon him with an open knife in his hand. The second told you, when you returned from Belgirate, that you would have been more strictly prudent if you had put a pistol shot into the manservant who rode singing through the wood, leading a fine horse, rather too lean. The third man is unknown to you. He is a highway robber of my acquaintance, a man of action, if ever there was one, and as brave as you are yourself. That reason, above all others, induced me to ask him what you had better do. All 3, without knowing that I had consulted the other 2, have assured me you had far better run the risk of breaking your neck than spend another 11 years and 4 months in perpetual fear of a very likely dose of poison. For a month you must practice climbing up and down a knotted rope in your own room. Then, on a feast day, when the garrison of the citadel will have received an extra ration of wine, you must make your great effort. You will have 3 ropes of silk and hemp, as thick as a swan's quill. The first, 80 feet long, to carry you down the 35 feet from your window to the orange grove. The second, of 300 feet, there the difficulty comes in, on account of the weight, to carry you down the 180 feet of the great tower, and a third, of 30 feet, to take you over the rampart. I spend my whole life studying the great wall on the east, that is, on the Ferrara side. A crack caused by an earthquake has been filled up by means of a buttress which forms an inclined plane. My highway robber assures me he would undertake to get down on that side without too much difficulty, and with no damage beyond a few grazes, simply by letting himself slip down the slope of this buttress. There are only 28 feet of vertical drop quite at the bottom. This side of the citadel is the least well guarded. Nevertheless, taking it together, my robber, who has escaped from prison 3 times over, and whom you would like if you knew him, although he hates all men of your caste, my highway robber, as I say, who is as active and nimble as you are yourself, thinks he would rather make the descent on the western side, exactly opposite that little palace which you know so well, as having once been occupied by the Fausta. What makes him inclined to choose that side is that, though the slope of the wall is very slight, it is almost entirely covered with briars. There are plenty of twigs as thick as one's little finger, which may indeed scratch and tear you if you are not careful, but which also supply an excellent hold. Only this morning I was looking at this western side through an excellent glass. The place to choose is just below a point where a new stone was inserted in the balustrade about 2 or 3 years ago. From this stone downward you will first of all find a bare space of about 20 feet. Down that you must move very slowly. You can imagine how my heart trembles as I write these horrible instructions, but courage consists in knowing how to choose the lesser evil, however terrible that may be. After this bare space you will find 80 or 90 feet covered with very large brambles and bushes, in which the birds fly about. Then a space of about 30 feet, with nothing on it but grass, wallflowers, and pellitories. And at last, as you get closer to the ground, 20 feet more of brambles, and some 25 or 30 feet which have been lately plastered. What would make me choose this side is that exactly below that new stone on the upper balustrade there stands a wooden hut, built by one of the soldiers, in his garden, and which the captain of engineers attached to the fortress is anxious to make him pull down. It is 17 feet high, with a thatched roof, and the roof touches the main wall of the fortress. It is this roof which tempts me. If such a dreadful thing as an accident should happen, it would break your fall. Once you get there, you will be within the ramparts, but these are rather carelessly guarded. If anyone should stop you there, fire off your pistols and defend yourself for a few minutes. Your friend from Ferrara, and another brave man, he whom I call the highway robber, will be provided with ladders, and will not hesitate to scale the rampart, which is not very high, and fly to your help. The rampart is only 23 feet high, with a very gradual slope. I shall be at the foot of this last wall, with a good number of armed servants. I hope to be able to send you 5 or 6 letters by the same hand which brings you this one. I shall constantly reiterate the same things in different terms, so that we may be thoroughly agreed. You will guess what I feel when I tell you that the man who would have had you fire your pistol at the manservant, who is, after all, the kindest of beings, and is half killing himself with remorse, thinks you will escape with a broken arm. The highway robber, who has more experience in such expeditions, thinks that if you will come down very slowly, and above all without hurrying yourself, your liberty should not cost you more than a few raw places. The great difficulty is to get the ropes, and that has been the one object of my thoughts during the fortnight for which this great plan has occupied every moment of my time. I do not reply to that piece of madness, the only foolish thing you ever said in your life. I do not desire to escape. The man who would have had you shoot the manservant exclaimed at once that the dullness of your life had driven you crazy. I will not conceal from you that we dread a very imminent danger which may perhaps hasten the day of your flight. To warn you of that danger, the lamp will signal several times over, "The castle is on fire." You will answer, "Are my books burned?" There were 5 or 6 more pages in this letter, all crammed with details. They were written in microscopic characters on very thin paper. "All that is very fine and very well arranged," said Fabrizio to himself, "and I owe eternal gratitude both to the duchess and to the count. Perhaps they will think I am afraid, but I will not escape. Did any man ever escape from a place where he is perfectly happy, in order to cast himself into the most hideous banishment, where he will find nothing, not even air that he can breathe? What should I do at the end of the first month if I were at Florence? I should put on a disguise and come and hover around the gate of this fortress to try to catch a glimpse of her." The next morning Fabrizio had a fright. He was standing at his window toward 11 o'clock, looking out at the magnificent view and waiting for the happy moment when Clelia would appear, when Grillo, quite out of breath, bustled into the room. "Quick, quick, Monsignore, throw yourself on the bed. Pretend to be ill. 3 judges are coming up. They are going to question you. Think well before you speak. They have come here to entangle you." As Grillo spoke the words, he was hastily shutting up the little trapdoor in the screen. He thrust Fabrizio onto his bed and threw 2 or 3 cloaks over him. "Say you are in great pain, and speak as little as you can. Above all things, make them repeat their questions, so as to give yourself time to think." The 3 judges entered the room. 3 escaped convicts, said Fabrizio to himself as he noted their vile countenances. Not 3 judges at all. They wore long black gowns. They bowed to him solemnly, and sat themselves down without a word in the only 3 chairs the apartment contained. "Signor Fabrizio del Dongo," quoth the senior of the 3, "we are distressed by the sadness of the duty we are here to fulfill. We have come to inform you of the death of His Excellency the Marchese del Dongo, your father, late Grand Steward, Major Domo of the Lombardo-Venetian Kingdom, Knight Grand Cross of the Orders of so-and-so, and so forth." Fabrizio burst into tears. The judge proceeded. "The Marchesa del Dongo, your mother, has sent you a letter communicating this news, but as she has added improper remarks of her own to her announcement, the Court of Justice yesterday decided that you were only to be given extracts from her letter, and these extracts will now be read to you by Registrar Bona." When the passages had been read out by this functionary, the judge came over to Fabrizio, who was still lying on his bed, and pointed out the paragraphs in his mother's letter, copies of which had just been read to him. In the letter, Fabrizio caught sight of such phrases as "unjust imprisonment," "cruel punishment for a crime that is no crime," and understood the motive of the judge's visit. Nevertheless, in his scorn for these unworthy magistrates, he said nothing at all to them except the words, "I am ill, gentlemen, I am half dead with weakness, and you must excuse my not getting up." The judges departed, and Fabrizio shed many more tears. At last he questioned with himself, "Am I a hypocrite? I used to think I did not care for him." On that day, and those following it, Clelia was very sad. She called him several times over, but she had hardly courage to say anything to him. On the morning of the 5th day from that of their first interview, she told him that she was coming to the marble chapel that night. " I can only say a few words to you," she said as she entered. She was trembling to such an extent that she had to lean on her waiting woman. Having sent her back to the chapel door, she spoke again, in a voice that was barely intelligible. " You will give me your word," she said, " your sacred word of honour, that you will obey the duchess, and try to escape on the day and in the manner in which she will command you. Otherwise, I shall immediately take refuge in a convent, and I swear to you here that I will never open my lips to you again." Fabrizio stood dumb. " Promise," said Clelia, with tears in her eyes, and almost beside herself, " or else this talk will be our very last. You have turned my life into something horrible. You are here because of me, and any day of your life here may be your last." Clelia was so weak at this moment that she had to support herself against a huge armchair which had been placed in the centre of the chapel in former days for the use of the imprisoned prince. She very nearly fainted away. " What must I promise ?" said Fabrizio in a despairing voice. " You know what." " Then I swear to cast myself knowingly into hideous misery, and to condemn myself to live far from everything I love in this world." " Promise clearly." " I swear I will obey the duchess, and take to flight when and how she wills. And what is to become of me when I am far away from you?" " Swear you will save yourself, whatever happens." "What? Have you made up your mind to marry Crescenzi as soon as I am gone? My God, what a creature you must think me! But swear, or my soul will never know peace again." " Well, then, I swear I will escape from here the day the duchess commands me to do so, and whatever may come to pass beforehand." Once Clelia had extracted the oath, she grew so faint that she had to retire as soon as she had expressed her thankfulness to Fabrizio. " Everything," she said, " was ready for my flight to morrow if you had insisted on staying here. At this moment I should have looked my last on you. That was my vow to the Madonna. Now, as soon as I am able to leave my room, I will go and look at the wall below the new stone in the balustrade." The next day she looked so deadly white that it cut him to the heart. She said to him from her aviary window, " We must not deceive ourselves, dear friend. Our affection is a sinful one, and I am sure some misfortune will overtake us. If nothing worse happens, your attempted flight will be discovered, and you will be utterly lost. Nevertheless, we must obey the dictates of human prudence, and that commands us to make every effort. To get down the outside of the great tower, you must have over 200 feet of the strongest rope. With all my endeavours, I have not been able, since I knew of the plan, to get together more than 50 feet. The governor has issued an order that every cord and rope found in the citadel is to be burned, and every night the ropes belonging to the wells, which are so weak that they often break even under the light weight they have to carry, are carefully removed. But you must pray God to pardon me, for I am betraying my father, and labouring, unnatural daughter that I am, to cause him mortal grief. Pray to God for me, and if your life is saved, make a vow to consecrate every instant of it to his glory. Here is an idea which has occurred to me. In a week from now I am to go down from the citadel to be present at the wedding of one of Marchese Crescenzi's sisters. I shall return at night, of course, as propriety demands. But I will use all my endeavours to come in as late as possible, and perhaps Barbone will not venture to look at me too closely. All the great ladies of the court, and among them, no doubt, the duchess, will be present at the wedding. In heaven's name, let one of those ladies pass me a bundle of fine rope, not too thick, and packed as small as possible. If I have to risk 1,000 deaths, I will dare every means, even the most dangerous, of getting the bundle into the fortress, and so fail, woe is me, in every duty. If my father finds me out, I shall never see you again. But whatever fate awaits me, I shall be happy, as a sister may be happy, if I can help to save you." That very evening, by means of his nightly signals with the lamp, Fabrizio informed the duchess of the unique chance that presented itself for sending him a sufficient quantity of rope. But he besought her to keep the matter secret even from the count, which seemed to her a most extraordinary thing. " He is mad," thought the duchess. " His imprisonment has altered his nature. He looks at everything from the tragic point of view." The next morning a leaden ball cast by the catapult brought the prisoner news that he stood in the greatest possible danger. The individual, he was told, who had undertaken to bring in the ropes, was thereby positively and absolutely saving his life. Fabrizio lost no time in apprising Clelia of this fact. The leaden ball also brought Fabrizio a very exact sketch of that portion of the western wall lying between the bastions, by which he was to descend from the top of the great tower. Once he had got so far, his escape would become fairly easy, the ramparts, as my readers are aware, being only 23 feet in height. The back of the plan bore a splendid sonnet written in a small, delicate hand. In these lines, some high-hearted person adjured Fabrizio to take to flight, and not to permit his soul to be debased and his body worn out by the 11 years of captivity which still lay before him. And at this point a necessary detail, which partly explains how the duchess had found courage to counsel Fabrizio to attempt so dangerous an escape, obliges us to break the thread of the story of this bold enterprise for a short space. The Raversi faction, like all parties when they are out of power, was anything but united. Cavaliere Riscara hated Chief Justice Rassi, who, so he declared, had caused him to lose an important lawsuit, in which, as a matter of fact, Riscara had been in the wrong. Through Riscara, the prince received an anonymous warning that Fabrizio's sentence had been officially reported to the governor of the citadel. The Marchesa Raversi, like the clever party leader she was exceedingly annoyed by this false step, and at once sent warning of it to her friend the Chief Justice. She thought it perfectly natural that he should have desired to get something out of Mosca, so long as Mosca remained in power. Rassi betook himself boldly to the palace, making sure a few kicks would settle the matter as far as he was concerned. The prince could not do without some clever lawyer about him, and Rassi had carefully procured the banishment as liberals of a judge and a barrister, the only two men in the country who might possibly have taken his place. The prince, in a fury, poured out a volley of abuse upon him, and was in the act of moving forward to thrash him. Well, well, replied Rassi, with the most perfect calmness. It is only some clerk's mistake, after all. The matter is prescribed by law. It ought to have been done the very morning after Del Dongo was sent to the citadel. The zealous clerk thought he had forgotten something, and got my signature to the letter as a mere matter of form. " And you think you will get me to believe such clumsy lies as these? " shouted the prince in a rage. " Why can't you say honestly that you've sold yourself to that scamp Mosca, and that he has given you your decoration for doing it? But by my soul, a thrashing shall not finish the job for you. I'll have you tried, and you shall be dismissed in disgrace." " I defy you to have me tried," answered Rassi boldly. He knew this to be a sure means of quieting the prince. " The law is on my side, and you've no second Rassi who will know how to elude it. You will not dismiss me, because at certain moments your nature grows severe, and then you thirst for blood, while at the same time you desire to retain the esteem of all reasonable Italians, because that esteem is essential to your ambition. At all events, you'll recall me the first time your temper makes you hanker after some severe sentence, and as usual I shall provide you with a correct verdict, found by fairly honest judges, to satisfy your spite. Try and find another man in your dominions who will be so useful to you as I." This said, Rassi took to flight. He had escaped with one heavy blow from a ruler and 5 or 6 kicks. He left the palace and departed straight to his country house of Riva. He was rather afraid of a dagger thrust while the prince was in his first fury. Still, he was quite sure that before a fortnight was out a courtier would be sent to recall him to the capital. He devoted the time he spent in the country to organizing a safe means of correspondence with Count Mosca. He was desperately in love with the title of baron, and thought the prince had too high an opinion of that whilom sublime dignity, known as noble rank, to allow of his ever conferring it upon him, whereas the count, who was very proud of his own birth, thought nothing of any nobility that could not show proofs of its existence before the year 1400. The Chief Justice had not been mistaken in his forecast. He had hardly been a week in his country house before one of the prince's friends paid him a chance visit, and advised him to return to Parma without delay. The prince gave him a smiling reception, but presently he turned very grave, and made him swear on the Gospels that he would keep what he was about to confide to him secret. Rassi swore in the most solemn manner, and the prince, his eyes blazing with hatred, exclaimed that so long as Fabrizio del Dongo was alive he should never be master in his own house, adding, " I can neither drive the duchess out nor endure her presence. Her looks defy me and half kill me." After Rassi had allowed the prince to explain himself at great length, he pretended to be greatly puzzled himself, and then, " Your Highness shall be obeyed, no doubt," cried he, " but it is a horribly difficult business. There are no grounds for condemning a Del Dongo to death for having killed a Giletti. It is an astonishing feat already to have given him 12 years in a fortress for it. And besides, I have reason to suspect that the duchess has laid her hand on 3 of the peasants who were working at the Sanguigna excavations, and were outside the ditch when that villain Giletti attacked Del Dongo." " And where are these creatures ?" cried the prince angrily. " Hidden in Piedmont, I suppose. Now, we should want a conspiracy against your Highness's life." " That plan has its dangerous side," said the prince. " It stirs up the idea." " Well, but," said Rassi with an air of innocence, " there you have the whole of my official arsenal. We still have poison." " But who would give it? That idiot of a Conti?" " Well, according to all we have heard, it would not be his first attempt." " He would have to be in a rage himself," explained Rassi, " and besides, when he got rid of the captain he was not 30 years old, and he was desperately in love, and far less of a coward than he is now. Reasons of state must, no doubt, override every other, but, taken at a disadvantage, as I am now, and at the first glance, the only person I can think of to carry out the sovereign's orders is a man of the name of Barbone, the jail clerk in the fortress, whom Del Dongo knocked down the first day he was there." Once the prince was set at his ease, the conversation was endless. He closed it by giving his chief justice a month's law. Rassi had begged for 2. The next morning he received a secret gratuity of 1,000 sequins. He thought the matter over for 3 days. On the 4th he came back to his original argument, which seemed to him quite evident. Count Mosca is the only person who will be inclined to keep his word to me, because in making me a baron he gives me something he does not value himself. Secondo, if I warned him, I probably saved myself from committing a crime the full price of which I have pretty nearly received in advance. Tertio, I avenge myself for the first humiliating blows bestowed on the Cavaliere Rassi." The following night he acquainted Count Mosca with the whole of his conversation with the prince. The count was still paying his court to the duchess in secret. It is true that he did not see her more than once or twice a month in her own house, but almost every week, and whenever he could contrive any opportunity for speaking to her about Fabrizio, the duchess, attended by Cecchina, came late in the evening and spent a few minutes in the count's garden. She contrived to deceive even her coachman, who was devoted to her, and who believed her to be paying a visit in a neighbouring house. My readers will easily imagine that the moment the count had received the chief justice's hideous communication, he made the signal agreed on with the duchess. Though it was midnight, she sent Cecchina to beg him to come to her at once. The count, as delighted as any young lover by this appearance of intimacy, hesitated to tell the duchess the whole story. He feared he might see her go wild with grief. Yet, after having cast about for equivocations which might mitigate the fatal announcement, he ended by revealing the whole truth. He was not capable of keeping back any secret she begged him to tell her. But 9 months of excessive misfortune had greatly altered her passionate soul. Her nature was strengthened, and the duchess did not break out into sobs or lamentations. The next evening she caused the signal of imminent danger to be made to Fabrizio. " The castle is on fire." He answered quite clearly, " Are my books burned?" The same night she had the happiness of sending him a letter inside a leaden ball. A week after that day came the wedding of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister, at which the duchess was guilty of a desperate piece of imprudence, which shall be duly related in its place. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21. About a year before the period of her misfortunes, the duchess had made acquaintance with a strange being. One day, when, as they say in that country, aveva la luna, she had betaken herself quite unexpectedly toward evening to her country house on the hill overlooking the Po at Sacca, beyond Colorno. She delighted in making improvements in the place. She loved the huge forest that crowns the hill and grows close up to the house. She was having paths cut through it to various picturesque spots. " You'll be carried off by brigands, fair lady," said the prince to her one day. " A forest where you are known to walk cannot possibly remain deserted." The prince cast an eye on the count, whose jealousy he was always trying to kindle. " I have no fears, most serene Highness," replied the duchess with an air of innocence. " When I walk about in my woods, I reassure myself with the thought that I have never done any one any harm. Therefore, who should there be to hate me?" The remark struck the hearers as a bold one. It recalled the insulting language employed by the Liberals of the country, a most impudent set of people. On the day of which we speak, the duchess was reminded of the prince's remark by the sight of a very poorly dressed man, who was following her at a distance through the trees. In the course of her walk she made an unexpected turn, which brought her so close to the stranger that she was frightened. Her first impulse was to call to her gamekeeper, whom she had left about 1,000 paces off, in the flower garden close to the house. But the stranger had time to approach her, and cast himself at her feet. He was young, very handsome, miserably clad, there were rents a foot long in his garments, but his eyes blazed with the fire of an ardent soul. " I am condemned to death. I am Dr. Ferrante Palla. I am starving, and so are my 5 children." The duchess had noticed that he was frightfully thin, but his eyes were so beautiful, and their expression at once so fervent and so tender, that any idea of crime never occurred to her. " Pallagi," thought she to herself, " should have given such eyes to the St. John in the desert he has just placed in the cathedral." The thought of St. John had been suggested by Ferrante's incredible thinness. The duchess gave him the only 3 sequins she had in her purse, apologizing for the smallness of the gift on the score that she had just paid her gardener's account. Ferrante thanked her fervently. " Alas," he said, " in old days I lived in cities, I saw beautiful women. Since I have been condemned to death for performing my duties as a citizen, I have dwelt in the woods, and I was following you just now, not to rob you, nor to ask for alms, but, like some savage, fascinated by a dainty beauty. It is long since I have seen 2 fair white hands." " But pray rise," said the duchess, for he was still kneeling. " Let me stay where I am," answered Ferrante. " The position makes me realize I am not stealing at this moment, and that thought calms me. For you must know that since I have been prevented from following my profession, I have lived by theft. But at this moment I am only a humble mortal adoring a sublime beauty." The duchess realized that the man was a little mad, but she was not frightened. She read the poor fellow's fervent and kindly soul in his eyes, and besides, she was not at all averse to people of extraordinary appearance. " I am a doctor, then, and I made love to the wife of Sarrasine, the apothecary at Parma. He discovered us, and drove her out with 3 children whom he suspected, and justly, to be mine, and not his own. She has borne me 2 more since then. The mother and her 5 children live in the deepest poverty about a league from here, in a sort of hut in the wood, which I built with my own hands. For I must keep out of the gendarmes' way, and the poor woman will not be parted from me. I was condemned to death, and very justly too, for I was a conspirator. I loathe the prince, who is a tyrant. I could not take to flight, for I had no money. But my misfortunes have grown far greater now, and if I had killed myself, it would have been better for me, 1,000 times. I have no love now for the unhappy woman who has borne me these 5 children, and sacrificed everything for me. I love another. But if I kill myself, the 5 children and the mother must literally die of hunger." There was truth in the man's voice. " But how do you live? " exclaimed the duchess, greatly affected. " The children's mother spins, the eldest girl is fed by a farmer of liberal opinions, whose sheep she tends. As for me, I rob on the highway between Piacenza and Genoa." " How can you reconcile robbery with your liberal principles?" I keep note of the people whom I rob, and if ever I have anything of my own, I will return the sums I have stolen from them. I reckon that a tribune of the people, such as I, performs a work, considering its danger, well worth 100 francs a month, and I take care not to steal more than 1,200 francs a year. But I am mistaken, I steal a little more than that, and the overplus enables me to pay for the printing of my works." " What works? "" Will the so-and-so ever have a chamber and a budget?" "What?" cried the duchess in astonishment. "Then you, sir, are one of the most famous poets of our century, the renowned Ferrante Palla." " Renowned, that may be, but most unhappy, that is sure. And a man of such powers, sir, is forced to live by theft." " Perhaps that is the very reason why I have some talent. Up till now, all our best-known authors have been paid either by the government or by the faith they were endeavouring to undermine. Now, in my case, first of all, I carry my life in my hand, and secondly, consider, madam, the thoughts that stir within me when I set out to rob. Am I doing right, I say to myself? Are my services as a tribune really worth 100 francs a month? I've 2 shirts, the coat you see upon me, some poor weapons, and I shall certainly end by being hanged. I venture to think I am disinterested. I should be happy but for the fatal love which prevents my finding anything but misery in the company of the mother of my children. The ugliness of my poverty is what makes me suffer. I love rich dresses, white hands," and he began to look at the duchess's hands in a way that frightened her. " Farewell, sir," she said. " Can I serve you in any matter at Parma?" " Give a thought, sometimes, to this question. His profession is to stir men's hearts, and prevent them from falling asleep in that false and utterly material happiness which monarchies bestow. Is the service he renders his fellow citizens worth 100 francs a month? My misfortune," he added very gently, " is that I love. For nearly 2 years you have filled all my soul, but until this day I had looked at you without causing you any fear." And he took to flight with a rapidity so prodigious that it both astonished and reassured the duchess. " The gendarmes would find it difficult to catch him," she thought. " He certainly is mad." " He is mad," her servants told her. " We have all known for ever so long that the poor man is desperately in love with the signora. When she is here, we see him wandering about in the upper parts of the wood, and as soon as she is gone, he never fails to come down and sit wherever she has stopped. He carefully picks up any flowers which may have fallen from her nosegay, and carries them about for a long time, fastened to his shabby hat." " And you never told me of these follies," said the duchess, almost reproachfully. " We were afraid the Signora Duchessa might tell Count Mosca. Poor Ferrante is such a good fellow, he never does anyone any harm, and because he loves our Napoleon, he has been condemned to death." Not a word did she say to the minister about this meeting, and as it was the first secret she had kept from him for over 4 years, she found herself stopped short in the middle of a sentence at least 10 times over. When she went back to Sacca, she brought gold with her, but Ferrante did not appear. A fortnight later she went again. Ferrante, after having followed her for some time, bounding along in the wood about 100 paces from her, bore down upon her as swiftly as a sparrow-hawk, and cast himself at her knees, as on the first occasion. " Where were you a fortnight ago? "" In the mountains beyond Novi, robbing some muleteers on their way back from Milan, where they had been selling oil." " Accept this purse." Ferrante opened the purse, took out a single sequin, which he kissed and thrust into his bosom, and then gave the purse back to her. " You give me back this purse, you who are a robber? "" No doubt about that. My rule is that I must never have more than 100 francs. Now, at this moment, the mother of my children has 80 francs, and I have 25. I am out of my reckoning by 5 francs, and if I were to be hanged at this moment, I should be stung by remorse. I have taken 1 sequin, because it comes from you, and I love you." The tone in which these simple words were spoken was perfect. He really does love, thought the duchess to herself. That day he seemed quite off his balance. He said there were some people at Parma who owed him 600 francs, and with that sum he would repair his hut in which his poor children were now constantly catching cold. " But I will advance the 600 francs to you," exclaimed the duchess, greatly moved. But then would not my political opponents slander me, and say that I, a public man, am selling myself? The duchess, deeply touched, offered to conceal him at Parma. if he would swear to her that for the moment he would not exercise his functions in the town, and above all that he would not carry out any of the death sentences which he declared he had in petto. " And if I am hanged as the result of my imprudence," said Ferrante seriously, " all those wretches who do the people so much harm will live for years and years, and whose fault will that be? What would my father say to me when I meet him up yonder?" The duchess talked to him a great deal about his little children, who would very likely die of the damp. At last he accepted her offer of a hiding-place in Parma. During the one and only half day which the Duke Sanseverina had spent at Parma after his marriage, he had shown the duchess a very curious secret chamber in the southern corner of the palace which bore his name. The outer wall, which dates from the Middle Ages, is 8 feet thick. It has been hollowed out within, and a chamber has thus been formed, some 20 feet high and only 2 wide. Just beside it is that much admired reservoir, quoted by all travellers, a famous piece of 12th century work, erected during the siege of Parma by the Emperor Sigismund, and included at a later period within the enclosure of the Palazzo Sanseverina. To enter the hiding-place, a huge block of stone, set toward its centre on an iron pivot, must be swung aside. So deeply touched was the duchess by Ferrante's condition of madness, and the melancholy fate of his children, for whom he obstinately refused to accept any gift of value, that for some considerable time she allowed him to make use of this chamber. About a month later she saw him again, still in the woods at Sacca, and, being a trifle calmer on that occasion, he recited one of his sonnets, which struck her as being equal, if not superior, to all the finest things produced in Italy during the previous 2 centuries. Ferrante was granted several interviews, but his passion grew more ardent and importunate, and the duchess perceived that it was following the laws of every love which is allowed the smallest opportunity for conceiving a gleam of hope. She sent him back to his woods, and forbade him to speak to her. He obeyed her instantly with the most perfect gentleness. Thus matters stood when Fabrizio was arrested. 3 days afterwards, just at nightfall, a Capuchin friar knocked at the door of the Palazzo Sanseverina. He had, he said, an important secret, which he desired to communicate to the mistress of the mansion. She was so wretched that she admitted him to her presence. It was Ferrante. " A fresh iniquity is taking place here, one with which the tribune of the people must concern himself. Moreover, as a private individual, all I have to give the Duchess Sanseverina is my life, and that I offer her." This heartfelt devotion on the part of a thief and a madman touched the duchess deeply. For a long time she conversed with this man, held to be the greatest poet of northern Italy, and she shed many tears. " This man understands my heart," said she to herself. The next day, at the Ave Maria, he reappeared, disguised as a liveried servant. " I have not left Parma. I have heard a horrible thing which my lips shall never repeat. But here I am. Consider, madam, what it is that you refuse. The being you see before you is no court puppet, but a man." He knelt as he spoke the words, as though to increase their weight, and added, " Yesterday I said to myself, ' She wept in my presence, therefore she is a thought less wretched.' But, sir, think of the risks you are running. You will be arrested in this city." The tribune, madam, will reply, " What is life when duty calls? The unhappy man whose penance it is that he feels no passion for virtue, since he has been consumed by love, will add, ' Madam, Fabrizio, a brave-hearted man, is perhaps about to perish. Do not drive away another brave man who offers you his service. Here you have a frame of steel and a heart that fears nothing in the world save your displeasure. If you mention your feelings to me again, I will close my doors to you forever.' " It did occur to the duchess that evening to tell Ferrante she would provide a small income for his children, but she was afraid he might go out from her presence and destroy himself. Hardly had he left her when, haunted as she was by gloomy forebodings, she began to muse. " I, too, may die. Would to God it might be so, and soon. If I could only find a man worthy of the name, to whom I might confide my poor Fabrizio." An idea flashed across the duchess. She took a sheet of paper, and in a document into which she introduced all the few law terms with which she was acquainted, she acknowledged that she had received the sum of 20,000 francs from Signor Ferrante Palla, on the express condition that she should pay a yearly pension of 1,500 francs to Signora Saracine and her 5 children. The duchess added, I further leave a yearly income of 300 francs to each of her 5 children, on condition that Ferrante Palla shall professionally attend my nephew Fabrice del Dongo, and be as a brother to him. I implore him to do this. She signed the paper, antedated it by a year, and put it away. 2 days later, Ferrante reappeared. It was just at the moment when the whole town was stirred by reports of Fabrizio's approaching execution. Was this gloomy ceremony to take place within the citadel, or under the tree in the public square? Many men of the humbler classes walked up and down in front of the citadel gates that evening, to try and see whether the scaffold was being built. This sight had moved Ferrante. He found the duchess dissolved in tears and quite unable to speak. She greeted him with her hand and pointed him to a seat. Ferrante, who was disguised that day as a Capuchin friar, behaved magnificently. Instead of seating himself, he knelt down and began to pray devoutly in an undertone. Seizing a moment when the duchess was a little calmer, and without changing his position, he broke off his prayer for an instant with the words, "Once again he offers his life." "Consider what you say," exclaimed the duchess, and in her eye there was that wild look which follows upon tears and warns us that rage is getting the better of emotion. "He offers his life to place an obstacle in the way of Fabrizio's fate, or to avenge it." "There is a circumstance," replied the duchess, "in which I might accept the sacrifice of your life." She was looking at him, closely and sternly. A flash of joy shone in his eyes. He rose swiftly to his feet and stretched out his arms toward heaven. The duchess fetched a document hidden in a secret drawer in her walnut wood cabinet. "Read it," said she to Ferrante. It was the gift in his children's favour of which we had just spoken. Tears and sobs prevented Ferrante from reading to the end. He fell on his knees. "Give me back that paper," said the duchess, and she burned it at the taper before his eyes. "My name must not appear if you are taken and executed," she added, "for this matter affects your very life. It is a joy to me to die by injuring the tyrant. It is a much greater joy to die for you. Now that is said, and clearly understood, do me the kindness not to speak of money again. It gives me a painful feeling that you may doubt me." "If you are compromised, I may be so too," replied the duchess, "and Fabrizio after me. For that reason, and not at all because I doubt your courage, I insist that the man who will pierce my heart shall be poisoned and not stabbed. For the same reason, a most important one to me, I command you to do everything in the world to save yourself." "I will perform all, faithfully, punctually, and prudently. I foresee, madam, that my vengeance will be bound up with yours. Even if it were otherwise, I would still obey, faithfully, punctually, and prudently. I may not succeed, but I will strive with all the strength a man can use. Fabrizio's murderer must be poisoned." I had guessed it, and during the 27 months of this wandering and hateful life of mine, I have often thought of committing such an action on my own account. "If I am detected and condemned as your accomplice," continued the duchess, and there was pride in her voice, "I do not choose to have it imputed to me that I have tempted you. I command you to make no attempt to see me before the moment of our vengeance. There is to be no question of his being put to death until I give you the signal. At this moment, for instance, his death, far from being a service, would be a misfortune to me. His death will probably not have to take place for several months, but it will take place. I insist that he shall die by poison, and I would rather let him live on than see him killed by a bullet. For reasons which I do not choose to explain, I insist that your life shall be saved." The tone of authority the duchess used to him filled Ferrante with delight. A mighty joy shone in his eyes. As we have said, he was frightfully thin, but it was easy to see that he had been exceedingly handsome in his early youth, and he fancied he still was what he had been in former days. "Am I mad," he thought, "or does the duchess intend, some day when I shall have given her this proof of my devotion, to make me the happiest of all living men? And why not, after all? Am I not quite as good as that puppet Mosca, who has not been able to do anything for her in her need, not even to help Monsignor Fabrizio to escape?" "I may desire his death even to-morrow," continued the duchess, still in the same authoritative tone, You know that huge reservoir of water at the corner of the palace, close by the hiding place you have occasionally occupied? There are secret means whereby all that water can be turned into the street. Well, that shall be the signal for my vengeance. If you are at Parma, you will see. If you are living in your woods, you will hear that the great reservoir at the Sanseverina Palace has burst. Act then, at once. But use poison, and above all things, risk your own life as little as may be. Let no one ever know that I have had a finger in the matter." "Words are useless," replied Ferrante, with ill-restrained enthusiasm. "I have already decided on the means I shall employ. That man's life becomes more odious to me than before, since as long as he lives I shall not dare to look on you again. I shall await the signal of the reservoir bursting onto the street." He bowed swiftly and went out. The duchess watched him go. When he had reached the next apartment, she called him back. "Ferrante!" she cried. "Noble fellow!" He returned, as though impatient at being delayed. At that moment there was something magnificent about his face. "And your children?" "Madam, they will be richer than I. You will perhaps grant them some trifling income." "Here," said the duchess, holding out a sort of large olive-wood case. "Here are all the diamonds I have left. They are worth 50,000 francs. "Ah, madam, you humiliate me!" exclaimed Ferrante with a horrified gesture, and his whole countenance changed. "I shall never see you again before the thing is done. Take this, I desire it," added the duchess, with a haughty expression which crushed Ferrante. He slipped the case into his pocket and retired. He had closed the door behind him when the duchess called him back, and he returned, wearing an anxious expression. The duchess was standing in the middle of the drawing-room. She threw herself into his arms. After a moment, Ferrante almost fainted from sheer happiness. The duchess freed herself from his embrace and glanced meaningly at the door. "This is the only man who ever understood me," said the duchess to herself. "Fabrizio would have behaved like that if he could have understood me." The duchess possessed two special characteristics. What she had desired once, she desired always, and she never deliberated a second time concerning anything she had once decided. In this last connection, she would quote a remark made by her first husband, the kind-hearted General Pietranera. "What an insolence to my own self! Why should I think I am cleverer to-day than I was when I made the decision?" From that moment a sort of cheerfulness reappeared in the duchess's temper. Before that fatal resolution was taken, at every step her mind took, at every new point she noticed, she had felt her own inferiority to the prince, her weakness, and the vile fashion in which she had been tricked. The prince, as she held, had shamelessly deceived her, and Count Mosca, as the result of his courtier-like instinct, had, though innocently, seconded the prince's efforts. Once vengeance was decided on, she felt her own strength, and every fresh working of her mind brought her happiness. I am rather disposed to think that the immoral delight the Italian nature finds in vengeance is connected with the strength of the national imagination. The natives of other countries do not, strictly speaking, forgive, they forget. The duchess did not see Palla again until toward the end of Fabrizio's prison days. He it was, as my readers may perhaps have guessed, who suggested the idea of the escape. In the woods, about 2 leagues from Sacca, stood a half-ruined tower, dating from the Middle Ages, and over 100 feet high. Before mentioning the idea of a flight a second time to the duchess, Ferrante besought her to send Ludovico with some trusty men to set a succession of ladders against this tower. In the presence of the duchess, he climbed to the top by the ladders, and came down simply on a knotted rope. 3 times over he made the experiment, and then set forth his notion again. A week afterward, Ludovico also came down from the top of the tower on a knotted rope. Then it was that the duchess suggested the idea to Fabrizio. During the last days before the attempt, which might possibly, and that in more than one fashion, result in the prisoner's death, the duchess never knew an instant's repose, except when Ferrante was with her. The man's courage stirred her own, but it will be easily understood that she felt obliged to hide this strange connection from the count. She was not afraid of his being horrified by it, but she would have been worried by his objections, which would have doubled her own anxiety. What? Choose an acknowledged madman sentenced to death to be her closest counsellor? And, the duchess would add, talking to herself, a man capable in the future of doing such strange things. Ferrante was in the duchess's drawing-room when the count entered it to inform her of the prince's conversation with Rassi. She had much ado, after the count's departure, in preventing Ferrante from proceeding instantly to the execution of his terrible project. " I am strong now," cried the crazy fellow. " I have no doubt at all as to the legitimacy of my action." But in the moment of rage which must inevitably follow, Fabrizio would be put to death. Well, then, he would be spared the danger of his descent. It is possible, it is even easy, he added, but the young man has had no practice. The marriage of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister was duly celebrated, and at the fete given on that occasion the duchess was able to meet Clelia and talk to her, without rousing the suspicions of well-bred lookers-on. In the garden, whither the two ladies had betaken themselves to get a moment's breath of air, the duchess herself gave Clelia the packet of ropes. These ropes, most carefully made of hemp and silk mixed, and knotted, were very slight and fairly flexible. Ludovico had tested their strength, and every yard of them would safely carry 8 hundredweight. They had been compressed into several packets, exactly resembling quarto volumes. Clelia took possession of them, and promised the duchess she would do everything that was humanly possible to get them into the Farnese Tower. " But your natural timidity alarms me, and besides," added the duchess politely, " what interest can you feel in a man you do not know? Monsignore del Dongo is unfortunate, and I promise you that he shall be saved by me." But the duchess, who had no particular confidence in the presence of mind of a young lady of 20, had taken other precautions, which she took care not to reveal to the governor's daughter. As may naturally be supposed, the said governor was present at the festivities in honour of the marriage of the Marchese Crescenzi's sister. The duchess said to herself that if she could give him a strong narcotic, it might be concluded, on the first blush, that he had been seized with a fit of apoplexy, and then, instead of putting him into his carriage to take him back to the citadel, she might, by dint of some little cunning, contrive to have him carried in a litter, which should chance to be in the house in which the guests were assembled. There, too, should be found intelligent men, dressed as workmen employed about the festivities, who, in the general confusion, should obligingly offer themselves to carry the sick man up to his palace on the height. These men, headed by Ludovico, carried a considerable quantity of rope, skilfully concealed about their persons. It will be observed that since she had been seriously considering the subject of Fabrizio's flight, the duchess had quite lost her head. The peril in which that beloved being stood was more than she could bear, and above all, it had lasted too long. By the very excess of her precautions, as we shall see, she almost brought about the failure of his escape. Everything was carried out as she had planned, with this single exception, that the effect of the narcotic was far too powerful. Every one, even professional men, believed the general had an attack of apoplexy. Fortunately, Clelia, in her despair, never for a moment suspected the duchess's criminal attempt. So great was the confusion when the litter in which the general lay half dead was borne into the citadel, that no objection was made to the entrance of Ludovico and his men, and they were only subjected to a purely formal search on the Bridge of the Slave. When they had carried the general to his bed, they were taken to the servants' quarters, and hospitably entertained. But after the meal, which did not end till toward morning, they were informed that according to the rules of the prison, they must be locked up for the remainder of the night in one of the lower rooms of the palace. After daylight the next morning they would be set at liberty by the governor's lieutenant. The men had contrived to convey the ropes they had been carrying to Ludovico. But Ludovico found great difficulty in attracting Clelia's attention for a moment. At last, as she was passing out of one room into another, he made her see that he was laying the packets of rope in a dark corner in one of the drawing-rooms on the first floor. Clelia was profoundly impressed by this strange incident, and horrible suspicions at once started up in her mind. " Who are you? " said she to Ludovico, and when he gave her a very ambiguous answer, she added, " I ought to have you arrested. Either you or those employing you have poisoned my father. Tell me this instant what poison you have used, so that the doctor of the citadel may give him the proper remedies. Confess instantly, or else neither you nor your accomplices shall ever leave this citadel again." " The signora does wrong to be alarmed," replied Ludovico with the most perfect grace and civility. There is no question of poison at all. Someone has imprudently given the general a dose of laudanum, and the servant commissioned to commit this crime has apparently put a few drops too many into the glass. This will cause us eternal remorse. But the signora may rest assured that, thank heaven for it, there is no danger of any sort. The governor must be treated for having taken an overdose of laudanum by mistake. But I have the honour of assuring the signorina, once more, that the footman employed about the crime used no real poison, such as those used by Barbone when he tried to make away with Monsignor Fabrizio. There has been no attempt to avenge the danger run by Monsignore Fabrizio. All the clumsy footman was given was a flask of laudanum. I swear that to the signorina on my oath. But of course she understands that if I were cross-questioned officially, I would deny everything. Besides, if the signorina were to speak to anyone, even to the good Don Cesare, either of laudanum or of poison, Fabrizio would be slain by the signorina's own hand. She would make any attempt at flight impossible, and the signorina knows better than I that the people who desire to poison Monsignore will not use laudanum only, and she knows, too, that a certain person has only granted 1 month's grace, and that more than 1 week has already passed by since the fatal order was received. Therefore, if she has me arrested, or if she even says a single word to Don Cesare, or any other person, she will throw back all our undertakings for much more than a month, and I speak the truth when I say that she will be killing Monsignore Fabrizio with her own hand." Clelia was terrified by the strange calm with which Ludovico spoke. " So here I am," she thought, " in close conversation with a man who has poisoned my father, and who addresses me with the utmost politeness, and it is love which has led me into all these crimes." So great was her remorse that she had hardly strength to speak. She said to Ludovico, " I am going to lock you up in this room. I must run and tell the doctor that the illness is caused by laudanum. But, great heavens, how am I to tell him that I have found it out myself? Then I will come back and release you." " But," said Clelia, hurrying back from the door, " did Fabrizio know anything about this laudanum?" " No, indeed, signora, he never would have consented, and besides, what was the good of confiding in an unnecessary person? We act with the strictest caution. Our object is to save Monsignore Fabrizio, who will be poisoned within 3 weeks. The order has been given by a person whose will meets, as a rule, with no obstacles. But if the signorina must know all, it is believed that the duty has been confided to the terrible Chief Justice Rassi." Clelia fled in horror. She had such confidence in Don Cesare's perfect uprightness that she ventured to tell him, with a certain amount of reticence, that the general had been given laudanum and nothing more. Without replying, without asking a question, Don Cesare hastened to the doctor. Clelia returned to the drawing-room into which she had locked Ludovico, intending to ply him with questions concerning the laudanum. She did not find him there. He had contrived to escape. Lying on a table, she perceived a purse of sequins and a little box containing several sorts of poisons. The sight of the poison made her shudder. " How can I be sure," she thought, " that nothing but laudanum has been administered to my father, and that the duchess has not tried to avenge herself for the attempt made by Barbone? Great God," she exclaimed, " I am holding intercourse with my father's poisoners, and I have allowed them to escape, and perhaps, if that man had been closely questioned, he would have confessed to something more than laudanum." Bursting into tears, Clelia instantly fell upon her knees and prayed fervently to the Madonna. Meanwhile, the doctor of the citadel, greatly astonished by the information conveyed to him by Don Cesare, according to which laudanum was the cause of all the trouble, administered suitable remedies, which soon removed the most alarming symptoms. At daybreak the general came to his senses a little. His first act on returning to consciousness was to pour volleys of abuse on the colonel, his second in command of the citadel, who had ventured, while the general lay unconscious, to give a few orders of the most simple description. The governor then flew into a violent rage with a kitchen maid who had brought him a bowl of broth, and who ventured to pronounce the word apoplexy. " Is a man of my age," he exclaimed, " likely to have an apoplexy? Only my bitterest enemies could possibly take pleasure in putting such a story about. Besides, have I been bled, so as to give even slanderers a right to talk about apoplexy?" Fabrizio, deep in preparations for his own departure, could not conceive the meaning of the strange noises that filled the citadel when the governor was carried back to it half dead. At first he fancied his sentence had been altered, and that he was about to be put to death. Then, when nobody appeared in his room, he concluded that Clelia had been betrayed, that the ropes which she had probably been carrying back into the fortress had been taken from her, and that, in fact, all the plans for his escape had been rendered impossible. At dawn the following morning he saw an unknown man enter his room, and, without uttering a word, set down a basket of fruit. Under the fruit was hidden a letter, couched in the following terms: "Filled with the bitterest remorse for what has been done, not, thank heaven, by my consent, but in consequence of an idea of mine, I have made a vow to the Most Holy Virgin that if, by her blessed intercession, my father's life is saved, I will never again refuse to obey an order of his. I shall marry the Marchese as soon as he requires me to do it, and I shall never see you again. Nevertheless, I believe it to be my duty to carry through that which has been begun. On Sunday next, when you come back from Mass, to which you will be taken at my request — forget not to prepare your soul for death, you may lose your life in your difficult undertaking — when you come back from Mass, I say, do all you can to delay the moment when you re-enter your room. There you will find that which is indispensable for your intended enterprise. If you perish, it will break my heart. Will you be able to accuse me of having had a hand in your death? Has not the duchess herself told me over and over again that the Raversi faction is winning the day? It is bent on binding the prince to it by an act of cruelty which will separate him forever from Count Mosca. The duchess has sworn to me, with tears, that no resource save this remains. If you make no attempt, you will certainly perish. I cannot look at you again, I have made my vow. But if, toward the evening on Sunday, you see me at the usual window, dressed entirely in black, it will be a sign that on the following night everything will be ready, as far as my feeble powers will permit. After 11 o'clock, perhaps at midnight, or 1 in the morning, a little lamp will stand in my window. That will be the decisive moment. Commend your soul to your patron saint, put on the priestly habit with which you are provided, and depart. Farewell, Fabrizio. I shall be at my prayers, and shedding the bitterest tears, you may be sure of that, while you are running these terrible risks. If you perish, I shall not survive you. Great God, what have I said? But if you succeed, I shall never see your face again. On Sunday, after Mass, you will find in your prison the money, the poisons, the ropes sent to you by that terrible woman who loves you so passionately, and who has told me 3 times over that the thing must be done. May God and the Blessed Madonna save you." Fabio Conti was a jailer whose soul was always anxious, miserable, wretched, constantly dreaming that some prisoner was escaping from his clutches. He was loathed by every soul in the citadel. But misfortune inspires all men with the same sentiments, and the unhappy prisoners, even those chained up in dungeons 3 feet high and wide and 8 feet long, in which they could neither stand nor sit upright, all the prisoners, even these, I say, joined in having a Te Deum sung at their expense when they heard that the governor was out of danger. 2 or 3 of the poor wretches even wrote sonnets in honour of Fabio Conti. Such is the effect of misery upon mankind. Let that man blame them whose fate has condemned him to spend a year in a dungeon 3 feet high, with 8 ounces of bread a day, and fasting on Fridays. Clelia, who never left her father's room except to say her prayers in the chapel, announced that the governor had decided that the rejoicings were not to take place until the Sunday. On that Sunday morning, Fabrizio was present at the Mass and the Te Deum. In the evening there were fireworks, and the soldiers in the lower halls of the castle received wine, 4 times as much as the quantity authorized by the governor. Some unknown person had even sent in several barrels of brandy, which the soldiers broached. The soldiers who were drinking themselves drunk were too good-natured to allow their 5 comrades, who were doing sentry duty on the palace, to suffer from that fact. As fast as they reached their sentry boxes, a trusty servant gave them wine. Further, some unknown hand provided those on duty from midnight onward with a glass of brandy, and, as was ultimately proved at the trial, at each glass the brandy bottle was forgotten in the sentry box. The merry-making lasted longer than Clelia had expected, and it was not till toward 1 o'clock that Fabrizio, who more than a week previously had sawn through the bars of the window which did not look toward the aviary, began to take down the wooden screen. He was working almost over the heads of the sentries on the governor's palace, but they heard nothing. All he had done to the immensely long rope necessary for carrying him down the terrible descent of 180 feet was to make a few fresh knots. He had slung this line over his shoulder. It was very much in his way on account of its bulk. The knots prevented it from falling together, and it stood out more than 18 inches from his body. " This will be my great difficulty," said Fabrizio to himself. Having arranged this rope as best he could, Fabrizio took the length which he intended should carry him down the 35 feet between his window and the terrace on which the governor's palace stood. But seeing he could hardly, drunk though the sentinels were, come down on the very tops of their heads, he got out, as we have already said, by the second window of his room, which looked on to the roof of a sort of huge guard-room. Some sick whim of the General Fabio Conti's had filled this old guard-room, which had not been used for a century, with a couple of 100 soldiers, whom he ordered up as soon as he could speak. He declared that the people who had tried to poison him would murder him in his bed, and that these 200 soldiers must protect him. The effect of this unexpected measure on Clelia's feelings may be imagined. The pious-hearted girl was very deeply conscious of the extent to which she was deceiving her father, and a father who had just been very nearly poisoned in the interests of the prisoner whom she loved. The unexpected advent of these 200 men almost struck her as a decree of Providence, forbidding her to go forward and restore Fabrizio to liberty. But the prisoner's approaching death was the universal topic of conversation in Parma. Even at the festivities in honour of the marriage of Signorina Giulia Crescenzi, the melancholy subject had been discussed. Since a man of Fabrizio's birth, imprisoned for such a trifle as an unlucky sword thrust given to an actor, was not set at liberty after 9 months' detention, although he was favoured by the Prime Minister, there must be something political about his story. That being so, it was said, there was no use in thinking more about it. If it did not suit the authorities to put him to death in the public square, he would soon die of sickness. A locksmith who had been sent for to do some work in General Fabio Conti's palace referred to Fabrizio as a prisoner who had been put to death long since, and whose death was concealed for reasons of policy. When Clelia heard that man speak, she made up her mind. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 22. In the course of that day, Fabrizio was assailed several times over by certain serious and disagreeable reflections. But as he heard the hours strike, each one of which brought him nearer to the moment of action, he felt himself grow brisk and cheerful. The duchess had written to him that the fresh air was sure to overcome him, and that he would hardly have got outside his prison before he found it impossible to walk. In that case, it would certainly be better to run the risk of being retaken than to throw himself from the top of a wall 180 feet high. " If that misfortune overtakes me," said Fabrizio to himself, "I will lie down close to the parapet, I will sleep for an hour, and I will start again. As I have sworn my oath to Clelia, I would rather fall from the top of a rampart, however high, than spend my life considering the taste of every bit of bread I eat. What horrible suffering there must be at the end, when a man dies of poison! And Fabio Conti would make no bones about it, he would just give me the arsenic with which he kills the rats in his fortress." Toward midnight, one of those thick white fogs which the Po sometimes casts over its banks rose over the town, and thence to the esplanade and the bastions, in the midst of which stands the great tower of the citadel. Fabrizio thought he perceived that the little acacias round the soldiers' gardens, at the foot of the great wall below, were no longer visible. " This is capital," thought he to himself. A little after the stroke of 12:30, the tiny lamp appeared in the aviary window. Fabrizio was ready. He crossed himself. Then he fastened the thin rope which was to carry him down the 25 feet between his room and the platform on which the palace stood, to his bed. He reached the roof of the guard-room, occupied since the previous night by the 200 extra men of whom we have spoken, without any mishap. Unluckily, at that hour, 1:45, the soldiers were not yet asleep, and while Fabrizio stepped stealthily over the great curved roof tiles, he heard them saying that the devil was on their roof, and that they must try and shoot him with a musket. Some voices declared this wish to be exceedingly impious. Others said that if they fired a shot without killing anything, the governor would put them all in prison for having alarmed the garrison unnecessarily. All this fine discussion caused Fabrizio to hurry over the roof as quickly as he could, and thus make much more noise than he might have done. As a matter of fact, when he passed, clinging to his rope, in front of the windows, and fortunately for him, owing to the projection of the roof some 4 or 5 feet away from them, they were all bristling with bayonets. Some people have declared that Fabrizio, who was always a wild fellow, took it into his head to play the devil's part, and threw a handful of sequins to the soldiers. He certainly did scatter sequins all over the floor of his room and across the platform as he passed from the Farnese Tower to the parapet, on the chance of their distracting the attention of the soldiers who might try to pursue him. Once he had reached the platform, surrounded by sentries who, as a rule, shouted a complete sentence, "All's well round my post," every quarter of an hour, he moved toward the western parapet and looked about for the new stone. What appears incredible, and might induce one to doubt the facts if their consequences had not been witnessed by a whole city, is that the sentries along the parapet did not catch sight of Fabrizio and lay hands on him. It is true that the fog to which we have referred was beginning to rise, and Fabrizio has related that when he was on the platform the fog seemed to him to have reached halfway up the Farnese Tower. But it was not a thick fog, and he could easily distinguish the sentries, some of whom were moving about. He used to add that, driven by some supernatural force, he placed himself boldly between 2 sentries not very far from each other, and quietly unwound the long rope he was carrying slung round his body, and which got entangled twice over. It took him a long time to disentangle it and lay it out upon the parapet. He could hear the soldiers talking all round him, and was quite resolved to stab the first who came near him. I was not in the least agitated, he used to add. I seemed to myself to be performing some ceremony. At last he cleared his rope and fastened it into an opening in the parapet, made for the rainwater to run through. Then he climbed onto the parapet and prayed earnestly to God. Next, like a hero of the days of chivalry, he thought for an instant of Clelia. "What a different man I am," said he to himself, "from the careless and libertine Fabrizio who came into this place 9 months ago." At last he began to let himself down the tremendous height. He moved mechanically, he said, as he would have done if he had been coming down before friends in broad daylight to win a wager. About midway he suddenly felt the strength in his arms fail. He even thinks he lost his grip of the rope for a moment, but he soon grasped it again. Perhaps, he said afterwards, he held on to the brambles against which he was slipping and which tore him. Every now and then he felt a most agonizing pain between his shoulders, which almost took away his breath. The undulating motion was most trying. He was constantly being swung away from the rope against the brambles. He was touched by several birds of considerable size, which he disturbed, and which blundered against him as they flew away. He took the first of these for people in pursuit of him, who were descending from the citadel in the same manner, and made ready to defend himself. At last he reached the base of the great tower, unhurt, except that his hands were bleeding. He related that over the lower half of the tower the outward slope of the wall was of great assistance to him. He rubbed against it as he went down, and the plants growing between the stones held him up. When he reached the bottom he fell on an acacia in the soldiers' gardens, which, looking at it from above, he had taken to be 4 or 5 feet high, but which was really 15 or 20. A drunken man, who was sleeping under it, took him for a robber. When Fabrizio fell out of this tree, he almost put out his left arm. He began to hurry toward the rampart, but according to his own story, his legs seemed made of wadding. He had no strength left. In spite of the danger, he sat down and drank a little brandy, which still remained to him. For some minutes he slept, so soundly as not to remember where he was. When he woke up, he thought he was in his room, and could not understand how it was he saw trees. At last the awful truth dawned on him. Instantly he moved toward the rampart, and reached it by a wide flight of steps. A sentry was snoring in his box close by. He found a cannon lying in the grass, and fastened his third rope to it. It was a little too short, and he fell into a muddy ditch with about a foot of water in it. Just as he was getting up and trying to make out where he was, he felt himself seized by two men. For a moment he was alarmed, but soon, close to his ear, and in a very low voice, he heard the words, "Ah, monsignore, monsignore." He realized dimly that the men came from the duchess, and instantly he fainted dead away. A little while after, he felt himself being carried by men who walked swiftly and silently. Then they stopped, which terrified him very much. But he had no strength either to speak or to open his eyes. He felt somebody embrace him, and suddenly he recognized the perfume of the duchess's clothes. That perfume revived him. He was able to open his eyes and say, "Ah, dearest friend!" And then he fainted again. The faithful Bruno, with a squad of police officers, all devoted to the count, was waiting 200 paces off. The count himself was hiding in a little house close to the spot where the duchess was waiting. He would not have hesitated, had it been necessary, to draw his sword, assisted by several half-pay officers, his own intimate friends. He considered himself to have saved Fabrizio's life. He believed him to be in the most imminent danger, and he felt the prince would have signed his pardon if he, Mosca, had not committed the folly of endeavouring to save his sovereign from writing another. Ever since midnight the duchess, surrounded by men armed to the teeth, had been wandering up and down, in dead silence, close to the citadel ramparts. She could not stay quiet for an instant. She expected to have to fight to save Fabrizio from his pursuers. Her fervent imagination had inspired her with 100 precautions, too long to mention here, and all of them incredibly imprudent. More than 80 persons are calculated to have been on foot that night, expecting to fight on some extraordinary occasion. Fortunately, Ferrante and Ludovico were at the head of the business, and the minister of police was not hostile. But the count himself remarked that nobody betrayed the duchess, and in his ministerial capacity he knew nothing at all. The duchess utterly lost her head when she saw Fabrizio. First of all, she clasped him in her arms, and then, when she saw he was covered with blood, she grew beside herself with alarm. The blood had flowed from Fabrizio's hands, but she thought he was dangerously hurt. Helped by one of her servants, she was taking off his coat to dress his wounds, when Ludovico, who fortunately was present, insisted on placing the duchess and Fabrizio in one of the little carriages which had been kept hidden in a garden near the gate of the city, and they started full gallop to get across the Po at Sacca. Ferrante, with 20 well-armed men, formed the rear guard, and had staked his own life that he would stop all pursuit. The count did not leave the vicinity of the citadel, and then, alone and on foot, till 2 hours later, when he saw that nothing was stirring. "Now," said he, "I am steeped in high treason," and he was half wild with joy. Ludovico hit upon the excellent idea of putting a young surgeon attached to the duchess's household, and who was very much of Fabrizio's build, into a carriage. "Fly," said he to him, "toward Bologna. Blunder as much as ever you can, try to get yourself arrested, then refuse to give clear answers, and end by owning that you are Fabrizio del Dongo. Above all things, gain time. Use all your skill to be as stupid as you can. You will get off with a month's imprisonment, and the duchess will give you 50 sequins. Does anybody think of money when it's a question of serving the duchess?" Off he started, and was arrested some hours later, to the deep delight of General Fabio Conti and Rassi, who saw his barony take to itself wings and fly away together with Fabrizio's peril. It was not till 6 o'clock in the morning that the escape became known in the citadel, and it was 10 before anybody dared tell the prince. So well had the duchess been served that, in spite of Fabrizio's profound slumber, which she took for a dangerous fainting fit, and consequently stopped the carriage 3 times over, she was crossing the river in a boat as the clock struck 4. Relays of horses awaited them on the farther bank. They drove 2 more leagues very swiftly. Then they were stopped for more than an hour to verify their passports. The duchess had passports of every kind, both for herself and Fabrizio, but she was half mad that day. She took it into her head to give 10 Napoleons to the Austrian police official. She took his hand and burst into tears. The official, very much startled, did all his verification over again. They now took post horses. The duchess paid so lavishly that in a country where every stranger is looked at doubtfully, she aroused universal suspicion. Once more Ludovico came to the rescue. He declared the duchess was mad with grief on account of the long-continued fever of young Count Mosca, the son of the Prime Minister of Parma, whom she was taking to Pavia to consult the doctors there. It was not till they were 10 leagues beyond the Po that the prisoner thoroughly woke up. One of his shoulders was dislocated, and he was covered with abrasions. The duchess was still behaving in such an extraordinary fashion that the host of the village inn in which they dined thought he had to do with one of the imperial princesses, and would have rendered her the honours he believed to be her due, when Ludovico warned him that the princess would certainly have him thrown into prison if he ventured to have the bells rung. At last, towards 6 o'clock in the evening, they reached Piedmontese soil. Not till then was Fabrizio in perfect safety. He was conveyed to a little village standing off the high road. His hands were dressed. He slept for a few hours longer. It was then that the duchess indulged in an action which was not only a hateful one from the moral point of view, but the effect of which on the tranquillity of the remainder of her life was grievous in the extreme. Some weeks before Fabrizio's escape, on a day when the whole of Parma had betaken itself to the citadel gates, to try and catch sight of the scaffold being erected in the courtyard for his benefit, the duchess had shown Ludovico, who had become her household factotum, the secret whereby one of the stones forming the bottom of the famous reservoir attached to the Palazzo San Severina, that work of the 13th century to which we have already referred, might be driven out of its skilfully concealed iron bed. While Fabrizio was sleeping soundly in the little village tavern, the duchess sent for Ludovico. So strange were the glances she cast at him that he thought she had lost her reason. " No doubt you expect me to give you several thousand francs," said she. " Well, I am not going to do that. You are a poet, you would soon have squandered all the money. I shall give you the little property called the Ricciarda, a league from Casalmaggiore." Beside himself with delight, Ludovico cast himself at her feet, protesting in heartfelt accents that it was not for the sake of earning money that he had helped to save Monsignore Fabrizio, and that he had always loved him with a special affection since the time when he had been third coachman to the duchess, and had had the honour of driving his carriage. When the man, who was really a faithful-hearted fellow, thought he had sufficiently encroached on this great lady's time, he would have taken his leave, but she, with flashing eyes, said to him, " Stay here." She was walking silently up and down the tavern room, from time to time casting the most extraordinary glances on Ludovico. At last the man, perceiving no apparent end to her strange march, ventured to address his mistress. " The signora has granted me such an excessive gift, so far beyond anything a poor man like myself could have imagined, and above all so immensely superior to the poor services I have had the honour of doing her, that I think I cannot in all conscience keep the lands of the Ricciarda. I have the honour to return the property to the signora, and to entreat her to grant me a pension of 400 francs a year." " How many times in your life," said she to him, with the gloomiest air of pride, " how many times have you heard it said that I relinquished a plan I had once mentioned?" Having said these words, the duchess walked up and down again for some minutes. Then, stopping short, she cried, " It is by accident, and because he won that little girl's favour, that Fabrizio's life has been saved. If he had not made himself charming, he would have died. Can you deny me that?" she cried, sailing down upon Ludovico, her eyes flashing with the darkest rage. Ludovico stepped several paces backward, and concluded she was certainly mad, a fact which inspired him with serious alarm regarding his ownership of the Ricciarda. " Well, well," said the duchess, changing suddenly to the gentlest and most cheerful tone, " I desire my good people at Sacca shall have a delightful day, one they shall remember for ages. You shall go back to Sacca. Have you any objection? Do you think you will be in any danger?" " Very little, signora. Nobody in Sacca will ever let out that I have been in attendance on Monsignore Fabrizio. And besides, if I may venture to say so to the signora, I am longing to see my property of the Ricciarda. It seems so comical to me to be a landowner." " Your pleasure delights me. I think the tenant of the Ricciarda owes me some 2 or 3 years of his rent. I make him a present of 1/2 of what he owes me. The other half of all his arrears I give to you, but on this condition: you will go to Sacca, You will say that the day after tomorrow is the fete day of one of my patron saints, and the night after your arrival you will have my house illuminated in the most splendid manner. Spare neither money nor pains. Recollect that this has to do with the greatest happiness of my life. I have been making ready for this illumination for a long time. For more than 3 months I have been collecting everything needful for this splendid festivity in the cellars of my house. I have deposited all the fireworks for a magnificent display in the gardener's care. You will have them let off on the terrace facing the Po. There are 89 great hogsheads of wine in my cellars. You will set up 89 fountains running wine in my park. If a single bottle remains undrunk on the following day, I shall say you do not love Fabrizio. When the fountains of wine are running, and the illumination and the fireworks are in full swing, you will slip away cautiously, for it is possible, and that is my hope, that in Parma all these fine doings will be taken as an insult. That is not possible only, it is certain. And it is certain, too, that Chief Justice Rassi, who signed Monsignore's sentence, will be bursting with rage. And, added Ludovico somewhat timidly, if the signora desired to give her poor servant even a greater pleasure than that of receiving half the arrears of the Ricciarda, she would give me leave to play a little joke upon that same Rassi. " You're a good fellow," exclaimed the duchess, delighted, " but I absolutely forbid you to do anything at all to Rassi. I intend to have him publicly hanged at some future time. As for yourself, try not to get yourself arrested at Sacca. Everything would be spoiled if I lost you." " Me, signora? Once I have said I am keeping the feast of one of the Signora Duchessa's patron saints, you may be sure that if the police sent 30 gendarmes to interfere, not one of them would be on his horse by the time they reached the Red Cross in the middle of the village. They are not to be trifled with, those Sacca men. First-rate smugglers, every one of them, and they worship the signora." Well, the duchess began again with a curiously off-hand air. " While I give my wine to my good people at Sacca, I want to drench the people of Parma. On the very night when my castle is lighted up, take the best horse in my stables, hurry off to my palace in Parma, and open the reservoir." " Ah, that's a fine idea of the signora's," cried Ludovico in fits of laughter. " Wine for the good folks at Sacca, water for the Parmese townsmen, who had made so certain, the wretches, that Monsignore was going to be poisoned like poor so-and-so." Ludovico could not get over his delight. The duchess watched his ecstasies with evident satisfaction. " Wine for the Sacca men," he kept saying, " water for the Parmese. The signora doubtless knows, better than I do, that 20 years ago, when the reservoir was imprudently emptied, the water ran a foot deep in many of the streets of Parma." " And water for the Parmese," answered the duchess, laughing. " The square before the citadel would have been crammed with people if Fabrizio's head had been cut off. Everybody calls him the great culprit. But above all things, do it cunningly. Let no living being ever know that the inundation was your work, nor done by my order. Fabrizio, even the count himself, must remain in ignorance of this wild joke. But I was forgetting my poor people at Sacca. Go you, and write a letter to my man of business, which I will sign. You will tell him that he is to distribute 100 sequins among the poor of Sacca, in honour of my patron saint, and that he is to take all your orders about the illumination, the fireworks, and the wine. Above all things, be sure there is not one full bottle in my cellars the next morning. The signora's steward will only find one difficulty. The signora has owned the castle now for 5 years, and she has not left 10 poor persons in Sacca." " And water for the Parmese," quoth the duchess, humming it like tune. " How shall you carry out my joke? I see my plan quite clearly. I shall start from Sacca at 9 o'clock. At 10:30 my horse will be at the inn of the 3 blockheads on the road to Casalmaggiore, and my property of the Ricciarda. At 11 I shall be in my room at the palace, and at 15:15 the townsfolk of Parma will have water, and more than they want of it, to drink the great culprit's health. 10 minutes later I shall go out of the city by the Bologna road. As I pass it by, I shall make a deep bow to the citadel, on which Monsignor's bravery and the signora's wit have just heaped dishonour. I shall take a country path with which I am well acquainted, and so I shall make my way back to the Ricciarda." Ludovico raised his eyes to the duchess's face, and felt a thrill of terror. She was staring fixedly at the bare wall 6 paces from her, and it must be acknowledged that there was something awful in her glance. " Ah, my poor land," thought Ludovico to himself, " she is certainly mad." The duchess looked at him and guessed his thought. " Aha, Signor Ludovico, the great poet! You would like the gift in writing. Fetch me a sheet of paper." Ludovico did not wait for a repetition of the injunction, and the duchess wrote out in her own hand a lengthy acknowledgment, antedated by 12 months, whereby she declared she had received the sum of 80,000 francs from Ludovico San Michele, and had given him the Ricciarda as security for that sum. If, at the expiration of 12 months, the duchess had not returned the said 80,000 francs to Ludovico, the lands of the Ricciarda were to remain his property. " There is something fine," said the duchess to herself, " in giving a faithful servant very nearly a third of all that remains to myself." " Hark !" said the duchess to Ludovico. " After you have played my joke with the reservoir, I can only give you 2 days in which to enjoy yourself at Casal Maggiore. To ensure the validity of the sale, you must say the business dates more than a year back. You must rejoin me at Belgirate, and that without delay. Fabrizio may possibly go to England, and you must follow him thither." Early the next morning the duchess and Fabrizio were at Belgirate. They settled themselves down in that enchanting village. But a mortal sorrow awaited the duchess on the shores of the beautiful Lago Maggiore. Fabrizio was an altered man. From the very first moments of his awakening out of the lethargic slumber which had followed his flight, the duchess had perceived that something extraordinary was passing within his soul. The deep feeling, which he hid with so much care, was a somewhat strange one. It was nothing less than his despair at finding himself out of prison. He carefully abstained from confessing the cause of his sadness. That would have elicited questions which he did not choose to answer. " But," said the duchess in her astonishment, " the hideous sensation, when hunger forced you to stave off inanition by eating some of the horrible food sent from the prison kitchen, the sensation, is there any odd taste about this? Am I poisoning myself at this moment? Did not that feeling fill you with horror?" " I thought of death," replied Fabrizio, " just as I suppose soldiers think of it. It was a possibility which I fully believed I should escape by my own skill." What an anxiety, what a grief was this to the duchess! She watched this being whom she adored, who had once been so unlike other men, so lively, so full of originality, a prey now to the deepest reverie. He preferred solitude even to the pleasure of talking over everything, in utter frankness, with the best friend he had in the world. His behaviour to the duchess was still kindly, attentive, full of gratitude. As in the old days, he would have given his life for her 100 times over. But his heart was elsewhere. Often they sailed 4 or 5 leagues over the lovely lake without exchanging a word. Conversation, the chilly exchange of thought still possible to them, might perhaps have seemed agreeable to others, but they, and more especially the duchess, still recollected what their conversations had been before that fatal day with Giletti had parted them. Fabrizio owed the duchess the story of the 9 months he had spent in a hideous prison, and now it appeared that all he had to tell of that time amounted to a few short and unfinished phrases. " This was sure to happen sooner or later," said the duchess to herself drearily. " Sorrow has aged me, or else real love has come to him, and I only hold the second place in his heart." Humbled, crushed by this greatest of all possible sorrows, the duchess would sometimes murmur to herself, " If it had been Heaven's will that Ferrante should have gone quite mad, or that his courage should have failed, it seems to me I should have been less wretched." From that moment this partial regret poisoned the duchess's esteem for her own character. " So," she mused bitterly, " I repent me now of a resolution I have once taken. I am no longer a Del Dongo." " Heaven willed it so," she began again. " Fabrizio is in love, and what right have I to desire he should not be in love? Has one single word of love ever been exchanged between us?" This thought, sensible as it was, prevented her from sleeping, and at last (this proves that age and a weakening soul had overtaken her, simultaneously with her hope of a condign vengeance) she was 100 times more wretched at Belgirate than she had been at Parma. As to the identity of the person who had cast Fabrizio into so strange a reverie, there was no possibility of any reasonable doubt. Clelia Conti, that pious maiden, had deceived her father, since she had consented to make the garrison drunk, and Fabrizio never mentioned Clelia's name. But, the duchess added, beating her breast in despair, if the garrison had not been intoxicated, all my inventiveness and all my care would have come to naught. Therefore it is she who has saved him. It was only with the most extreme difficulty that the duchess could induce Fabrizio to give her any details of the events of that night, which, so the duchess said to herself, would otherwise have been the subject of never-ending conversation between us. In those happy days he would have talked all day long, and with incessant spirit and gaiety, about the veriest trifle it came into my head to suggest. As it was necessary to provide for every contingency, the duchess had established Fabrizio at the port of Locarno, a Swiss town at the end of the Lago Maggiore. Every day she fetched him in a boat for long expeditions on the lake. One day she took it into her head to go up to his room, and found the walls covered with a quantity of views of the city of Parma, for which he had sent to Milan, or even to Parma itself, that country which he should have held in detestation. His little sitting-room had been transformed into a studio, fitted with all the impedimenta of a watercolour artist, and she found him just finishing a third sketch of the Farnese Tower and the governor's palace. " All you need to do now," said she, with a look of vexation, " is to draw the portrait of that delightful governor who wanted to poison you, from memory. But now I come to think of it," continued the duchess, " you really should write him a letter of apology for having taken the liberty of escaping and bringing ridicule upon his citadel." The poor lady little thought how truly she was speaking. Fabrizio's first care, the moment he had reached a place of safety, had been to indict General Fabio Conti a perfectly polite, and, in a sense, very ridiculous letter, in which he begged him to forgive him for having escaped, alleging as his excuse that he had been given reason to believe that a person occupying a subaltern position in the prison had been ordered to poison him. Fabrizio cared little what he wrote. His one hope was that the letter might fall under Clelia's eyes, and his own face was wet with tears as he traced the words. He closed his epistle with a very whimsical phrase. He ventured to say that now he was at liberty he very often regretted his little chamber in the Farnese Tower. This was the ruling thought of his letter, and he hoped Clelia would understand it. Still in a writing humour, and still hoping that a certain person might read what he wrote, Fabrizio penned his thanks to Don Cesare, the good-natured chaplain who had lent him theological books. A few days later, Fabrizio persuaded the small bookseller at Locarno to travel to Milan, where this worthy, who was a friend of the celebrated book fancier Reina, bought him the most splendid editions to be discovered of the works lent him by Don Cesare. The kind chaplain received these books with a fine letter, telling him that the poor prisoner, in moments of impatience which might perhaps be forgiven him, had covered the margins of his books with absurd notes. He therefore besought him to replace those volumes in his library by these now dispatched to him, with the most lively sense of gratitude. Fabrizio was not exactly correct when he described his endless scribblings on the margins of a folio copy of the works of St. Jerome as notes. Hoping he might be able to send the book back to the good chaplain and exchange it for another, he had written on its margins, from day to day, a most careful journal of everything that had happened to him in prison. These great events amounted to nothing but the expression of his ecstasies of divine love. The word divine was used instead of another, which he dared not write. Sometimes this divine love cast the prisoner into the deepest despair. Then again a voice heard in the air would give him some hope, and lift him into transports of happiness. All this was written, fortunately, in prison ink, composed of wine, chocolate, and soot, and Don Cesare, when he put the volume of St. Jerome back on his library shelves, had scarcely glanced at it. If he had looked closely over the margins, he would have become aware that one day the prisoner, believing himself to have been poisoned, was rejoicing in the thought that he was to die within 40 paces of that which he loved best in this world. But other eyes besides those of the kind-hearted chaplain had perused the page since Fabrizio's escape. The beautiful idea of dying near the object of one's love, expressed in 100 different forms, was followed by a sonnet, which set forth that the soul, parted after hideous torments from the weak body which it had inhabited for the past 23 years, and impelled by that instinctive desire for happiness natural to everything which has had life, would not, even if the great judge granted pardon for all its sins, betake itself to heaven to join the angelic choir the moment it obtained its freedom, but that, more happy after death than it had been in life, it would join itself to its earthly love within a few paces of the prison in which it had groaned so long. Thus, ran the last line of the sonnet, I shall have found my paradise on earth. Although within the citadel of Parma Fabrizio was never mentioned, except as a vile traitor who had violated the most sacred laws, the worthy priest was delighted at the sight of these beautiful books, sent him by an unknown hand, for Fabrizio had been careful not to write for a few days after their arrival, lest the sight of his name should induce the indignant return of the whole consignment. Don Cesare did not mention this attention to his brother, who flew into a fury whenever Fabrizio's name was spoken. But since the prisoner's escape he had fallen back into all his former intimacy with his charming niece, and as he had at one time taught her a little Latin, he showed her the beautiful books he had received. This had been the traveller's hope. Clelia suddenly reddened deeply. She had recognized Fabrizio's handwriting. Long, narrow pieces of yellow paper had been placed like markers in different parts of the volume, and how true is it that amidst the sordid money interests, and the cold and colourless vulgarity of the considerations which fill our lives, the acts inspired by a genuine passion seldom fail to produce their due effect? On this occasion, as though some favouring goddess led her by the hand, Clelia, guided by instinct, and by one overmastering thought, begged her uncle to allow her to compare his old copy of St. Jerome with that he had just received. How shall I describe the joy that brightened the gloomy sadness into which Fabrizio's absence had plunged her, when she found, on the margins of the old St. Jerome, the sonnet of which we have spoken, and the recital, day by day, of the love she had inspired. That very first day she knew the lines by heart, and sang them to herself, leaning on her own window, opposite that lonely one at which she had so often seen the tiny opening appear in the wooden screen. The screen in question had been taken down to be produced in court, and used as a proof in an absurd trial which Rassi was now instituting against Fabrizio, who was accused of having escaped, or, as the Chief Justice put it, laughing himself, of having snatched himself from the clemency of a magnanimous prince. Every step Clelia had taken caused her bitter remorse, and now that she was so unhappy, her self-reproach was all the deeper. She struggled to soften the blame she cast upon herself by recalling the vow she had made to the Madonna when the general had been half poisoned, and renewed every day since, that she would never see Fabrizio again. Fabrizio's escape had made the general very ill, and besides, he had very nearly lost his post, when the prince, in his rage, discharged all the jailers in the Farnese Tower, and sent them as prisoners to the city jail. The general had been partly saved by the intercession of Count Mosca, who preferred having him shut up in the top of his citadel to having to deal with him as an active and intriguing rival in court circles. It was during this fortnight of uncertainty as to the disgrace of the general, who was really ill, that Clelia found courage to perform the sacrifice of which she had spoken to Fabrizio. She had been clever enough to fall ill on that day of general rejoicing, which had also, as my readers recollect, been that of Fabrizio's flight. The next day, again, she was ill, and in a word, she managed so cleverly that except for the jailer Grillo, whose special charge Fabrizio had been, not a soul suspected her complicity, and Grillo held his peace. But as soon as Clelia's fears from this quarter were quieted, her legitimate remorse tortured her yet more cruelly. What earthly reason, said she to herself, can possibly lessen the crime of a daughter who betrays her father? One evening, after having spent almost the whole day in the chapel and in tears, she begged her uncle, Don Cesare, to come with her to the general, whose fits of rage now terrified her all the more, because they were constantly mingled with curses of that abominable traitor Fabrizio. When she reached her father's presence, she found courage to tell him that if she had always refused to give her hand to the Marchese Crescenzi, it was because she felt no inclination toward him, and that she was convinced the union would not bring her happiness. At these words the general flew into a fury, and Clelia had considerable difficulty in speaking again. She added that if her father, tempted by the marchese's fortune, thought himself obliged to give her a formal order to marry him, she was ready to obey. The general was quite taken aback by this conclusion, which he did not in the least expect. He ended, however, by being very much delighted. " So," said he to his brother, " I shall not have to live in rooms on the second floor, after all, even if this scamp Fabrizio's vile behaviour does cost me my place." Count Mosca took care to be very much shocked by the escape of that good-for-nothing fellow Fabrizio, and seized every opportunity of repeating Rassi's vulgar phrase as to the dull behaviour of the young man who had turned his back on the sovereign's clemency. This witty remark, beloved by the smart set, did not take at all among the populace. The people, left to their own good sense, and though they held Fabrizio a very guilty man, admired the courage he had shown in climbing down from so great a height. There was not a soul about court who felt any admiration for his courage. As for the police, which was sorely humiliated by its mishap, it had officially discovered that 20 soldiers, bought over with money distributed by the duchess, that vilely ungrateful woman whose name could not be pronounced without a sigh, had brought Fabrizio 4 ladders, each 45 feet long, and all bound together. Fabrizio had thrown down a rope which had been fastened to these ladders, and his only exploit had been the very ordinary one of hauling them up. Certain notoriously imprudent Liberals, and among them a Dr. So-and-so, an agent in the prince's direct pay, added, and compromised themselves by saying so, that this merciless police had been so cruel as to cause 8 of the soldiers who had abetted the ungrateful Fabrizio's flight to be barbarously shot. Hence Fabrizio was blamed, even by genuine Liberals, because his foolhardiness had brought about the death of 8 poor soldiers. Thus do small despots whittle down the value of public opinion. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 23. Amidst the general storm of invective, Archbishop Landriani alone stood faithful to his young friend's cause, and ventured, even at the princess's court, to quote that maxim of jurisprudence, according to which the justification of an absent person must always be received with unprejudiced ears. On the very morning after Fabrizio's escape, several persons received a tolerable sonnet, which acclaimed his flight as one of the finest actions of the century, and likened Fabrizio to an angel descending upon earth on outspread wings. On the evening of the 3rd day, every tongue in Parma was repeating a really magnificent piece of verse. This purported to be Fabrizio's soliloquy as he swung himself down the rope, and reviewed the various incidents of his life. 2 magnificent lines ensured this second sonnet its proper place in public estimation. Every connoisseur recognized the hand of Ferrante Palla. But at this point I myself ought to fall into the epic style. What colours are bright enough to paint the torrents of indignation that submerged the hearts of all well-conditioned folk at the incredible news of the insolent illumination at Sacca? One shriek of horror went up against the duchess. Even genuine Liberals thought she had risked the safety of the poor suspects in the various prisons in a most barbarous fashion, and unnecessarily exasperated the sovereign's feelings. Count Mosca declared that only one course was left to the duchess's old friends. They must forget her. The concert of execration was quite unanimous. Any stranger passing through the town must have been struck by the strength of public opinion. Still, in this country, where the delights of vengeance are thoroughly appreciated, the illuminations and the splendid fete given to over 6,000 peasants in the park at Sacca had a huge success. Everybody in Parma was saying that the duchess had given 1,000 sequins to her peasants, and this, it was added, explained the somewhat rough reception given the 30 gendarmes the police had been foolish enough to send into the village, 36 hours after the splendid festivities, and the general drunkenness which had followed on them had come to an end. The gendarmes had been received with volleys of stones, had taken to flight, and 2 of them had been thrown into the river. As to the bursting of the great reservoir at the Palazzo Sanseverina, that had hardly been noticed. A few streets had been flooded during the night, and in the morning people might have thought it had been raining. Ludovico had carefully broken the glass in one of the palace windows, which accounted for the entrance of the thieves, and a short ladder had actually been found hard by. Count Mosca was the only person who recognized the finger of his friend. Fabrizio was quite resolved to get back to Parma as soon as he could. He sent Ludovico with a long letter to the archbishop, and that faithful servant came back to the first village in Piedmont, San Nazzaro, to the west of Pavia, and there posted the Latin epistle addressed by the worthy prelate to his young friend. We must here add a detail, which, like many others doubtless, may strike people as wearisome, in a country where caution is no longer necessary. The name Fabrice del Dongo was never written. All letters intended for him were addressed to Ludovico San Michele, either at Locarno in Switzerland, or at Belgirate in Piedmont. The envelope was made of coarse paper, it was clumsily sealed, the address was hardly legible, and occasionally adorned with additions worthy of a cook, and all these letters were antedated by 6 days from Naples. From the Piedmontese village of San Nazzaro, near Pavia, Ludovico hurried back to Parma. He was charged with a mission which Fabrizio regarded as of the utmost importance. He was ordered to do no less a thing than to send Clelia Conti a silken handkerchief on which one of Petrarch's sonnets had been printed. One word in the sonnet had, indeed, been altered. Clelia found it on her table 2 days after she had received the thanks of the Marchese Crescenzi, who declared himself the happiest of men, and I need not describe the impression this mark of unfailing recollection produced upon her feelings. Ludovico had received orders to collect every possible detail as to what was happening in the citadel. He it was who brought Fabrizio the sad news that the marriage with the Marchese Crescenzi appeared to be a settled thing. Hardly a day passed that he did not offer Clelia some form of festivity within the citadel walls. One decisive proof that the marriage was settled was that the Marchese, who was excessively rich and consequently, like most wealthy people in northern Italy, exceedingly stingy, was making huge preparations, and that, although he was marrying a dowerless girl. It is true that General Fabio Conti, whose vanity had been sorely stung by this remark, the first which occurred to all his fellow countrymen, had just bought a landed property costing over 300,000 francs, and that, though he had nothing of his own, he had paid for it with ready money, presumably money belonging to the marquis. He had also given out that he bestowed the property on his daughter as a wedding gift. But the expenses of drawing up the deeds, and others, which came to more than 12,000 francs, struck the Marchese Crescenzi, a man of very logical mind, as a very ridiculous outlay. He, on his part, was having magnificent hangings, admirably devised for delighting the eyes, by the famous Palazzi, a Bolognese painter, woven at Lyons. These hangings, each of which bore some part of the Crescenzi family arms — the family, as all the world knows, is descended from the famous Roman consul Crescentius, who lived in 985 — were to furnish the 17 saloons composing the ground floor of the Marchese's palace. The hangings, clocks, and chandeliers delivered in Parma cost over 350,000 francs. The value of the new mirrors, added to those in the house already, reached 200,000 francs. With the exception of 2 rooms, famous as the work of Parmigiano, the greatest painter of that country next to the divine Correggio, all the apartments on the first and second floor were now occupied by the most famous Florentine and Milanese painters, who were adorning them with frescoes. Fokelberg, the great Swedish sculptor, Tenerani from Rome, and Marchesi from Milan had been working for a year on 10 bas-reliefs representing as many noble acts in the life of that truly great man, Crescentius. Most of the ceilings, which were also painted in fresco, contained some allusion to his career. One particular ceiling, on which Hayez of Milan had depicted Crescentius received in the Elysian Fields by Francesco Sforza, Lorenzo the Magnificent, King Robert, the tribune Cola di Rienzi, Machiavelli, Dante, and the other great figures of the Middle Ages, was most generally admired. Expressed admiration for these elect beings was considered to hint scorn of the people in power at the moment. All these splendid details absorbed the attention of the nobles and burghers of Parma, and wrung our hero's heart when he read them, related with artless admiration, in a long letter of over 20 pages which Ludovico had dictated to a customs officer at Casalmaggiore. " And I am so poor," said Fabrizio to himself. " I have 4,000 francs a year in all, and for everything. It is downright insolence for me to dare to be in love with Clelia Conti, for whom all these marvels are being prepared." One item in Ludovico's letter, written in his own clumsy hand, informed his master that he had happened one night on poor Grillo, his former jailer, who had been thrown into prison and subsequently released, and who now bore all the appearance of a man who was hiding. Grillo had begged him of his charity to give him a sequin, and Ludovico had given him 4 in the duchess's name. The former jailers, 12 of them, who had just been set at liberty, were making themselves ready to give the new men who had succeeded them a knifing entertainment, trattamento di coltellate, if they could contrive to come upon them outside the citadel. Grillo had reported that there was a serenade at the fortress every night, and that the Signorina Clelia Conti looked very pale, was often ill, and other things of that sort. As a consequence of that absurd expression, Ludovico received orders by return of post to come back to Locarno. He came, and the details he supplied by word of mouth were still more distressing to Fabrizio's feelings. My readers may imagine how pleasant he made himself to the poor duchess. He would have died 1,000 deaths rather than have pronounced the name of Clelia Conti in her presence. The duchess loathed Parma, and to Fabrizio everything that reminded him of that city was at once sublime and tender. Less than ever had the duchess forgotten her vengeance. She had been so happy before Giletti's death, and now what a fate was hers! She was living in constant expectation of a frightful event, not a word of which she dared mention to Fabrizio. She who, when she had made her arrangement with Ferrante, had dreamed that one day she would rejoice Fabrizio's heart by assuring him that his day of vengeance would surely come. My readers may conceive some idea of the agreeability of the conversations between Fabrizio and the duchess. The dreariest silence generally reigned between the two. To increase the enjoyment of their intercourse, the duchess had allowed herself to be tempted into playing a trick upon her too beloved nephew. The count wrote to her almost every day. Apparently he still sent couriers, as in the first days of their love, for his letters always bore the postmark of some small Swiss town. The poor man taxed his wits so as not to speak too openly of his affection, and to devise amusing letters. All she did was to glance over them carelessly. What, alas, is the fidelity of a lover she esteems, to a woman whose heart is wrung by the coldness of the man she prefers? In 2 months the duchess only sent him back one answer, and that was to request him to sound the princess, and find out whether, in spite of the insolent display of fireworks, a letter from the duchess would be well received. The letter he was to present, if he thought it wise, prayed the princess to appoint the Marchese Crescenzi to the post of lord-in-waiting to her Serene Highness, which had lately fallen vacant, and begged the position might be given him in consideration of his marriage. The duchess's letter was a masterpiece, full of the tenderest respect, most perfectly expressed. Its courtier-like language did not contain a single word of which the consequences, even the most distant, could have been otherwise than agreeable to the princess, and the answer it elicited breathed a tender friendship which separation was putting to the torture. " My son and I," wrote the princess, " have not had one fairly pleasant evening since your sudden departure. Has my dear duchess forgotten that it is to her I owe the fact that I have regained a consulting voice in the nomination of the officers of my household? Does she feel herself obliged to give reasons for appointing the marchese, as though her expressed desire were not the best of reasons to me? The marchese will have the post if I can do anything toward it, and in my heart there will always be a place, and the very first, for my delightful duchess. My son uses absolutely the same expressions, though indeed they are rather strong in the mouth of a great fellow of 21, and begs you will send him specimens of the minerals of the valley of Orta, near Belgirate. You can address your letters to the count, who still detests you, and whom I love all the better on account of this sentiment. The archbishop, too, has remained faithful to you. We all hope to see you back some day. Remember, that must be. The Marchesa Ghisleri, my mistress of the robes, is about to leave this world for a better one. The poor woman has given me a great deal of trouble, and she displeases me now by departing at such an unseasonable moment. Her illness makes me think of the name which I should once have found such pleasure in substituting for hers, if, indeed, I could have succeeded in obtaining this sacrifice of her independence from the unique being who, when she left us, carried away with her all the delights of my little court. And so forth. Thus, day after day, when the duchess met Fabrizio, she felt conscious of having done all that in her lay to hurry on the marriage which was driving him to despair. And they often spent 4 or 5 hours sailing together upon the lake without uttering a single word to each other. Fabrizio's kind-heartedness was complete and perfect, but he was thinking of other things, and his simple and artless mind supplied him with no subjects of conversation. The duchess saw this, and therein was her torture. I have forgotten to relate, in its proper place, that the duchess had taken a house at Belgirate, a lovely village which fulfills all the promise of its name, the view of a beautiful curve of the lake. Out of the French window of the drawing-room, the duchess could step into her boat. She had chosen a very ordinary one, for which 4 rowers would have sufficed. But she hired 12, and was careful to have 1 man from each of the villages in the neighbourhood of Belgirate. The 3rd or 4th time she found herself in the middle of the lake, with all these well-chosen men about her, she signed to them to cease rowing. " I look upon you all as my friends," she said, " and I am going to trust you with a secret. My nephew Fabrizio has escaped from prison, and perhaps some treacherous attempt may be made to lay hands upon him, although he is on your lake and in a free country. Keep your ears open, and warn me of everything you may hear. I give you leave to come into my room either by day or by night." The men responded in the most enthusiastic manner. She had the talent of making herself loved. But she did not think there would be any question of trying to seize Fabrizio. It was for herself she was taking these precautions, and before she had given the fatal order to open the reservoir at the Palazzo Sanseverina, she would never have dreamed of them. Prudence had also led her to hire Fabrizio's lodging in the port of Locarno. Every day he either came to see her, or she herself went to see him in Switzerland. The delights of their perpetual tete-a-tete may be gauged by the following detail. The marchesa and her daughters came to see them twice, and they were glad of the presence of these strangers, for, ties of blood notwithstanding, a person who knows nothing of one's dearest interests, and whom one does not see more than once a year, may fairly be called a stranger. One night the duchess, with the marchesa and her 2 daughters, was at Fabrizio's rooms in Locarno. The archpriest of the neighbourhood and the village priest had both come to pay their respects to the ladies. The archpriest, who was interested in some commercial house, and kept himself informed of the current news, happened to say, "The Prince of Parma is dead." The duchess turned very pale. She could hardly find courage to inquire, "Have you heard any details?" "No," replied the archpriest. "The report only mentions his death, but that is quite certain." The duchess looked at Fabrizio. "It was for him I did it," she said to herself, "and I would have done 1,000 times worse. And there he sits in front of me, utterly indifferent, and thinking of another woman." It was beyond the duchess's power to endure the dreadful thought. She swooned away. Everyone hastened to her assistance, but when she came back to her senses she noticed that Fabrizio was far less perturbed than the 2 priests. He was dreaming as usual. "He is thinking he will go back to Parma," said the duchess to herself, "and perhaps that he will break off Clelia's marriage with the marchese. But I shall know how to prevent that." Then, recollecting the presence of the 2 ecclesiastics, she hastily added, "He was a great prince, and has been sorely slandered. He is a sore loss to us all." The 2 priests took their leave, and the duchess, who longed to be alone, announced her intention of going to bed. "No doubt," said she to herself, "Prudence forbids my returning to Parma for a month or 2. But I feel I shall never have that patience. I suffer too much here. Fabrizio's perpetual silence and absorption are more than my heart can bear. Who would have told me I would ever have felt weary of sailing alone with him over this beautiful lake?" and just at the moment when, to avenge him, I have done more than I can ever tell him. After such a sight as that, death seems nothing at all. Now, indeed, I am paying for the ecstasies of happiness and childish delight I felt in my palace at Parma, when Fabrizio joined me there on his return from Naples. If I had said one word then, it would all have been settled, and perhaps, if he had been bound to me, he never would have thought of that little Clelia. But that word filled me with a horrible repugnance. Now she has the better of me, and what can be more natural? She is only 20, and I, besides being altered by trouble and illness, am twice her age. I must die, I must make an end of it. A woman of 40 is nothing to any man, except those who have loved her in her youth. The only joys left to me now are those of vanity. And do they make life worth living? That's another reason for going to Parma and amusing myself. If certain things happened, I should be put to death. Well, what matter? I will die nobly and just before the end, but not till then. I will tell Fabrizio. Ungrateful boy, it was for you I did it. Yes, Parma is the only place where I can find occupation for what little life remains to me. I'll play the great lady there. What a blessing it would be if I could find enjoyment now in the glories which used to make the Raversi sick with envy. In those days I only became aware of my happiness by seeing it mirrored in jealous eyes. My vanity has one piece of good fortune. Except for the count, perhaps, not a soul can have guessed at what has cut my affections at their root. I will love Fabrizio, I will devote myself to his fortunes, but he shall not break off Clelia's marriage and marry her himself. No, that shall never be. So far had the duchess proceeded in her melancholy soliloquy, when she heard a great noise in the house. " Hark !" she cried, " they are coming to arrest me. Ferrante has been taken and has confessed. Well, all the better. I shall have something to do. I must fight for my life. But to begin with, I mustn't let them take me." Half dressed, the duchess fled to the bottom of her garden. She was just meditating climbing over a low wall and escaping into the open country, when she caught sight of someone going into her room, and recognized Bruno, the count's confidential man. He was alone with her maid. She approached the open window. The man was telling the maid about the wounds he had received. The duchess came back into her room, and Bruno, casting himself at her feet, besought her not to tell the count the absurd hour at which he had arrived. The moment the prince was dead, he added, the count sent orders to all the posting-houses that no horses were to be given to any Parmese subject. Consequently, I travelled as far as the Po with our own horses. But when we were getting off the ferry-boat, my carriage was overturned, smashed up, and destroyed, and I was so seriously hurt I could not ride, as it was my duty to have done." " Very good," said the duchess. " It is 3 o'clock in the morning. I'll say it is midday. But don't you dare to contradict me." That is like the signora's usual kindness. In a literary work, politics play the part of a pistol shot in the middle of a concert, something rough and disagreeable, to which, nevertheless, we cannot refuse our attention. I am now going to speak of very ugly matters, concerning which, for more than one reason, I would gladly be silent, but I am compelled to refer to certain events which come within our purview, seeing they are connected with the lives of the persons I describe. " But, good God," said the duchess to Bruno, " how did that great prince come by his death?" " He went out to shoot birds of passage in the marshes by the river, a few leagues from Sacca. He fell into a hole, hidden by a tuft of grass. He was in a violent perspiration, and the cold struck him. He was conveyed to a lonely house, and there he died within a few hours. Some declare that Signore Catena and Barone are dead too, and that the whole accident was caused by the saucepans in the peasant's house into which they were taken being full of verdigris. They all breakfasted in that house. Then the hot-headed folk, the Jacobins, who say whatever suits them, talk about poison. I know that my friend Toto, one of the court servants, would have died but for the care lavished on him by a sort of lunatic who seemed to know a great deal about medicine, and made him use very strange remedies. But nobody talks about the prince's death any more, and indeed he was a cruel man. When I was starting, the populace was collecting to murder Chief Justice Rassi, and the people wanted to set the gates of the citadel on fire so as to try and save the prisoners. But some people declared Fabio Conti would fire his cannon on them, while others vowed the gunners in the fortress had poured water on their gunpowder, and would not destroy their fellow citizens. But here is something far more interesting. While the surgeon at San Donaro was binding up my poor arm, a man came in from Parma, and told us that when the people saw Barbone, that clerk from the citadel, in the streets, they first of all thrashed him mercilessly, and then hanged him on the tree in the square, nearest to the citadel. Then they set out to destroy that fine statue of the prince that stands in the royal gardens, but the count sent for a battalion of the guard, drew it up in front of the statue, and sent the people word that no man who came into the garden would leave it alive, and then everyone was frightened. But a very strange thing, which the man from Parma, a former gendarme, told me over and over again, is that the count kicked General So-and-so, the commandant of the prince's guard, tore off his epaulets, and had him marched out of the garden by 2 fusiliers. " That's just like the count," exclaimed the duchess in a transport of delight, which she would have thought impossible a moment previously. " He would never allow anyone to insult our princess. And as for General So-and-so, he was so devoted to his legitimate masters that he would never serve the usurper, whereas the count, whose feelings were less delicate, fought through all the Spanish campaigns, a thing which was often cast in his teeth at court." The duchess had opened the count's letter, but over and over again she stopped reading it to question Bruno. It was a very comical letter. The count used the most lugubrious language, and yet the most lively joy was evident in every word. He gave no details as to the manner of the prince's death, and ended his letter with the following words: " You will come back, of course, my dearest angel, but I would advise your waiting a day or two for the messenger whom the princess will send you, as I hope, either today or tomorrow. Your return must be as magnificent as your departure was bold. As to the great culprit, who is with you, I fully expect to have him tried by 12 judges, selected from every party in the state. But to punish the wretch as he deserves, I must first of all be in a position to make curl papers out of the first sentence, if it exists." The count had reopened his letter. " Here's quite another business. I have just had cartridges served out to the 2 battalions of guards. I am going to fight, and do my best to deserve that surname of Cruel, with which the Liberals have so long honoured me. That old mummy, General So-and-so, has dared to talk in barracks of parleying with the populace, which is in a state of semi-revolt. I write this in the middle of the street. I go hence to the palace, which no one shall enter except across my dead body. Farewell. If I die as I have lived, worshipping you in any case. Don't forget to send for the 300,000 francs lodged in your name with So-and-so at Lyons. Here comes that poor devil Rassi, wigless and as pale as death. You've no idea what a figure he is. The populace is bent on hanging him. That would be too hard on him. He deserves to be drawn and quartered as well. He would have taken refuge in my palace, and has run after me into the street. I hardly know what to do with him. I do not want to take him to the prince's palace. That would bring about a revolt in that quarter. So-and-so will see whether I care for him." My first words to Rassi were, " I must have the sentence on Monsignore del Dongo, and all the copies you have of it. And you will tell all those shameless judges who have brought about this revolt that I will have them all hanged, and you, my friend, into the bargain, if they breathe a single word of this sentence, which has never existed. I am sending a company of grenadiers to the archbishop in Fabrizio's name. Farewell, dear angel. My house will be burned, and I shall lose those delightful pictures I have of you. I am hurrying off to the palace to get that vile General So-and-so cashiered. He is working for his own hand, flattering the populace as basely as he used to flatter the late prince. All these generals are frightened out of their wits. I think I'll have myself appointed commander-in-chief." The duchess was spiteful enough not to send and rouse Fabrizio. She felt a glow of admiration for the count, which strongly resembled love. " All things considered," said she to herself, " I really must marry him." She wrote him instantly to that effect, and sent off one of her servants. That night the duchess had no time to feel unhappy. The next day, toward noon, she saw a boat with 6 rowers swiftly cleaving the waters of the lake. Fabrizio and she soon recognized a man wearing the Prince of Parma's livery. He was, in fact, one of his couriers, who, before he jumped on shore, called out to the countess, " The revolt is put down." This courier brought her several letters from the count, a charming missive from the princess, and a parchment decree from Prince Ranuzio Ernest V, which created her Duchess of San Giovanni, and appointed her mistress of the robes to the princess mother. The young prince, who was learned in mineralogy, and whom she believed to be a simpleton, had been clever enough to write her a little note, but there was love at the end of it. The note began thus: "The count says, my lady duchess, that he is pleased with me. As a matter of fact, I have faced a few musket shots beside him, and my horse was wounded. The fuss made over so small a thing has made me earnestly desire to be present at a real battle, so long as it be not against my own subjects. I owe everything to the count. All my generals, who know nothing of war, have behaved like hounds. I believe 2 or 3 of them have run away as far as Bologna. Since the day when a great and deplorable event called me to power, I have signed no decree which gives me so much pleasure as this, which appoints you my mother's mistress of the robes. My mother and I have remembered that one day you admired the beautiful view from the Palazzo San Giovanni, which once belonged to Petrarch, at least so we are told. My mother desired to give you this little property, and I, not knowing what to give you, and not daring to offer you all that belongs to you already, have made you a duchess in my own country. I do not know whether you are so learned as to be aware that Sanseverina is a Roman title. I have just given the ribbon of my order to our excellent archbishop, who has displayed a firmness very uncommon in a man of 62. You will not be angry with me for having recalled all the banished ladies. I am told that in future I must never sign my name without having written the words, 'Your affectionate.' It vexes me that I should be thus made to squander an assurance which is not fully true, except when I write myself, 'Your affectionate Ranuzio Ernest.'" Who would not have thought, judging from this language, that the duchess was about to enjoy the highest favour? Nevertheless, she found something very odd in other letters from the count, which reached her 2 hours later. These advised her, without further explanation, to put off her return to Parma for a few days, and to write the princess word that she was exceedingly unwell. Notwithstanding, the duchess and Fabrizio started for Parma immediately after dinner. The duchess's object, which, however, she did not admit to herself, was to hurry on the Marchese Crescenzi's marriage. Fabrizio, for his part, performed the journey in a state of wild happiness, which seemed perfectly ridiculous to his aunt. He had hopes of seeing Clelia soon, and fully reckoned on carrying her off in spite of herself, if that should be the only means of breaking off her marriage. The journey of the duchess and her nephew was a very cheerful one. At the last posting station before Parma, Fabrizio stopped a moment to put on his churchman's garb. As a rule, he wore ordinary mourning dress. When he came back to the duchess's room, "There seems to me something very odd and inexplicable," she said, "in the count's letters. If you will be ruled by me, you will stay here for a few hours. I'll send you a messenger as soon as I have had a talk with the mighty minister." It was only very unwillingly that Fabrizio bowed to this sensible piece of advice. The count received the duchess with transports of joy worthy of a boy of 15, calling her his wife. It was long before he would talk of politics. When they came back at last to the dull realms of common sense, "You did very wisely," he said, "to prevent Fabrizio from arriving openly. There is a great reaction going on here. Just guess the name of the colleague the prince has imposed on me as Minister of Justice. Rassi, my dear soul, Rassi, whom I treated like the blackguard he is on the day of our great excitements. By the way, I must warn you that everything that happened here has been suppressed. If you read our Gazette, you will perceive that a clerk at the Citadel, of the name of Barbone, has been killed by a fall from a carriage. As for the 60-odd rogues I had shot when they tried to wreck the prince's statue in the gardens, they are all quite well, but they have gone on long journeys. Count Zurla, the Minister of the Interior, has personally visited each of these unlucky heroes' homes, and has made over 15 sequins to their family or friends, with strict orders to say that the dead man is travelling, and a very direct threat that anyone who ventures to hint anybody has been killed will be forthwith shut up in prison. A man from my own office at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been sent to the journalists of Milan and Turin to prevent any mention of the unfortunate event — that's the correct term — and this man is to go as far as Paris and London, so as to give an almost official denial to any newspaper reference to our disturbances. Another agent has gone toward Bologna and Florence. I shrug my shoulders. But the comical thing at my age is that I felt a flash of real enthusiasm when I was addressing the soldiers of the guard, and when I tore the epaulets off that contemptible fellow, General So-and-so. At that moment I would have given my life for the prince without the smallest hesitation. I confess now, it would have been a very silly way of ending it. At this moment the prince, kind-hearted young fellow as he is, would give me 1,000 crowns if I would die of some sickness. He dares not ask me to resign, as yet, but we see each other as seldom as possible, and I send him a quantity of small written reports, just as I did with the late prince after Fabrizio was imprisoned. By the way, I have not turned his sentence into curl papers, for the excellent reason that villain Rassi never gave it to me. That is why you have done so wisely to prevent Fabrizio from arriving publicly. The sentence is still valid. However, I do not believe Rassi would dare to arrest our nephew today. Still, he may possibly dare to do it within a fortnight. If Fabrizio absolutely insists on coming into the city, let him come and live in my house. But what is the reason of all this? Exclaimed the astonished duchess. The prince has been persuaded that I give myself the airs of a dictator and of the saviour of the country, that I want to lead him like a child, and even that, in speaking of him, I used those fatal words, that child. This may be true. I was very much excited that day. But indeed, I really looked on him as a thorough man, because he was not frightened in the face of the first musketry firing he had ever heard in his life. He is by no means a fool. His tone, indeed, is much better than his father's, and, I cannot say it too often, at the bottom of his heart he is both good and upright. But his honest young soul is stung when the story of some piece of rascality is told him, and he thinks his own nature must be vile to perceive such things. Think what his education has been. Your Excellency should have remembered that he was to be our master some day, and should have placed a clever man about his person. In the first place, we have the instance of the Abbé de Condillac, who was appointed by my predecessor, the Marchese di Felino, and turned his pupil into a very king of simpletons. He walked in religious processions, and in 1796 he failed to make terms with General Bonaparte, who would have tripled the size of his dominions. And in the second place, I never dreamed I should have been prime minister for 10 successive years. Now that my mind is disabused of that idea, that is to say, for the last month, I am resolved to put together 1,000,000 of francs before I leave this bedlam I have saved to its fate. But for me, Parma would have spent 2 months as a republic, with the poet Ferrante Palla as dictator. The duchess reddened at the words. The count knew nothing of that story. We are coming back now to the regular 18th century monarchy, ruled by the confessor and the mistress. At heart, all the prince cares for is mineralogy, and perhaps, madam, for you. Since he has succeeded, his body servant, whose brother, a fellow with 9 months' service, I have just made a captain, this body servant, I say, has put an idea into his head that he ought to be the happiest of men, because his profile will appear on the coinage. That fine notion has brought boredom in its train. Now he must have an aide-de-camp to help him out of his boredom. Well, even if he were to offer me that precious 1,000,000 of money, which is so necessary to ensure our comfort at Naples or Paris, I would not undertake to cure him of his boredom, and spend 4 or 5 hours every day in his Highness's company. Besides, as I am cleverer than he is, he would think me a monster before the first month was out. The late prince was spiteful and envious, but he had fought as a soldier and commanded troops, and that had given him a certain sense of deportment. There were the makings of a prince in him, and with him I could behave as a minister, whether good or bad. But with this honest son of his, in spite of all his candour and real kind-heartedness, I am obliged to resort to intrigue. I find myself the rival of the veriest old woman among his courtiers, and a rival in an inferior position, too, for I shall certainly despise scores of precautions which I ought to take. For instance, 3 days ago, one of those women who lay out clean towels in all his rooms contrived to mislay the key of one of the prince's English writing tables, whereupon his Highness refused to attend to any of the business, the papers for which were in that particular receptacle. For 20 francs we might have had the board at the back of the writing table removed, or have had the lock opened with a false key. But Ranuzio Ernest V informed me that such a proceeding would give the court locksmith bad habits. So far, he has never contrived to be of the same mind 3 days running. If the young prince had been born a marquis, with a large fortune, he would have been one of the most worthy men about his own court, a sort of Louis XVI. But how is that pious simplicity of his to escape all the skillful ambushes that surround him? Thus, your friend the Raversi's salon is more powerful than ever. Its frequenters have discovered that I, who had the populace fired on, and who was resolved, if necessary, to kill 3,000 of them, sooner than permit any insult to the statue of the prince who had been my master, am a violent liberal. That I tried to get a constitution signed, and more stuff of the same kind. With such republican stories, these madmen would prevent us from enjoying even the best of monarchies. You, madam, in fine, are the only existing member of that liberal party at the head of which my enemies have placed me, of whom the prince has not spoken in harsh terms. The archbishop, who is still a perfectly upright man, is in thorough disgrace, because he used reasonable language about what I did on the unlucky day. On the day after that, which was not then as yet known as unlucky, while it was still true that a revolt had taken place, the prince told the archbishop that he was going to make me a duke, so that you might not have to take an inferior title when you married me. Today, I fancy, it is Rassi, whom I ennobled for selling me the late prince's secrets, who will be made a count. In face of such promotion as that, I should look like a fool. And the poor prince will degrade himself. No doubt of that. But after all, he is master here, and in less than a fortnight that fact will still the voice of ridicule. Therefore, my dear duchess, let us do as we should do if we were playing trick-track. Let us withdraw. But shall we be anything but rich? After all, neither you nor I need luxury. If you will give me a seat in your box at the San Carlo and a horse to ride, I shall be more than content. It will never be the luxury, greater or less, in which we live that will ensure our position. It will be the pleasure the clever folk of the place may find in drinking a cup of tea in your drawing-room. But, replied the duchess, what would have happened on the unlucky day if you had held yourself apart, as I trust you will do in future? The troops would have fraternized with the populace, there would have been 3 days of killing and burning, for it will be a century yet before a republic can cease to be an anomaly in this country. After that, a fortnight's pillage until 2 or 3 foreign regiments had been sent in to quell the disorder. Ferrante Palla was in the midst of the populace, as brave and as raging mad as usual. He had some dozen friends backing him up, no doubt, and out of that Rassi will make a fine conspiracy. One thing is certain, that although he wore an incredibly tattered coat, he was distributing money by handsful in every direction. Astounded by all this news, the duchess hurried off to present her acknowledgments to the princess. The moment she entered the royal apartment, the lady-in-waiting presented her with the little gold key, to be worn at the waist, which is the symbol of supreme authority in that portion of the palace ruled by the princess. Clara Paolina lost no time in dismissing all her attendants. For the first moments after she was left alone with her friend, her manner and speech were neither of them absolutely frank. The duchess, who could not understand what this meant, was very cautious in her answers. At last the princess burst into tears, and throwing herself into the duchess's arms, exclaimed, "My misfortunes are beginning afresh. My son will treat me worse than his father did." "I'll take good care he does not," replied the duchess vehemently. "But in the first place," she went on, "I must beg your most serene highness to condescend to accept all my gratitude and my humblest duty." "What do you mean?" exclaimed the princess, alarmed at the thought of a possible resignation. "What I mean is, that whenever your most serene highness gives me leave to turn the shaking chin of yonder Chinese monster on the chimney-piece to the right, you will give me permission, too, to call things by their real names." "Is that all, my dear duchess?" exclaimed Clara Paolina, rising and herself placing the monster's chin in the required position. "Speak now with perfect freedom," she added in the most gracious fashion. "Madam," replied the duchess, "your highness has grasped the position perfectly. Both you and I are in a most dangerous position. Fabrizio's sentence is not annulled. Consequently, whenever there is any desire to get rid of me and insult you, he will be cast into prison again. Our position is as bad as it ever was. As regards myself personally, I am going to marry the count, and we shall settle at Naples or in Paris. The final stroke of ingratitude from which the count is suffering at the present moment has thoroughly sickened him, and save for your Serene Highness's sake, I should not advise him to have anything more to do with this mess, unless the prince were to give him an enormous sum of money. I will ask your Highness's leave to explain that the count, who had 130,000 francs when he first entered politics, owns barely 20,000 francs a year at the present time. In vain have I besought him, this ever so long, to consider his own pocket. During my absence he has picked a quarrel with the prince's farmers-general, who were scoundrels. The count has replaced them by other scoundrels, who have given him 800,000 francs. " What? " exclaimed the astonished princess. " Good heavens, how sorry I am to hear that." " Madam," replied the duchess with the most absolute coolness, " shall I turn the monster's head to the left? "" No, no, indeed," exclaimed the princess, " but I am sorry that a man of the count's character should have thought of gain of that description. But for this theft he would have been despised by all honest folk." " Good God, can that be possible? "" Madam," replied the duchess, " except my friend the Marchese Crescenzi, who has 400,000 or 500,000 francs a year of his own, every soul in this place steals. And how should they not steal in a country where gratitude for the greatest services does not last quite a month? Therefore the only real thing which outlives disgrace is money. Madam, I am about to venture on some terrible truths." " I give you leave," said the princess with a deep sigh, " and yet they hurt me very cruelly." " Well, then, madam, the prince your son, a perfectly upright man, may make you far more wretched than his father did. The late prince's nature was very much like that of other men. Our present sovereign is never sure of desiring the same thing for 3 days on end. Consequently, to be sure of him, one must live perpetually with him, and never let him speak to anyone else. As this truth is not very difficult to divine, the new ultra party, led by those two wise heads, Rassi and the Marchesa Raversi, will endeavour to provide the prince with a mistress. This mistress will be given carte blanche to make her own fortune and to dispose of some inferior posts. But she will have to answer to the party for her master's constant goodwill. To be thoroughly well established at your Highness's court, I must have Rassi spurned and banished. Further, I must have Fabrizio tried by the most upright judges who can be found. If, as I hope, these judges recognize his innocence, it will be only natural to grant the archbishop's wish that Fabrizio should be his coadjutor and his ultimate successor. If I fail, the count and I will forthwith retire. In that case, I leave your Serene Highness this farewell advice. You must never forgive Rassi, and you must never leave your son's dominions. So long as you keep near him, your good son will never do you any serious harm." " I have followed your arguments with all the attention they deserve," replied the princess with a smile. " But am I, then, to undertake the care of finding a mistress for my son? "" Oh, not that, indeed, madam. But see to it that your drawing-room shall be the only one in which he finds amusement." On this subject the conversation ran on endlessly. The scales were falling from the eyes of the innocent and intelligent princess. The duchess sent a courier to Fabrizio to tell him he might enter the city, but that he must conceal himself. Hardly anyone saw him. Dressed as a peasant, he spent his whole time in the wooden booth which a chestnut seller had set up under the trees of the square, just opposite the citadel gates. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 24. The duchess arranged the most delightful evenings at the palace, where so much gaiety had never been seen before. Never did she make herself more attractive than during this winter, in spite of the fact that she was living in circumstances of the greatest danger. Nevertheless, through all this critical time, she never gave a thought of sadness, save on one or two occasions, to the strange alteration which had taken place in Fabrizio. The young prince used to come very early to his mother's pleasant evening parties, and she never failed to say to him, " Do go and attend to your government duties. I am certain there are more than a score of reports lying on your table, waiting for a yes or no from you, and I do not choose to have it said all over Europe that I am trying to turn you into a roi fainéant, so that I may reign in your stead." These remarks always suffered from the drawback of being dropped at the most inopportune moment, that is to say, just when his Highness had overcome his natural shyness, and was enjoying himself very much, acting some charade. Twice a week there were parties in the country, to which the princess, on the plea of reconquering the affections of his people for the young sovereign, invited the prettiest women of the middle class. The duchess, who was the soul of the merry court, was in hopes that these fair ladies, who all looked with an eye of mortal jealousy on the success of their fellow bourgeois, Rassi, would make the prince acquainted with some of that minister's endless rascalities. For, among other childish notions, the prince claimed to possess a moral ministry. Rassi had too much good sense not to realize how much harm these brilliant parties, managed by his enemy at the princess's court, were likely to do him. He had not chosen to make over the perfectly legal sentence passed on Fabrizio to Count Mosca. It had therefore become necessary that either he or the duchess should disappear from court. On the day of that popular tumult, the existence of which it was now the correct thing to deny, money had certainly been circulated among the people. Rassi made this his starting point. Dressed even more shabbily than was his wont, he found his way into the most wretched houses in the city, and spent whole hours in close confabulation with their poverty-stricken denizens. His efforts were richly rewarded. After a fortnight spent in this fashion, he had made certain that Ferrante Palla had been the secret leader of the insurrection, and further, that this man, who had been as poor as a great poet should be, all his life, had sent 8 or 10 diamonds to be sold at Genoa. Among others, 5 valuable stones were mentioned, really worth more than 40,000 francs, but for which 35,000 francs had been accepted 10 days before the prince's death, because, so the vendors said, the money was wanted. The minister's transports of delight over this discovery were indescribable. He had perceived that fun was being constantly poked at him in the Princess Dowager's court, and several times over, when the prince was talking business with him, he had laughed in his face, with all the artlessness of youth. Rassi, it must be confessed, had some singularly vulgar habits. For instance, as soon as he grew interested in the discussion, he would cross his legs and take hold of his shoe. If his interest deepened, he would spread out his red cotton handkerchief over his knee. The prince had laughed heartily at a joke played by one of the prettiest women of Rassi's own class, who, well aware that she herself possessed a very pretty leg, had given him an imitation of the graceful gesture habitual to the Minister of Justice. Rassi craved a special audience, and said to the prince, "Would your Highness be disposed to give 100,000 francs to know the exact nature of your august father's death? With that sum we should be able to bring the culprits to justice, if they exist." The prince's answer was a foregone conclusion. Within a short time, Cecchina informed the duchess that she had been offered a large sum of money if she would allow a jeweller to see her mistress's diamonds, a proposal which she had scornfully refused. The duchess scolded her for having refused, and a week later Cecchina was able to show the diamonds. On the day fixed for their inspection, Count Mosca placed 2 reliable men to watch every jeweller in Parma, and toward midnight he came to tell the duchess that the inquisitive jeweller was no other than Rassi's own brother. The duchess, who was in very gay spirits that evening — there was acting going on at the palace, a commedia dell'arte, in which each personage invents the dialogue as he proceeds, only the general plan of the play being posted up in the side scenes. The duchess, who was playing one of the parts, was to be supported, as the lover of the piece, by Count Baldi, the former friend of the Marchesa Raversi, who was present. The prince, who was the shyest man in his dominions, but very good-looking, and exceedingly soft-hearted, was understudying Count Baldi's part, which he desired to play at the second performance. " I have very little time," said the duchess to the count. " I come on in the first scene of the second act. Let us go into the guard-room." There, in the presence of a score of the bodyguard, sharp fellows every one of them, and eagerly watching the colloquy between the Prime Minister and the mistress of the robes, the duchess said to her friend with a laugh: " You always scold me if I tell secrets which need not be told. It is I who brought Ernest V to the throne. I wanted to avenge Fabrizio, whom I loved much more than I do now, though very innocently even then. I know very well you have not much belief in my innocence, but that matters little, since you love me in spite of my crimes. Well, this crime is a very real one. I gave all my diamonds to a very interesting kind of madman, by name Ferrante Palla, and I even kissed him, so as to induce him to destroy the man who wanted to have Fabrizio poisoned. Where was the harm?" " Ah, then that's how Ferrante got the money for his revolt," said the count. " And you tell me all this in the guard-room." " I'm in a hurry, you see, and this fellow Rassi is on the track of the crime. It's very true that I never hinted at insurrection, for I abhor Jacobins. Think it all over, and tell me your advice after the play is over." " I will tell you at once that you must make the prince fall in love with you. But in all honour, of course." The duchess was being called for on stage, and fled. A few days later the duchess received, by post, a long, ridiculous letter, signed with the name of a person who had once been her waiting-maid. The woman asked for employment about the court, but at the first glance the duchess realized that neither the writing nor the style were hers. When she unfolded the sheet to read the second page, the duchess saw a little miraculous picture of the Madonna folded within another leaf, that seemed to belong to an old printed book, flutter to her feet. After having glanced at the picture, the duchess read a few lines of the old printed leaf. Her eyes began to shine. These were the words she had read: "The tribune took 100 francs a month, no more. With the rest he strove to stir the sacred flame in souls which had been frozen by selfishness. The fox is on my track. That is why I made no attempt to see the adored being for the last time. I said to myself, she has no love for the Republic, she who is so superior to me in mind as in grace and beauty. And besides, how can I set up a republic where there are no republicans? Can I have been mistaken? In 6 months I shall be wandering, microscope in hand, through the small American towns. So shall I discover whether I should continue to love your sole rival in my heart. If you receive this letter, Baroness, and if no profane eye has seen it before yours, cause one of the young ash trees which grow 20 paces from the spot where I first dared to address you to be broken down. Then I will cause to be buried, under the great box tree in the garden, which you once noticed in my happy days, a coffer containing those things which bring slander on men of my opinions. Be sure I should never have ventured to write this, but that the fox is on my track, and may possibly reach that angelic being. Look under the box tree a fortnight hence." " If he has a printing press at his command," said the duchess, " we shall soon have a collection of sonnets. God knows what name he will give me in them." The duchess's vanity inspired her with an experiment. She was laid up for a week, and there were no parties at court. The princess, who was very much scandalized by all that the fear of her son had forced her to do during the earlier period of her widowhood, spent that week in a convent attached to the church where the late prince had been buried. This break in the series of entertainments threw an enormous amount of time on the prince's hands, and brought about an evident diminution in the credit of the Minister of Justice. Ernest V realized all the dullness that threatened him if the duchess should leave his court, or even cease to shed gaiety upon it. The evening parties began again, and the prince took more interest than ever in the Commedie dell'arte. He was dying to play a part himself, but did not dare to acknowledge this desire. At last, one day, he said to the duchess, reddening very much, " Why should I not act too? We are all at your Highness's command. If you will honour me with the order, I will have the plan of a play made out. All your Highness's chief scenes shall be with me, and as every beginner must hesitate a little, if your Highness will be good enough to watch me a little closely, I will suggest the answers you should make." Thus everything was settled, and in the most skilful manner. The prince, shy as he was ashamed of his shyness, and the care the duchess took to prevent his suffering from this inherent nervousness impressed the young sovereign deeply. On the day of his first appearance, the performance began earlier than usual, and when the company moved into the theatre there were not more than 8 or 10 elderly women in the drawing-room. Their faces caused the prince no particular alarm, and besides, they had all been brought up at Munich, in the most thoroughly monarchical principles, and applauded dutifully. The duchess, by virtue of her authority as mistress of the robes, locked the door by which the mass of the courtiers usually passed into the theatre. The prince, who had considerable literary intelligence, and was very good-looking, got through his first scenes very well, cleverly repeating the sentences he read in the duchess's eyes, or which she suggested in an undertone. Just when the few spectators were applauding with all their might, the duchess made a sign. The great doors were thrown open, and in a moment the room was filled with all the pretty women of the court, who, thinking the prince's face charming, and his whole demeanour thoroughly happy, burst into applause. The prince flushed with delight. He was playing the part of lover to the duchess. Far from suggesting words to him, she was soon obliged to beg him to shorten his scenes. He dilated on love with a fervour which frequently put the actress quite out of countenance. Some of his speeches were 5 minutes long. The duchess was no longer the dazzling beauty she had been a year previously. Fabrizio's imprisonment, and still more, her stay on the Lago Maggiore, with Fabrizio, who had grown gloomy and silent, had added 10 years to the fair Gina's appearance. Her features had grown sharper, there was more intelligence and less juvenility about them. Very seldom nowadays did they display the sprightly humour of her youth. Yet on the stage, rouged, and with the advantage of all that art does for an actress's appearance, she was still the prettiest woman at the court. The prince's passionate speeches roused the courtiers' suspicions. That evening every man said to his neighbour, "This is the Balbi of the new reign." The count raged within himself. When the play was over, the duchess said to the prince, before the whole court, "Your Highness acts too well. People will begin to say you are in love with a woman of 38, and that will spoil my marriage with the count. So I will not act any more with your Highness, unless your Highness will promise you will only address me as you would a woman of a certain age, the Marchesa Raversi, for instance." The performance was repeated 3 times over. The prince was wild with delight, but one evening he looked very much worried. "Unless I am very much mistaken," said the mistress of the robes to the princess, "Rassi is trying to play us some trick. I would suggest that your Highness should have some acting to-morrow night. The prince will act badly, and in his despair he will tell you something." As a matter of fact, the prince did act very ill. He was hardly audible, and could not contrive to wind up his sentences. By the end of the first act, the tears were almost standing in his eyes. The duchess kept close beside him, but she was cold and unmoved. The prince, finding himself alone with her for a moment in the green room, went over to the door and shut it. Then he said, "I shall never be able to get through the second and third acts. I will not submit to being applauded out of good nature. The applause I was given tonight almost broke my heart. Advise me. What am I to do?" "I will go upon the stage. I will make a deep curtsy to her Highness, and another to the audience, and I will announce that the actor who was playing the part of Lelio has been taken suddenly ill, and that therefore the play will be wound up with a little music. Count Rusca and the little Ghisolfi will be too delighted to have a chance of showing off their thin voices before such a brilliant assembly." The prince seized the duchess's hand and kissed it passionately. "Why are you not a man?" he cried. "You would give me good advice. Rassi has just laid 182 depositions against the persons accused of murdering my father on my writing-table, and besides the depositions there is an indictment which covers more than 200 pages. I shall have to read them all, and further, I have given my word not to say anything about them to the count. All this is sure to end in executions. Already he is pressing me to have Ferrante Palla, that great poet whom I admire so much, carried off from a place near Antibes in France, where he is living under the name of Poncet. From the day when your Highness hangs a Liberal, Rassi will be bound to the ministry by iron chains, and that is what he most earnestly desires. but it will not be safe for your Highness to let it be known you are going to take a drive 2 hours before you start. Neither the princess nor the count shall hear, through me, of the cry of anguish which has just escaped you. But as my oath forbids me to keep any secret from the princess, I shall be glad if your Highness will tell your mother what you have just permitted me to hear." This idea diverted the sovereign's mind from the distress with which his failure as an actor had overwhelmed him. "Very good. Go and call my mother. I will go straight to her cabinet." The prince left the theatre, crossed the drawing room leading to it, and haughtily dismissed the great chamberlain and the aide-de-camp in waiting who had followed him. The princess, on her part, hastily left the auditorium. As soon as she had reached her own apartments, the duchess curtsied profoundly to mother and son, and left them alone together. The excitement of the courtiers may be conceived. That is one of the things which makes a court so entertaining. In an hour's time the prince himself appeared at the door of the cabinet and summoned the duchess. The princess was in tears. The prince looked very much disturbed. "Here are two weak beings in a bad temper," said the mistress of the robes to herself, "and looking about for some good pretext of being angry with somebody else." To begin with, mother and son took the words out of each other's mouths in their anxiety to relate all the details of the matter to the duchess, who, when she answered, was most careful not to put forward any idea. For 2 mortal hours the 3 actors in this wearisome scene never ceased playing the parts we have just indicated. The prince himself went to fetch the 2 huge portfolios Rassi had laid upon his writing table. Coming out of his mother's cabinet, he found the whole court waiting for him. "Take yourselves off and leave me alone," he exclaimed with a rudeness which had never been known in him before. The prince did not choose to be seen carrying the portfolios himself. A prince must never carry anything. In the twinkling of an eye, the courtiers disappeared. When the prince came back, he found nobody in the apartment except the footmen, who were putting out the candles. He packed them off in a rage, and treated poor Fontana, the aide-de-camp in waiting, who, in his zeal, had stupidly stayed behind, in the same fashion. "Every soul is set on trying my patience this evening," he said to the duchess crossly as he re-entered the cabinet. He believed in her cleverness, and was furious at her evident determination not to put forward any opinion. She, on her part, was quite resolved she would say nothing unless her advice was expressly asked. Thus another full half-hour went by before the prince, who was keenly alive to his own dignity, could make up his mind to say, "But you say nothing, madam." "I am here to wait on the princess, and to forget everything that is said before me, instantly." "Very good, madam," said the prince, reddening deeply. "I command you to give me your opinion." The object of punishing crimes is to prevent a repetition of them. Was the late prince poisoned? That is very doubtful. Was he poisoned by the Jacobins? That is what Rassi pines to prove, for thenceforward he becomes indispensable to your Highness for all time. In that case, your Highness, whose reign is just opening, may expect many an evening like this one. The general opinion of your subjects, and it is a perfectly true one, is that your Highness's nature is full of kindness. So long as your Highness does not have any Liberal hanged, this reputation will remain to you, and you may be very certain that no one will think of giving you poison." "Your conclusion is quite clear," exclaimed the princess peevishly. "You don't desire to have my husband's murderers punished." "Madam, that, I suppose, is because I am bound to them by ties of the tenderest friendship." The duchess read clearly in the prince's eyes that he believed her to be thoroughly agreed with his mother on some line of conduct to be dictated to him. A somewhat rapid succession of bitter repartees was exchanged between the ladies, at the end of which the duchess vowed she would not say another word, and to this resolution she steadily adhered. But the prince, after a long discussion with his mother, ordered her once more to tell him her opinion. "I can assure both your Highnesses I will do nothing of the kind." "But this is mere childishness!" exclaimed the prince. "Duchess, I beg you will speak," said the princess with much dignity. "I beg your Highness will excuse my doing so. But," continued the duchess, addressing herself to the prince, "your Highness reads French beautifully. To soothe our agitated feelings, would your Highness read us one of La Fontaine's fables?" The princess thought the expression "us" exceedingly impertinent, but she looked at once astonished and amused when the mistress of the robes, who had calmly gone over to the bookcase and opened it, came back carrying a volume of La Fontaine's Fables. She turned over the leaves for a few minutes, and then, handing the prince the book, she said, "I beseech your highness to read the whole fable."
Le jardinier et son seigneur. Un amateur de jardinage, demi-bourgeois, demi-manant, possédait en certain village un jardin assez propre et le clos attenant. Il avait de plans vifs fermé cette étendue. Là croissaient à plaisir l'oseille et la laitue. De quoi faire à Margot pour sa fête un bouquet, peu de jasmin d'Espagne et force serpolet. Cette félicité par un lièvre troublé fit qu'au seigneur du bourg, notre homme se plaignit. Ce maudit animal vient prendre sa goulée, soir et matin, dit-il, et des pièges se rit. Les pierres, les bâtons y perdent leur crédit. Il est sorcier, je crois. Sorcier, je l'en défie, repartit le seigneur. Fût-il diable, Miraut, en dépit de ses tours, l'attrapera bientôt. Je vous en déferai, bonhomme, sur ma vie. Et quand? Et dès demain, sans tarder plus longtemps. La partie ainsi faite, il vient avec ses gens. Ça, déjeunons, dit-il. Vos poulets sont-ils tendres? L'embarras des chasseurs succède au déjeuner. Chacun s'anime et se prépare. Les trompes et les cors font un tel tintamarre que le bonhomme est étonné. Le pis fut que l'on mit en piteux équipage le pauvre potager. Adieu planches, carreaux, adieu chicorée et poireaux, adieu de quoi mettre au potage. Le bonhomme disait, ce sont là jeux de princes. Mais on le laissait dire, et les chiens et les gens firent plus de dégâts en 1 heure de temps que n'en auraient fait en 100 ans tous les lièvres de la province. Petit prince, videz vos débats entre vous. De recourir au roi, vous seriez de grands fous. Il ne les faut jamais engager dans vos guerres, ni les faire entrer sur vos terres.
After the reading, a long silence ensued. The prince put the book back in its place himself, and began to walk up and down the room. "Well, madam," said the princess, "will you deign to speak?" "No, indeed, madam, not until his highness has appointed me his minister. If I were to speak here, I should run the risk of losing my post as mistress of the robes." Silence fell again for a full quarter of an hour. At last the princess bethought her of the part once played by Marie de Medici, mother of Louis XIII. Every day, for some time previously, the mistress of the robes had caused Monsieur Bazin's excellent history of Louis XIII to be read to her highness. The princess, vexed though she was, considered that the duchess might very likely leave the country, and that then Rassi, of whom she was horribly afraid, would quite possibly follow Richelieu's example, and induce her son to banish her. At that moment the princess would have given anything she had on earth to be able to humiliate her mistress of the robes. But she was powerless. She rose from her seat, and with a smile which had a touch of exaggeration about it, she took the duchess's hand and said, "Come, madam, prove your affection for me by speaking." "2 words, then, and no more. All the papers collected by that viper Rassi should be burned in this fireplace, and he must never know that they have been burned." Whispering in the princess's ear, she added, with a familiar air, "Rassi may be a Richelieu." "But devil take it," cried the prince, much vexed. "These papers have cost me more than 80,000 francs." "Prince," replied the duchess passionately, "now you see what it costs you to employ low-born rogues. Would to God you might lose 1,000,000 rather than that you should ever place your faith in the vile scoundrels who robbed your father of his peaceful sleep for the last 6 years of his life." The word low-born had given great pleasure to the princess, who held that the count and his friend were somewhat too exclusive in their esteem for intelligence, always nearly related to Jacobinism. During the short moment of deep silence filled up by the princess's reflections, The castle clock struck 3. The princess rose, curtsied profoundly to her son, and said, " My health will not permit me to prolong this discussion any further. Never employ a low-born minister. You will never convince me that Rassi has not stolen half the money he made you spend on espionage." The princess took 2 tapers out of the candlesticks, and set them in the fireplace, so that they still remained alight. Then, drawing nearer to her son, she added, " In my case, La Fontaine's fable overrides my just longing to avenge my husband. Will your Highness give me leave to burn these writings?" The prince stood motionless. " He really has a stupid face," said the duchess to herself. " The count is quite right. The late prince would never have kept us till 3 o'clock in the morning before he could make up his mind." The princess, who was still standing, continued, " That lawyer fellow would be very proud if he knew his papers, all of them crammed with lies and cooked up to secure his own advancement, had kept the 2 greatest personages in the state awake all night." The prince flew at the portfolios like a fury, and emptied their contents onto the hearth. The weight of the papers very nearly stifled the 2 candles. The room was filled with smoke. The princess saw in her son's eyes that he was sorely tempted to seize a water bottle and save the documents that had cost him 100,000 francs. She called to the duchess sharply, " Why don't you open the window?" The duchess hastened to obey. Instantly all the papers flamed up together, there was a great roar in the chimney, and soon it became evident that it, too, had caught fire. In all money matters the prince was a mean man. He fancied he saw his palace blazing, and all the treasures it contained destroyed. Rushing to the window, he shouted for the guard, and his tone was quite wild. At the sound of the prince's voice, the soldiers ran tumultuously into the court. He came back to the fireplace, up which the air from the open window was rushing, with a noise that was really alarming. He lost his temper, swore, took 2 or 3 turns up and down the room like a man beside himself, and finally ran out of it. The princess and her mistress of the robes were left standing, facing each other, in the deepest silence. " Is she going to be in a rage again?" said the duchess to herself. " Well, my cause is won, at any rate." And she was just making up her mind to return very impertinent answers, when a thought flashed across her. She had noticed the 2nd portfolio standing untouched. " No, my cause is only half won," she thought, and she addressed the princess somewhat coldly. " Have I your Highness's commands to burn the rest of these papers?" " And where will you burn them, pray ?" inquired the princess crossly. " In the drawing-room fireplace. If I throw them in one after another, there will be no danger." The duchess thrust the portfolio, bursting with papers, under her arm, took a candle in her hand, and went into the adjoining drawing-room. She gave herself time to make sure that this particular portfolio held the depositions, hid 5 or 6 packets of papers under her shawl, burned the rest very carefully, and slipped out without taking leave of the princess. " Here's a fine piece of impertinence," she said with a laugh. But with her affectations of inconsolable widowhood, she very nearly brought my head to the scaffold. When the princess heard the noise of the duchess's carriage, she was filled with anger against her mistress of the robes. In spite of the lateness of the hour, the duchess sent for the count. He had gone to the fire at the palace, but he soon appeared, bringing news that all was over. The young prince really showed a great deal of courage, and I paid him my heartiest compliments. " Look quickly over these depositions, and let us burn them as fast as we can." The count read and turned pale. "Upon my word, they had got very near the truth. The investigation has been most skilfully conducted. They are quite on Ferrante Palla's track, and if he speaks we shall have a difficult card to play." " But he won't speak," cried the duchess. " That man is a man of honour. Now, into the fire with them." " Not yet. Let me take down the names of 10 or 15 dangerous witnesses, whom I shall take the liberty of spiriting away if Rassi ever attempts to begin again." " Let me remind your Excellency that the prince has given his word not to tell the Minister of Justice anything about our nocturnal performance. And he will keep it out of cowardice, and because he hates a scene. Now, my dear friend, this night's work has done a great deal to hasten on our marriage. I never would have brought you a trial in the criminal courts as my dowry, more especially for a wrong I did on account of my interest in another person." The count was in love. He caught her hand protestingly. Tears stood in his eyes. Before you leave me, pray give me some advice about my behaviour to the princess. I am worn out with fatigue. I have been acting for an hour on the stage, and for 5 hours in her Highness's cabinet. The impertinent manner of your departure has avenged you amply for the princess's disagreeable remarks, which were only a proof of weakness. When you see her tomorrow, take the same tone as that you used this morning. Rassi is neither an exile nor a prisoner yet, nor have we torn up Fabrizio's sentence. You pressed the princess to make a decision. That always puts princes and even prime ministers out of temper. And besides, after all, you are her mistress of the robes, in other words, her humble servant. A revulsion of feeling which is invariable with weak natures will make Rassi's favour higher than ever within 3 days. He will strive to ruin somebody, but until he has compromised the prince, he can be sure of nothing. There was a man hurt at the fire tonight, a tailor. On my soul, he showed the most extraordinary courage. Tomorrow I will suggest that the prince should walk out, leaning on my arm, and pay a visit to that tailor. I shall be armed to the teeth, and I will keep a sharp lookout. And indeed, so far, no one hates this young prince. I want to give him the habit of walking about in the streets, a trick I shall play on Rassi, who will certainly succeed me, and who will not be able to allow him to do anything so imprudent. On our way back from the tailor's house, I'll bring the prince past his father's statue. He'll see how the stones have broken the skirt of the Roman tunic with which the fool of a sculptor has adorned the figure, and he must be a prince of very limited intelligence indeed if he is not inspired with the remark, "This is what one gets by hanging Jacobins," to which I shall reply, "You must either hang 10,000 or not a single one. The massacre of St. Bartholomew destroyed Protestantism in France. Tomorrow, dearest friend, before I start on my expedition, you must wait upon the prince and say to him, 'Last night I acted as your minister. I gave you advice, and in obeying your orders I incurred the displeasure of the princess. You must reward me.' He will think you are going to ask him for money, and will begin to knit his brows. You must leave him to struggle with this unpleasant thought as long as possible. Then you will say, 'I entreat your Highness to give orders that Fabrizio shall be tried after hearing both parties, that is to say, that Fabrizio himself shall be present, by the 12 most respected judges in your dominions.' And without losing a moment you will beg his signature to a short order written by your own fair hand, which I will now dictate to you. Of course, I shall insert a clause to the effect that the first sentence is annulled. To this there is only one objection, that if you carry the business through quickly it will not occur to the prince. He may say, 'Fabrizio must give himself up again at the fortress.' You will reply, 'He will give himself up at the city jail. You know I am master there, and your nephew will be able to come and see you every evening.' If the prince answers, 'No, his flight has smirched the honour of my citadel, and as a matter of form I insist on his going back to the room he occupied there,' you in your turn will say, 'No, for there he would be at the mercy of my enemy Rassi,' and by one of those womanly hints you know so well how to insinuate, you will make him understand that to work on Rassi you might possibly inform him as to this night's auto da fe. If the prince persists, you will say you are going away to your house at Sacca for 10 days. You must send for Fabrizio and consult with him about this step, which may bring him back into his prison. We must foresee everything, and if, while he is under lock and key, Rassi loses patience and has me poisoned, Fabrizio might be in danger. But this is not very probable. You know I have brought over a French cook who is the cheeriest of men, always making puns. Now, punning is incompatible with murder. I have already told our Fabrizio that I have discovered all the witnesses of his brave and noble behaviour. It is quite clear that it was Giletti who tried to murder him. I had not mentioned these witnesses to you because I wanted to give you a surprise. But the plan has failed. I could not get the prince's signature. I told our Fabrizio I would certainly procure him some high ecclesiastical position, but I shall find that very difficult if his enemies at the court of Rome can put forward an accusation of murder against him. Do you realize, madam, that if he is not tried in the most formal manner, the name of Giletti will be a bugbear to him all the days of his life? It would be a very cowardly thing to avoid a trial when one is quite sure of one's innocence. Besides, if he were guilty, I would have him acquitted." When I mentioned the subject, the eager young fellow would not let me finish my story. He laid hands on the official list, and together we chose out the 12 most upright and learned of the judges. When the list was complete, we struck out 6 of the names, and replaced them by those of the 6 lawyers who are my personal enemies, and as we could only discover 2 of these, we made up the number with 4 rascals who are devoted to Rassi." The count's remarks filled the duchess with deadly and not unreasonable alarm. At last she submitted to reason, and wrote the order appointing the judges at the minister's dictation. It was 6 o'clock in the morning before the count left her. She tried to sleep, but all in vain. At 9 she was breakfasting with Fabrizio, whom she found consumed with longing to be tried. At 10 she waited on the princess, who was not visible. At 11 she saw the prince, who was holding his levee, and who signed the order without making the slightest objection. The duchess sent off the order to the count, and then went to bed. I might give an entertaining account of Rassi's fury when the count obliged him, in the prince's presence, to countersign the order the prince himself had signed earlier in the morning. But events pressed too thickly upon us. The count discussed the merits of each judge, and offered to change the names. But my readers may possibly be growing as weary of my details of legal procedure as of all these court intrigues. From all of them we may draw this moral, that the man who comes to close quarters with a court imperils his happiness, if he is happy, and in any case risks his whole future on the intrigues of a waiting woman. On the other hand, in a republic such as America, he must bore himself from morning to night by paying solemn court to the shopkeepers in the street, and grow as dull as they are, and then over there is no opera for him to go to. When the duchess left her bed that evening, she endured a moment of extreme anxiety. Fabrizio was not to be found. At last, toward midnight, during the performance of a play at the palace, she received a letter from him. Instead of giving himself up at the city jail, which was under the count's jurisdiction, he had gone back to his old room in the fortress, too delighted to find himself once more in Clelia's neighbourhood. This was an immensely important incident, for in that place he was more than ever exposed to the danger of poison. This piece of folly drove the duchess to despair, but she forgave its cause, her nephew's wild love for Clelia, because the young lady was certainly to be married, within a few days, to the wealthy Marchese Crescenzi. By this mad act, Fabrizio recovered all his former influence over the duchess. "That cursed paper I made the prince sign will bring about Fabrizio's death. What idiots men are with their notions of honour! As if there were any necessity for thinking about honour under an absolute government in a country where a man like Rassi is Minister of Justice. We ought simply and solely to have accepted the pardon which the prince would have given, just as willingly as he gave the order convoking this extraordinary court. What matter is it, after all, whether a man of Fabrizio's birth is accused, more or less, of having killed a strolling player like Giletti with his own hand and his own sword?" No sooner had the duchess received Fabrizio's note than she hurried to the count. She found him looking quite pale. "Good God, my dear friend," he cried, "I certainly bring bad luck to this poor boy, and you will be frantic with me again. I can give you proofs that I sent for the keeper of the city jail yesterday evening. Your nephew would have come to drink tea with you every day. The awful thing is that it is impossible for either you or me to tell the prince we are afraid of poisons. And poison administered by Rassi, he would regard such a suspicion as immoral to the last degree. Nevertheless, if you insist upon it, I am ready to go to the palace. But I know what answer I shall receive. I will say more. I will offer you a means which I would not use for myself. Since I have held power in this country, I have never caused a single man to perish, and you know I am so weak-minded in that particular that when evening falls I sometimes think of those 2 spies I had shot, a trifle hastily, in Spain. Well, do you wish me to rid you of Rassi? There is no limit to Fabrizio's danger at his hands. Therein he holds a certain means of driving me to take my departure." The suggestion was exceedingly pleasing to the duchess, but she did not adopt it. "I do not choose," said she to the count, "that in our retirement under the beautiful Neapolitan sky your evenings should be darkened by sad thoughts. But, dearest friend, it seems to me we have nothing but sad thoughts to choose from. What will become of you, what is to become of me, if Fabrizio is carried off by illness?" There was a fresh discussion over this idea. The duchess closed it with these words: Rassi owes his life to the fact that I love you better than I do Fabrizio. No, I will not poison every evening of the old age we are going to spend together." The duchess hurried to the fortress. General Fabio Conti was delighted to have to refuse her admittance, in obedience to the formal provisions of military law, whereby nobody can enter a state prison without an order signed by the prince. But the Marchese Crescenzi and his musicians come into the citadel every day. That is because I have obtained a special order for them from the prince. The poor duchess was unaware of the extent of her misfortune. General Fabio Conti had taken Fabrizio's escape as a personal slight upon himself. He had no business to admit him when he saw him enter the citadel, for he had no orders to that effect. But, thought he, Heaven has sent him to me to repair my honour and save me from the ridicule which would have blighted my military career. I must not lose my chance. He will be acquitted, there is no doubt of that, and I have only a few days in which to wreak my vengeance. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 25. Our hero's arrival threw Clelia into a condition of despair. The poor girl, earnestly pious and thoroughly honest with herself, could not blink the fact that she could never know happiness apart from Fabrizio. That when her father had been half poisoned, she had made a vow to the Madonna that she would sacrifice herself to him by marrying the Marchese. She had also vowed that she would never see Fabrizio again, and she was already torn by the most cruel remorse, on account of the admission into which she had slipped in her letter to Fabrizio the night before his flight. How shall I describe the feelings that swelled that shadowed heart when, as she sadly watched her birds fluttering hither and thither, she raised her eyes, instinctively and lovingly, to the window whence Fabrizio had once gazed at her, and saw him stand there once again, and greet her with the tenderest respect. At first she thought it was a vision which Heaven had sent her as a punishment. At last the hideous truth forced itself on her mind. They have taken him, she thought, and now he is lost. She remembered the language used within the fortress after his escape. The very humblest jailer had felt himself mortally humiliated by it. Clelia looked at Fabrizio, and in spite of herself, her eyes spoke all the passion that was driving her to despair. " Can you believe," she seemed to say to Fabrizio, " that I shall find happiness in the sumptuous palace that is being prepared for me? My father tells me, till I am sick of hearing it, that you are as poor as we are. Heavens, how gladly would I share that poverty! But alas, we must never see each other again." Clelia had not the strength to make any use of the alphabets. Even as she gazed at Fabrizio, she turned faint, and dropped upon a chair beside the window. Her head rested upon the window ledge, and as she had striven to look at him till the last moment, her face, turned toward Fabrizio, was fully exposed to his gaze. When, after a few moments, she opened her eyes, her first glance sought Fabrizio. Tears stood in his eyes, but they were tears of utter happiness. He saw that absence had not made her forget him. For some time the two poor young creatures remained as though bewitched by the sight of each other. Fabrizio ventured to say a few words, as though singing to a guitar, something to this effect: "It is to see you again that I have come back to prison. I am to be tried." These words seemed to stir all Clelia's sense of virtue. She rose swiftly to her feet, covered her eyes, and endeavoured to make him understand by the most earnest gestures that she must never see him again. This had been her promise to the Madonna, which she had forgotten when she had looked at him. When Fabrizio still ventured to give expression to his love, Clelia fled indignantly, swearing to herself that she would never see him again, for these were the exact terms of her vow to the Madonna: "My eyes shall never look on him again." She had written them on a slip of paper, which her uncle Cesare had allowed her to burn on the altar, at the moment of the elevation, while he was saying mass. But in spite of every vow, Fabrizio's presence in the Farnese Tower drove Clelia back into all her former habits. She now generally spent her whole day alone in her room, but hardly had she recovered from the state of agitation into which Fabrizio's appearance had thrown her, than she began to move about the palace, and renew acquaintance, so to speak, with all her humbler friends. A very talkative old woman, who worked in the kitchens, said to her, with a look of mystery, "Signor Fabrizio will not get out of the citadel this time." "He will not commit the crime of getting over the walls," said Clelia, "but he will go out by the gate if he is acquitted." "I tell your Excellency, and I know what I am saying, that he will never go out till he is carried out feet foremost." Clelia turned deadly pale. The old woman remarked it, and her eloquence was checked. She felt she had committed an imprudence in speaking thus before the daughter of the governor, whose duty it would be to tell everyone Fabrizio had died of illness. As Clelia was going back to her rooms, she met the prison doctor, an honest, timid kind of man, who told her with a look of alarm that Fabrizio was very ill. Clelia could hardly drag herself along. She hunted high and low for her uncle, the good priest Cesare, and found him at last in the chapel, praying fervently. His face betrayed the greatest distress. The dinner bell rang. Not a word was exchanged between the two brothers at table, but toward the end of the meal the general addressed some very tart remark to his brother. This latter looked at the servants, who left the room. "General," said Don Cesare to the governor, "I have the honour to inform you that I am about to leave the citadel. I give you my resignation." "Bravo, bravissimo! To cast suspicion on me! And your reason, may I inquire?" "My conscience." "Pooh, you're nothing but a shaveling priest. You know nothing about honour." "Fabrizio is killed," said Clelia to herself. "They've poisoned him at dinner, or else they'll do it tomorrow." She flew to her aviary, determined to sing and accompany herself on the piano. "I will confess it all," said she to herself. "I shall be given absolution for breaking my vow to save a man's life." What was her consternation on reaching the aviary to perceive that the screens had been replaced by boards, fastened to the iron bars. Half distracted, she endeavoured to warn the prisoner by a few words, which she screamed rather than sang. There was no answer of any sort. A death-like silence already reigned within the Farnese Tower. "It's all over," she thought. Distraught, she ran down the stairs, then ran back again to fetch what money she had and her little diamond earrings. As she went by, she snatched up the bread remaining from dinner, which had been put on a sideboard. "If he is still alive, it is my duty to save him." With a haughty air, she moved toward the little door in the tower. The door was open, and 8 soldiers had only just been stationed in the pillared hall on the ground floor. She looked boldly at the soldiers. Clelia had intended to speak to the sergeant who should have been in charge, but the man was not there. Clelia hurried up the little iron staircase which wound round one of the pillars. The soldiers stared at her, very much astonished, but presumably on account of her lace shawl and her bonnet they dared not say anything to her. There was nobody at all on the first floor, but on the second, at the entrance to the passage, which, as my readers may recollect, was closed by 3 iron-barred doors, and led to Fabrizio's room, she found a turnkey, a stranger to her, who said with a startled look, "He hasn't dined yet." "I know that quite well," said Clelia loftily. The man did not venture to stop her. 20 paces further on, Clelia found, sitting on the first of the 6 wooden steps leading up to Fabrizio's room, another turnkey, very elderly and exceedingly red in the face, who said to her firmly, "Signorina, have you an order from the governor?" "Do you not know who I am?" At that moment, Clelia was possessed by a sort of supernatural strength. She was quite beside herself. "I am going to save my husband," she said to herself. While the old turnkey was calling out, "But my duty will not permit me," Clelia ran swiftly up the steps. She threw herself against the door. A huge key was in the lock. It took all her strength to turn it. At that moment the old turnkey, who was half drunk, snatched at the bottom of her skirt. She dashed into the room, slammed the door, tearing her gown, and as the turnkey pushed at it, to get in after her, she shot a bolt which she found just under her hand. She looked into the room, and saw Fabrizio sitting at a very small table on which his dinner was laid. She rushed at the table, overturned it, and clutching Fabrizio's arm, she cried, " Hast thou eaten ?" This use of the second person singular filled Fabrizio with joy. For the first time in her agitation, Clelia had forgotten her womanly reserve and betrayed her love. Fabrizio had been on the point of beginning his fatal meal. He clasped her in his arms and covered her with kisses. " This food has been poisoned," thought he to himself. " If I tell her that I have not touched it, religion will reassert its rights, and Clelia will take to flight. But if she looks upon me as a dying man, I shall persuade her not to leave me. She is longing to find a means of escape from her hateful marriage. Chance has brought us this one. The jailers will soon collect, they will break in the door, and then there will be such a scandal that the Marchese Crescenzi will take fright and break off the marriage." During the momentary silence consequent on these reflections, Fabrizio felt that Clelia was already endeavouring to free herself from his embrace. " I feel no pain as yet," he said to her, " but soon I shall lie at thy feet in agony. Help me to die." " Oh, my only friend," she answered, " I will die with thee," and she clasped her arms about him with a convulsive pressure. Half dressed as she was, and half wild with passion, she was so beautiful that Fabrizio could not restrain an almost involuntary gesture. He met with no resistance. In the gush of passion and generous feeling which follows on excessive happiness, he said to her boldly, " The first instants of our happiness shall not be soiled by a vile lie. But for thy courage, I should now be nothing but a corpse, or struggling in the most hideous tortures. But at thy entrance I was only about to dine. I had not touched any of the dishes." Fabrizio dilated on the frightful picture, so as to soften the indignation he already perceived in Clelia's eyes. Torn by violent and conflicting feelings, she looked at him for an instant, and then threw herself into his arms. A great noise arose in the passage, the iron doors were roughly opened and violently banged, and there was talking and shouting. " Oh, if only I was armed !" exclaimed Fabrizio. " They took my arms away before they would let me come in. No doubt they are coming to make an end of me. Farewell, my Clelia. I bless my death, since it has brought me my happiness." Clelia kissed him, and gave him a little ivory-handled dagger, with a blade not much longer than that of a penknife. " Do not let them kill thee," she said. " Defend thyself to the last moment. If my uncle hears the noise, he is brave and virtuous, he will save thee. I am going to speak to them," and as she said the words, she rushed toward the door. " If thou art not killed," she said feverishly, with her hand on the bolt and her head turned toward him, " starve rather than touch any food that is brought thee. Keep this bread about thy person always." The noise was drawing nearer. Fabrizio caught hold of her, took her place by the door, and throwing it open violently, rushed down the 6 wooden steps. The ivory-handled dagger was in his hand, and he was just about to drive it into the waistcoat of General Fontana, the prince's aide-de-camp, who started back in alarm and exclaimed, " But I have come to save you, Signor del Dongo." Fabrizio turned back, up the 6 steps, said within the room, " Fontana has come to save me." Then, returning to the general on the wooden steps, he conversed calmly with him, begging him in many words to forgive him his angry impulse. " There has been an attempt to poison me. That dinner you see laid out there is poisoned. I had the sense not to touch it, but I will confess to you that the incident annoyed me. When I heard you coming up the stairs, I thought they were coming to finish me with daggers. General, I request you will give orders that nobody shall enter my room. Somebody would take away the poison, and our good prince must be informed of everything." The general, very pale and very much horrified, transmitted the order suggested by Fabrizio to the specially selected jailers, who had followed him. These gentry, very much crestfallen at seeing the poison discovered, lost no time in getting downstairs. They made as though they were going in front to get out of the way of the prince's aide-de-camp on the narrow staircase. As a matter of fact, they were panting to escape and disappear. To General Fontana's great astonishment, Fabrizio halted for more than a quarter of an hour at the little iron staircase that ran round the pillar on the ground floor. He wanted to give Clelia time to conceal herself on the first floor. It was the duchess who, after doing several wild things, had succeeded in getting General Fontana sent to the citadel. This success had been the result of chance. Leaving Count Mosca, who was as much alarmed as herself, she hurried to the palace. The princess, who had a strong dislike to energy, which always struck her as being vulgar, thought she was mad, and did not show the least disposition to attempt any unusual step to help her. The duchess, distracted, was weeping bitterly. All she could do was to repeat over and over again, "But, madam, within a quarter of an hour Fabrizio will be dead of poison." When the duchess perceived the prince's perfect indifference, her grief drove her mad. That moral reflection, which would certainly have occurred to any woman educated in one of those northern religions which permit of self-examination, "I was the first to use poison, and now it is by poison that I am destroyed," never occurred to her. In Italy, such considerations, in moments of deep passion, would seem as commonplace as a pun would appear to a Parisian under parallel circumstances. In her despair, the duchess chanced to go into the drawing-room, where she found the Marchese Crescenzi, who was in waiting that day. When the duchess had returned to Parma, he had thanked her fervently for his post as lord-in-waiting, to which, but for her, he could never have aspired. There had been no lack of asseverations of devotion on his part. The duchess addressed him in the following words: "Rassi is going to have Fabrizio, who was in the citadel, poisoned. Put some chocolate and a bottle of water, which I will give you, into your pocket. Go up to the citadel, and save my life by telling General Fabio Conti that if he does not allow you to give Fabrizio the chocolate and the water yourself, you will break off your marriage with his daughter." The Marchese turned pale, and his features, instead of kindling into animation, expressed the most miserable perplexity. He could not believe that so hideous a crime could be committed in so well-ordered a city as Parma, ruled over by so great a prince, and so forth. And to make it worse, he enunciated all these platitudes exceedingly slowly. In a word, the duchess found she had to deal with a man who was upright enough, but weak beyond words, and quite unable to make up his mind to act. After a score of remarks of this kind, all of them interrupted by her impatient exclamations, he hit on an excellent excuse. His oath, as lord-in-waiting, forbade him to take any part in machinations against the government. My readers will imagine the anxiety and despair of the duchess, who felt the time was slipping by. "But see the governor, at all events, and tell him I will hunt Fabrizio's murderers into hell." Despair had quickened the duchess's eloquence, but all her fervour only added to the Marchese's alarm, and doubled his natural irresolution. At the end of an hour, he was even less inclined to do anything than he had been at first. The unhappy woman, who had reached the utmost limit of distraction, and was thoroughly convinced the governor would never refuse anything to so rich a son-in-law, went so far as to throw herself at his feet. This seemed only to increase the Marchese Crescenzi's cowardice. The strange sight filled him with an unconscious fear that he himself might be compromised. But then a strange thing happened. The Marchese, a kind-hearted man at bottom, was touched when he saw so beautiful and above all so powerful a woman kneeling at his feet. "I myself, rich and noble as I am," thought he, "may one day be forced to kneel at the feet of some republican." The Marchese began to cry, and at last it was agreed that the duchess, as mistress of the robes, should introduce him to the princess, who would give him leave to convey a small basket, of the contents of which he would declare himself ignorant, to Fabrizio. The previous night, before the duchess had become aware of Fabrizio's folly in giving himself up to the citadel, a commedia dell'arte had been acted at court, and the prince, who always kept the lovers' parts for himself, and played them with the duchess, had spoken to her so passionately of his love, that had such a thing been possible, in Italy, to any passionate man, or any prince, he would have looked ridiculous. The prince, who, shy as he was, took his love affairs very seriously, was walking along one of the corridors of the palace, when he met the duchess hurrying the Marchese Crescenzi, who looked very much flustered, into the princess's presence. He was so surprised and dazzled by the beauty and the emotion with which despair had endued the mistress of the robes, that for the first time in his life he showed some decision of character. With a gesture that was more than imperious, he dismissed the Marchese, and forthwith made a formal declaration of his love to the duchess. No doubt the prince had thought it all over beforehand, for it contained some very sensible remarks. "Since my rank forbids me the supreme happiness of marrying you, I will swear to you on the holy wafer that I will never marry without your written consent. I know very well," he added, "that I shall cause you to lose the hand of the prime minister, a clever and very charming man. But after all, he is 56 years old, and I am not yet 22. I should feel I was insulting you, and should deserve your refusal if I spoke to you of advantages apart from my love. But every soul about my court who cares about money speaks with admiration of the proof of love the count gives you by leaving everything he possesses in your hands. I shall be only too happy to imitate him in this respect. You will use my fortune much better than I, and you will have the entire disposal of the annual sum which my ministers pay over to the Lord Steward of the Crown. Thus it will be you, Duchess, who will decide what sums I may expend each month." The duchess thought all these details very long-winded. The sense of Fabrizio's peril was tearing at her heart. "But don't you know, sir," she exclaimed, "that Fabrizio is at this moment being poisoned in your citadel? Save him! I believe everything." The arrangement of her sentence was thoroughly awkward. At the word poison, all the confidence, all the good faith which had been evident in the poor, well-meaning prince's conversation disappeared like a flash. The duchess only noticed her blunder when it was too late to remedy it, and this increased her despair, a thing she had thought impossible. "If I had not mentioned poison," said she to herself, "he would have granted me Fabrizio's liberty. Oh, dear Fabrizio," she added, "I am fated to ruin you by my folly." It took the duchess a long time, and she was forced to employ many wiles before she could win the prince back to his passionate declarations of affection. But he was still thoroughly scared. It was only his mind that spoke. His heart had been frozen, first of all by the idea of poison, and then by another, as displeasing to him as the first had been terrible. Poison is being administered in my dominions without my being told anything about it. Rassi, then, is bent on dishonouring me in the eyes of Europe. God alone knows what I shall read in the French newspapers next month. Suddenly, timid as the young man was, his heart was silent, and an idea started up in his mind. "Dear Duchess," he cried, "you know how deeply I am attached to you. I would fain believe your terrible notion about poison is quite unfounded. But indeed it set me thinking, too, and for a moment it almost made me forget my passionate love for you, the only one I have ever felt in my life. I feel I am not very lovable. I am nothing but a boy, very desperately in love. But put me to the test, at all events." As the prince spoke, he grew very eager. "Save Fabrizio, and I will believe everything. No doubt I am carried away by a foolish mother's fears. But send instantly to fetch Fabrizio from the citadel, and let me see him. If he is still alive, send him from the palace to the city jail, and keep him there for months and months, until he has been tried, if that be your highness's will." The duchess noticed with despair that the prince, instead of granting so simple a petition with a word, had grown gloomy. He was very much flushed. He looked at the duchess, then dropped his eyes, and his cheeks grew pale. The idea of poison she had so unluckily put forward had inspired him with a thought worthy of his own father, or of Philip II, but he did not dare to express it. "Listen, madam," he said at last, as though with an effort, and in a tone that was not particularly gracious. "You look down upon me as a boy, and further, as a creature possessing no attraction. Well, I am going to say something horrible to you, which has been suggested to me, this instant, by the real and deep passion I feel for you. If I had the smallest belief in the world in this poison story, I should have taken steps at once. My duty would have made that a law. But I take your request to be nothing but a wild fancy, the meaning of which, you will allow me to say, I may not fully grasp. You expect me, who have hardly reigned 3 months, to act without consulting my ministers. You ask me to make an exception to a general rule, which I confess seems to me a very reasonable one. At this moment it is you, madam, who are absolute sovereign here. You inspire me with hope in a matter which is all in all to me. But within an hour, when this nightmare of yours, this fancy about poison, has faded away, my presence will become a weariness to you, and you will drive me away, madam. Therefore I want an oath. Swear to me, madam, that if Fabrizio is restored to you, safe and sound, you will grant me, within 3 months, all the happiness that my love can crave, that you will ensure the bliss of my whole life by placing 1 hour of yours at my disposal, and that you will be mine." At that moment the castle clock struck 2. "Ah, perhaps it is too late now," thought the duchess. "I swear it," she cried, and her eyes were wild. Instantly the prince became a different man. Running to the aide-de-camp's room at the end of the gallery, " General Fontana," he cried, " gallop at full speed to the citadel. Hurry as fast as you can to the room where Signor del Dongo is confined, and bring him to me. I must speak to him within 20 minutes, within 15, if that be possible." " Ah, general," exclaimed the duchess, who had followed on the prince's heels, " my whole life may depend on one moment. A report, a false one, no doubt, has made me fear Fabrizio may be poisoned. The moment you are within earshot, call out to him not to eat. If he has touched food, you must make him sick. Say I insist upon it. Use violence, if necessary. Tell him I am following close after you, and believe I shall be indebted to you all my life. My lady duchess, my horse is saddled. I am thought a good rider. I will gallop as hard as I can go, and I shall be at the citadel 8 minutes before you." The aide-de-camp vanished. He was a man whose one merit was that he knew how to ride. Before he had well closed the door, the young prince, who apparently knew his own mind now, seized the duchess's hand. " Madam," he said, and there was passion in his tone, " deign to come with me to the chapel." Taken aback for the first time in her life, the duchess followed him without a word. She and the prince ran down the whole length of the great gallery of the palace, at the far end of which the chapel was situated. When they were inside the chapel, the prince cast himself on his knees, as much before the duchess as before the altar. " Repeat your oath," he exclaimed passionately. " If you had been just, if the misfortune of my being a prince had not injured my cause, you would have granted me, out of pity for my love, that which you owe me now because you have sworn it." " If I see Fabrizio again, and he has not been poisoned, if he is alive within a week from now, if your Highness appoints him coadjutor to Archbishop Landriani and his ultimate successor, I will trample everything, my honour, my womanly dignity, beneath my feet, and I will give myself to your Highness." " But, dearest friend," said the prince, with a comical mixture of nervous anxiety and tenderness, " I am afraid of some pitfall I do not understand, and which may destroy all my happiness. That would kill me. If the archbishop makes some ecclesiastical difficulty which will drag the business out for years, what is to become of me? I am acting, you see, in perfect good faith. Are you going to treat me like a Jesuit?" " No, in all good faith. If Fabrizio is saved, and if you do all in your power to make him coadjutor and future archbishop, I will dishonour myself and give myself to you. Your Highness will undertake to write ' approved ' on the margin of a request which the archbishop will present within the week. I will sign you a blank sheet of paper. You shall rule me and my dominions." Reddening with happiness, and thoroughly beside himself, he insisted on a second oath. So great was his emotion that it made him forget his natural timidity, and in that palace chapel, where they were alone together, he whispered things which, if he had said them 3 days previously, would have altered the duchess's opinion of him. But in her heart, despair concerning Fabrizio's danger had now been replaced by horror at the promise which had been torn from her. The duchess was overwhelmed by the thought of what she had done. If she was not yet conscious of the frightful bitterness of what she had said, it was because her attention was still strained by anxiety as to whether General Fontana would reach the citadel in time. To stem the boy's wild love talk and turn the conversation, she praised a famous picture by Parmigiano, which adorned the high altar in the chapel. " Do me the kindness of allowing me to send it to you," said the prince. " I accept it," replied the duchess, " but give me leave to hurry to meet Fabrizio." With a bewildered look, she told her coachman to make his horses into a gallop. On the bridge that spanned the fortress moat she met General Fontana and Fabrizio coming out on foot. " Have you eaten ?"" No, by some miracle." The duchess threw herself on Fabrizio's breast and fell into a swoon which lasted for an hour, and engendered fears first for her life and afterward for her reason. At the sight of General Fontana, General Fabio Conti had grown white with rage. He dallied so much about obeying the prince's order that the aide-de-camp, who concluded that the duchess was about to occupy the position of reigning mistress, had ended by losing his temper. The governor had intended to make Fabrizio's illness last 2 or 3 days, and now, said he to himself, this general, a man about the court, will find the impudent fellow struggling in the agonies which are to avenge me for his flight. Greatly worried, Fabio Conti stopped in the guard-room of the Farnese Tower, and hastily dismissed the soldiers in it. He did not care to have any witnesses of the approaching scene. 5 minutes afterwards he was petrified with astonishment by hearing Fabrizio's voice, and seeing him well and hearty, describing the prison to General Fontana. He swiftly disappeared. At his interview with the prince, Fabrizio behaved like a perfect gentleman. In the first place, he had no intention of looking like a child who is frightened by a mere nothing. The prince inquired kindly how he felt. " Like a man, your Serene Highness, who is starving with hunger because, by good luck, he has neither breakfasted nor dined." After having had the honour of thanking the prince, he requested permission to see the archbishop before proceeding to the city jail. The prince had turned exceedingly pale when the conviction that the poison had not been altogether a phantom of the duchess's imagination had forced itself upon his childish brain. Absorbed by the cruel thought, he did not at first reply to Fabrizio's request that he might see the archbishop. Then he felt obliged to atone for his inattention by excessive graciousness. " You can go out alone, sir, and move through the streets of my capital without any guard. Toward 10 or 11 o'clock you will repair to the prison, and I trust you will not have to stay there long." On the morrow of that great day, the most remarkable in his whole life, the prince thought himself a young Napoleon. That great man, he had read, had received favours from several of the most beautiful women of his court. Now that he, too, was a Napoleon by his success in love, he recollected that he had also been a Napoleon under fire. His soul was still glowing with delight over the firmness of his treatment of the duchess. The sense that he had achieved something difficult made quite another man of him. For a whole fortnight he became accessible to generous-minded argument. He showed some resolution of character. He began that very day by burning the patent-creating Rassi account, which had been lying on his writing-table for the last month. He dismissed General Fabio Conti, and commanded Colonel Lange, his successor, to tell him the truth about the poison. Lange, a brave Polish soldier, terrified the jailers, and found out that Signor del Dongo was to have been poisoned at his breakfast, but that too many persons would have had to be let into the secret. At his dinner, measures had been more carefully taken, and but for General Fontana's arrival, Monsignore del Dongo would have died. The prince was thrown into consternation. But, desperately in love as he was, it was a consolation to him to be able to think, "It turns out that I really have saved Monsignore del Dongo's life, and the duchess will not dare to break the word she has given me." From this thought another proceeded. "My way of life is much more difficult than I supposed. Everyone agrees that the duchess is an exceedingly clever woman. In this case, my interest and my heart agree. What divine happiness it would be for me if she would become my prime minister." So worried was the prince by the horrors he had discovered that he would have nothing to do with the acting that evening. "It would be too great a happiness for me," said he to the duchess, "if you would rule my dominions even as you rule my heart. To begin with, I am going to tell you how I have spent my day." And he began to relate everything very exactly, how he had burned Rassi's patent, his appointment of Lange, Lange's report on the attempted poisoning, and so forth. "I feel I am a very inexperienced ruler. The count's jokes humiliate me. Even at the council table he jokes, and in general society he says things which you will say are not true. He declares I am a child, and that he leads me wherever he chooses. Though I am a prince, madam, I am a man as well, and such remarks are very vexatious. To cast doubt on the stories Mosca put about, I was induced to appoint that dangerous scoundrel Rassi to the ministry, and now here I have General Fabio Conti, who still believes him to be so powerful that he dares not confess whether it was he or the Raversi who suggested his making away with your nephew. I have a good mind to have General Fabio Conti tried. The judges would soon find out whether he is guilty of the attempted poisoning." "But have you any judges, sir?" "What?" said the prince, astounded. "You have learned lawyers, sir, who look very solemn as they walk through the streets. But their verdicts will always follow the will of the dominant party at your court." While the young prince, thoroughly scandalized, was saying a number of things which proved his candour to be far greater than his wisdom, the duchess was thinking to herself, "Will it answer my purpose to have Conti dishonoured? Certainly not, for then his daughter's marriage with that worthy commonplace individual Crescenzi becomes impossible. An endless conversation followed on this subject between the duchess and the prince. The prince's admiration quite blinded him. Out of consideration for Clelia's marriage with the Marchese Crescenzi, but on this account solely, as he angrily informed the ex-governor, the prince overlooked his attempt to poison a prisoner. But, advised by the duchess, he sent him into banishment until the date of his daughter's marriage. The duchess believed she no longer loved Fabrizio, but she was passionately anxious to see Clelia married to the Marchese. This came of her vague hope that she might thus see Fabrizio grow less absent-minded. In his delight, the prince would have disgraced Rassi openly that very night. The duchess said to him laughingly, "Do you not know a saying of Napoleon's that a man in a high position, on whom all men's eyes are fixed, must never allow himself to act in anger? But it is too late to do anything tonight. Let us put off all business until tomorrow." She wanted to get time to consult the count, to whom she faithfully repeated the whole of the evening's conversation, only suppressing the prince's frequent references to a promise, the thought of which poisoned her existence. The duchess hoped to make herself so indispensable that she would be able to get the matter indefinitely adjourned by saying to the prince, "If you are so barbarous as to make me endure such a humiliation, which I should never forgive, I will leave your state the next morning." The count, when the duchess consulted with him as to Rassi's fate, behaved like a true philosopher. Rassi and General Fabio Conti travelled to Piedmont together. A very peculiar difficulty arose in connection with Fabrizio's trial. The judges wanted to acquit him by acclamation at their very first sitting. The count was obliged to use threats to make the trial last a week, and ensure the hearing of all the witnesses. "These people are all alike," he said to himself. The day after his acquittal, Fabrice del Dongo took possession at last of his post as Grand Vicar to the good Archbishop Landriani. On that same day the prince signed the dispatches necessary to ensure Fabrizio's appointment as the archbishop's coadjutor and ultimate successor, and within less than 2 months he was installed in this position. Everybody complimented the duchess on her nephew's serious bearing. As a matter of fact, he was in utter despair. Immediately after his deliverance, which had been followed by General Fabio Conti's disgrace and banishment, and the duchess's accession to the highest favour, Clelia had taken refuge in the house of her aunt, the Countess Cantarini, a very rich and very aged woman who never thought of anything but her health. Clelia might have seen Fabrizio, but anyone acquainted with her former engagements, and seeing her present mode of behaviour, would have concluded that her regard for her lover had departed when the danger in which he stood had disappeared. Fabrizio not only walked past the Palazzo Cantarini as often as he decently could, he had also succeeded, after endless trouble, in hiring a small lodging opposite the first floor of the mansion. Once, when Clelia had thoughtlessly stationed herself at the window to watch a procession pass by, she had started back as though terror-struck. She had caught sight of Fabrizio, dressed in black, but as a very poor workman, looking at her out of one of his garret windows, filled with oiled paper like those of his room in the Farnese Tower. Fabrizio would have been very thankful to persuade himself that Clelia was avoiding him on account of her father's disgrace, which public rumour ascribed to the duchess, but he was only too well acquainted with another cause for her retirement, and nothing could cheer his sadness. Neither his acquittal, nor his important functions, the first he had been called on to perform, nor his fine social position, nor even the assiduous court paid him by all the clergy and devout persons in the diocese, touched him in the least. His charming rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina were no longer large enough. The duchess, to her great delight, was obliged to give him the whole of the second floor of her palace, and 2 fine rooms on the first floor, which were always full of people waiting to pay their duty to the youthful coadjutor. The clause ensuring his succession to the archbishopric had created an extraordinary effect in the country. Those resolute qualities in Fabrizio's character, which had once so scandalized the needy and foolish courtiers, were now ascribed to him as virtues. It was a great lesson in philosophy to Fabrizio to find himself so utterly indifferent to all these honours, and far more unhappy in his splendid rooms, with half a score of lackeys dressed in his liveries, than he had been in his wooden chamber in the Farnese Tower, with hideous jailers all about him, and in perpetual terror for his life. His mother and his sister, the Duchess V., who had travelled to Parma to see him in his glory, were struck by his deep melancholy. So greatly did it alarm the Marchesa del Dongo, who had become the most unromantic of women, that she thought he must have been given some slow poison in the Farnese Tower. Discreet as she was, she felt it her duty to speak to him about this extraordinary depression, and Fabrizio's tears were his only answer. The innumerable advantages arising out of his brilliant position produced no impression on him save one of vexation. His brother, that vainest of mortals, eaten up with the vilest selfishness, wrote him an almost formal letter of congratulation, and with this letter he received a bank bill for 50,000 francs, to enable him, so the new Marchese wrote, to purchase horses and carriages worthy of his name. Fabrizio sent the money to his younger sister, who had made a poor marriage. Count Mosca had caused a fine Italian translation to be made of the Latin genealogy of the Valserra del Dongo family, originally published by Fabrizio, Archbishop of Parma. This he had splendidly printed, with the Latin text on the opposite page. The engravings had been reproduced by magnificent lithographs done in Paris. By the duchess's desire, a fine portrait of Fabrizio was inserted opposite that of the late archbishop. This translation was published as Fabrizio's work, executed during his first imprisonment. But in our hero's heart every feeling was dead, even the vanity inherent in every human creature. He did not condescend to read one page of the volume attributed to him. His social position made it incumbent on him to present a magnificently bound copy of it to the prince, who, thinking he owed him some amends for having brought him so near an agonizing death, granted him his grande entrée to the sovereign's apartment, an honour which confers the title of eccellenza. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 26. The only moments when Fabrizio's deep sadness knew a little respite were those he spent lurking behind a glass pane which he had substituted for one of the oiled paper squares in the window of his lodging opposite the Palazzo Cantarini, to which mansion, as my readers know, Clelia had retired. On the few occasions since he had left the fortress on which he had caught sight of her, he had been profoundly distressed by a striking change in her appearance, from which he augured very ill. Since Clelia's one moment of weakness, her face had assumed a most striking appearance of nobility and gravity. It might have been that of a woman of 30. In this extraordinary change of expression, Fabrizio recognized the reflection of some deep-seated resolution. " Every moment of the day," said he to himself, " she is swearing to herself that she will keep her vow to the Madonna and never look at me again." Fabrizio only guessed at part of Clelia's misery. She knew that her father, who had fallen into the direst disgrace, would never be able to return to Parma and reappear at the court, without which life was impossible to him, until she married the Marchese Crescenzi. She wrote her father word that she desired to be married. The general was then lying ill from worry at Turin. This fateful decision had aged her by 10 years. She was quite aware that Fabrizio had a window facing the Palazzo Cantarini, but only once had she been so unfortunate as to look at him. The moment she caught sight of the turn of a head or the outline of a figure, the least resembling his, she instantly closed her eyes. Her deep piety and her trust in the Madonna's help were to be her only support for the future. She had to endure the sorrow of feeling no esteem for her father. Her future husband's character she took to be perfectly commonplace, and suited to the dominant feelings of the upper ranks of society. To crown it all, she adored a man whom she must never see again, and who, nevertheless, had certain claims upon her. Taking it altogether, her fate seemed to her the most miserable that could be conceived, and it must be acknowledged that she was right. The moment she was married, she ought to have gone to live 200 leagues from Parma. Fabrizio was acquainted with the extreme modesty of Clelia's character. He knew how much any unusual step, the discovery of which might cause comment, was certain to displease her. Nevertheless, driven to distraction by his own sadness, and by seeing Clelia's eyes so constantly turned away from him, he ventured to try to buy over 2 of the servants of her aunt, the Countess Cantarini. One day, as dusk was falling, Fabrizio, dressed like a respectable countryman, presented himself at the door of the palace, at which one of the servants he had bribed was awaiting him. He announced he had just arrived from Turin with letters for Clelia from her father. The servant took up his message, and then conducted him into a huge antechamber on the first floor. In this apartment Fabrizio spent what was perhaps the most anxious quarter of an hour in his whole life. If Clelia repulsed him, he could never hope to know peace again. "To cut short the wearisome duties with which my new position overwhelms me," he mused, "I will rid the church of an indifferent priest, and will take refuge under a feigned name in some Carthusian monastery." At last the servant appeared, and told him the Signorina Clelia was willing to receive him. Our hero's courage quite failed him as he climbed the staircase to the second floor, and he very nearly fell down from sheer fright. Clelia was sitting at a little table on which a solitary taper was burning. No sooner did she recognize Fabrizio under his disguise than she rushed away and hid herself at the far end of the drawing-room. "This is how you take care of my salvation," she cried, hiding her face in her hands. "Yet you know that when my father was at the point of death from poison, I made a vow to the Madonna that I would never see you. That vow I have never broken except on that one day, the most wretched of my life, when my conscience commanded me to save you from death. I do a great deal when, by putting on a forced and, no doubt, a wicked interpretation on my vow, I consent even to listen to you." Fabrizio was so astounded by this last sentence that for a few seconds he was incapable even of rejoicing over it. He had expected to see Clelia rush away in the most lively anger. But at last he recovered his presence of mind, and blew out the candle. Although he believed he had understood Clelia's wishes, he was trembling with alarm as he moved toward the far end of the drawing-room, where she had taken refuge behind a sofa. He did not know whether she might not take it ill if he kissed her hand. Throbbing with passion, she cast herself into his arms. "Dearest Fabrizio," she said, "how slow you have been in coming! I can only speak to you for a few moments, for even that is certainly a great sin, and when I promised that I would never see you again, there is no doubt I understood myself to promise that I would never speak to you either. But how can you punish my poor father's vengeful thoughts so barbarously? For, after all, he was nearly poisoned first, to facilitate your flight. Should you not have done something for me, who risked my fair fame to save you? Besides, now you are altogether bound to the priestly life, you could not marry me, even if I found means of getting rid of this detestable Marchese. And then how could you dare to attempt to see me in full daylight on the day of that procession, and thus violate my holy vow to the Madonna in the most shocking manner?" Beside himself with surprise and happiness, Fabrizio clasped her closely in his arms. The conversation, which had to begin by explaining so many things, was necessarily a long one. Fabrizio told Clelia the exact truth as to her father's banishment. The duchess had had nothing whatever to do with it, for the very good reason that she had never thought for a single instant that the idea of poison had emanated from General Conti. She had always believed that to be a witticism on the part of the Raversi faction, which was bent on driving out Count Mosca. His long dissertation on this historical fact made Clelia very happy. She had been wretched at the thought that it was her duty to hate anyone belonging to Fabrizio, and she no longer looked on the duchess with a jealous eye. The happiness consequent on that evening's meeting only lasted a few days. The worthy Don Cesare arrived from Turin, and found courage, in his perfect single-heartedness, to seek the presence of the duchess. After having obtained her word that she would not betray the confidence he was about to repose in her, he confessed that his brother, misled by a false idea of honour, and believing himself defied and ruined in public opinion by Fabrizio's escape, had believed himself bound to seek for vengeance. Before Don Cesare had talked for 2 minutes, his cause was won. His absolute honesty had touched the duchess, who was not accustomed to such exhibitions. Its novelty delighted her. " Hurry on the marriage of the general's daughter with the Marchese Crescenzi, and I give you my word of honour that I will do everything I can to have the general received as if he were coming back from an ordinary journey. I will ask him to dinner myself. Will that satisfy you? No doubt there will be a stiffness at first, and the general must not be too hasty about asking to be reappointed governor of the citadel. But you know my regard for the marchese. I shall bear no grudge against his father-in-law." Armed with these assurances, Don Cesare sought his niece, and told her that her father's life lay in her hands. He had fallen ill from sheer despair, not having appeared at any court for several months. Clelia insisted on going to see her father, who was hiding under a false name in a village near Turin, for he had taken it into his head that the court of Parma would request his extradition with the object of bringing him to trial. She found him in bed, ill and almost out of his mind. That very night she wrote a letter to Fabrizio, breaking with him forever. On receiving the letter, Fabrizio, whose character was growing very like that of his mistress, went into retreat at the convent of Velleia, in the mountains, some 30 leagues from Parma. Clelia had written him a letter that covered 10 pages. She had solemnly sworn she would never marry the marchese without his consent. That consent she now besought, and Fabrizio granted it in a letter written from his retreat at Velleia, and breathing the purest friendship. When Clelia received this letter, the friendly tone of which nettled her, we must acknowledge, she herself fixed her wedding day, and the festivities connected with it added to the splendour which rendered the court of Parma specially noticeable that winter. Ranuzio Ernest V was a miser at heart, but he was desperately in love, and he hoped to keep the duchess permanently at his court. He begged his mother's acceptance of a considerable sum of money, to be spent in entertaining. The mistress of the robes made admirable use of this addition to the royal income. The festivities at Parma that winter recalled the best days of the Milanese court, and of Prince Eugene, that lovable viceroy of Italy, the memory of whose goodness had endured so long. The archbishop's coadjutor had been recalled to Parma by his duties, but he gave out that, from religious motives, he should continue to live in retirement in the small apartment in the archiepiscopal palace, which his protector, Monsignore Landriani, had insisted on his accepting, and thither he retired with one servant only. He was not present, therefore, at any of the brilliant court entertainments, and this fact earned him a most saintly reputation in Parma, and all over his future diocese. An unexpected result of this retirement, which had been inspired solely by Fabrizio's profound and hopeless sadness, was that the worthy archbishop, who had always loved him, and who, in fact, had been the person who had first thought of having him appointed coadjutor, began to feel a little jealous. The archbishop, and very rightly, conceived it his duty to attend all the court functions according to the usual Italian custom. On these occasions he wore his gala costume, very nearly the same as that in which he appeared in his cathedral choir. The hundreds of servants gathered in the pillared ante-room of the palace never failed to rise and crave the archbishop's blessing as he passed, and he, as invariably, condescended to stop and bestow it. It was during one of these moments of solemn silence that Monsignor Landriani heard a voice saying, "Our archbishop goes to balls, and Monsignore del Dongo never goes out of his room." From that moment the immense favour in which Fabrizio had stood at the archiepiscopal palace came to an end. But he was able now to stand on his own feet. The behaviour which had only been actuated by the despair into which Clelia's marriage had cast him was taken to be the result of his simple and lofty piety, and devout folk read the translation of his family genealogy, which exemplified the most ridiculous vanity, as though it were an edifying work. The booksellers published a lithographed edition of his picture, which was bought up in a few days, and more especially by the lower classes. The engraver, out of ignorance, surrounded Fabrizio's portrait with several adornments, which should only have appeared on the portrait of a bishop, and to which a coadjutor could lay no claim. The archbishop saw one of these pictures, and his fury exceeded all bounds. He sent for Fabrizio, and spoke to him in the harshest manner, and in terms which his rage occasionally rendered very coarse. Fabrizio had no difficulty, as my readers will readily believe, in behaving as Fenelon would have done in such a case. He listened to the archbishop with all possible humility and respect, and when the prelate ceased speaking, he told him the whole story of the translation of the genealogy by Count Mosca's orders, at the time of his first imprisonment. It had been published for worldly ends, such, indeed, as it seemed to him, Fabrizio, by no means suited for a man in his position. As to the portrait, he had had as little to do with the second edition as with the first. During his retreat, the bookseller had sent him 24 copies of this second edition, addressed to the archiepiscopal palace. He had sent his servant to buy a 25th copy, and having thus discovered that the price of each was 30 sous, he sent 100 francs in payment for the first 24 portraits. All these arguments, though put forward in the most reasonable manner by a man whose heart was full of sorrow of a very different kind, increased the archbishop's fury to madness. He even went so far as to accuse Fabrizio of hypocrisy. " This is what comes of being a common man," said Fabrizio to himself, " even when he is clever." He had a more serious trouble at that moment in the shape of his aunt's letters, which absolutely insisted on his returning to his rooms at the Palazzo Sanseverina, or at all events on his coming occasionally to see her. In that house, Fabrizio felt he was certain to hear talk of the Marchese Crescenzi's splendid entertainments in honour of his marriage, and he was not sure he would be able to endure this without making an exhibition of himself. When the marriage ceremony took place, Fabrizio had already kept utter silence for a week, after having commanded his servant, and those persons in the archbishop's palace with whom he had to do, never to open their lips to him. When Archbishop Landriani became aware of this fresh piece of affectation, he sent for Fabrizio much oftener than was his wont, and insisted on holding lengthy conversations with him. He even made him confer with certain of his country canons, who complained that the archbishop had contravened their privileges. Fabrizio took all this with the perfect indifference of a man whose head is full of other things. " I should do much better," thought he, " to turn Carthusian. I should be less wretched among the rocks at Valleia." He paid a visit to his aunt, and could not restrain his tears when he kissed her. He was so altered, his eyes, which his excessive thinness made look larger than ever, seeming ready to start out of his head, and his whole appearance, in his threadbare black cassock, was so miserable and wretched, that at her first sight of him the duchess could hardly help crying too. But a moment later, when she had told herself it was Clelia's marriage that had so sorely changed this handsome young fellow, her feelings were as fierce as those of the archbishop, though more skilfully concealed. She was cruel enough to dilate at length on various picturesque details which had marked the Marchese Crescenzi's delightful entertainments. Fabrizio made no reply, but his eyes closed with a little convulsive flutter, and he turned even paler than before, which at first sight would have been taken to be impossible. At such moments of excessive misery his pallor took a greenish tint. Count Mosca came into the room, and the sight he beheld, and which appeared to him incredible, cured him once for all of that jealousy of Fabrizio which he had never ceased to feel. This gifted man made the most delicate and ingenious endeavours to rouse Fabrizio to some interest in mundane affairs. The count had always felt an esteem and a certain regard for him. This regard, being no longer counterbalanced by jealousy, deepened into something approaching devotion. " He really has paid honestly for his fine position," said Mosca to himself, as he summed up Fabrizio's misfortunes. On pretext of showing him the Parmigiano which the prince had sent the duchess, the count drew Fabrizio apart. " Hark ye, my friend, let us speak as man to man. Can I serve you in any way? You need not fear I shall question you. But tell me, would money be of any use to you? Can interest serve you in any fashion? Speak out, you may command me, or if you prefer it, write to me." Fabrizio embraced him affectionately and talked about the picture. " Your behaviour is a masterpiece of the most skilful policy," said the count, returning to an ordinary light conversational tone. " You are laying up a most admirable future for yourself. The prince respects you, the populace venerates you, your threadbare black suit keeps Archbishop Landriani awake o' nights. I have some acquaintance with political business, and I vow I don't know what advice I could give you to improve it. Your first step in society, made at 25, has placed you in a position that is absolutely perfect. You are very much talked about at court, and do you know to what it is you owe a distinction which, at your age, is unique? To your threadbare black garments. The duchess and I, as you know, are in possession of the house Petrarch once owned, which stands on a beautiful hill in the forest close to the river. It has struck me that if ever the small spites of envious folk should weary you, you might become Petrarch's successor, and his renown would set off yours." The count was racking his brains to bring a smile to the wasted, melancholy face, but he could not do it. What made the alteration in Fabrizio's countenance all the more striking was that until quite lately its fault, if it possessed one, had been its occasionally unseasonable expression of sensuous enjoyment and gay delight. The count did not allow him to depart without telling him that in spite of the retirement in which he was living, it might look somewhat affected if he did not put in an appearance at court on the following Saturday, the princess mother's birthday. The words went through Fabrizio like a dagger thrust. Good God, thought he, what possessed me to enter this house? He could not think of the meeting he might have to face at court without a shudder. The thought of it overrode all others. He made up his mind that his only remaining chance was to reach the palace at the very moment when the doors of the reception rooms were thrown open. As a matter of fact, Monsignore del Dongo's name was one of the first to be announced at the great state entertainment, and the princess received him with all imaginable courtesy. Fabrizio kept his eyes on the clock, and as soon as the hand pointed to the 20th minute of his visit, he rose to take his leave. But just at that moment the prince entered his mother's apartment. After paying him his duty, Fabrizio was skillfully edging toward the door, when, to his great discomfiture, one of those trifles of court etiquette, with the use of which the mistress of the robes was so well acquainted, was suddenly sprung upon him. The chamberlain in waiting ran after him to say he had been named to join the prince's whist party. This, at Parma, is an excessive honour, far transcending the rank the archbishop's coadjutor occupies in society. To play whist with the sovereign would be a special honour for the archbishop himself. Fabrizio felt the chamberlain's words go through him like a dart, and mortally as he hated any public scene, he very nearly told him he had been seized with a sudden attack of giddiness. But it occurred to him that this would expose him to questions and complimentary condolences even more intolerable than the game of cards would be. He hated to open his mouth that day. Luckily, the superior general of the Franciscan friars happened to be among the important personages who had come to offer their congratulations to the princess. This monk, a very learned man, and worthy follower of Fontana and Duvoisin, had taken his stand in a distant corner of the reception room. Fabrizio placed himself in front of him, turning round so as not to see the doorway into the room, and began talking theology with him. But he could not prevent himself from hearing the Marchese and the Marchesa Crescenzi announced. Contrary to his own expectation, Fabrizio experienced a sensation of violent anger. " If I were Borso Valserra, one of the first Sforza's generals, said he to himself, I should go over and stab that dull Marchese with the very ivory-handled dagger Clelia gave me on that blessed day, and I would teach him to have the insolence of showing himself with his Marchesa anywhere in my presence." His face had altered so completely that the superior general of the Franciscans said to him, " Is your Excellency ill?" " I have a frightful headache, the light hurts me, and I am only staying on because I have been desired to join the prince's whist party." At these words, the superior general of the Franciscans, who was a man of the middle class, was so taken aback that, not knowing what else to do, he began bowing to Fabrizio, who, on his side, being far more agitated than the superior general, fell to talking with the most extraordinary volubility. He noticed that a great silence had fallen on the room behind him, but he would not look round. Suddenly the bow of a violin was rapped against a desk, someone played a flourish, and the famous singer, Signora So-and-so, sang Cimarosa's once celebrated air, Quelle pupille tenere. Fabrizio stood his ground for the first few bars, but soon his anger melted within him, and he felt an intense longing for tears. Good God, he thought, what an absurd scene, and with my priestly habit, too. He thought it wiser to talk about himself. These violent headaches of mine, when I fight against them as I am doing tonight, said he to the superior general of the Franciscans, always end in crying fits, which might give rise to ill-natured comment in the case of a man of our calling. So I beseech your most illustrious reverence will give me leave to look at you while I weep, and will make no remark on my condition. Our provincial at Catanara suffers from just the very same discomfort, said the general of the Franciscans, and he began a long story in an undertone. The absurdity of the tale, which involved a recital of everything the provincial ate at his evening meal, made Fabrizio smile, a thing he had not done for many a day. But he soon ceased listening to the superior general. Signora So-and-so was singing in the most divine fashion an air by Pergolesi. The princess had a fondness for old-fashioned music. There was a slight noise 3 paces from Fabrizio. For the first time that evening he turned his head. The chair which had scraped on the parquet floor was occupied by the Marchesa Crescenzi, whose eyes, swimming with tears, met Fabrizio's, which were in no better case. The Marchesa bowed her head. For some seconds Fabrizio went on gazing at her. He was studying that diamond-laden head, but his eyes were full of anger and disdain. Then, repeating to himself, "And mine eyes shall never look on thee again," he turned back to the superior general and said, "My complaint is coming on again, worse than ever." And indeed, for over half an hour Fabrizio wept abundantly. Fortunately, one of Mozart's symphonies, vilely played, as they generally are in Italy, came to his rescue and helped to dry his tears. He held his ground and never looked toward the Marchesa Crescenzi. But Signora So-and-so began to sing again, and Fabrizio's soul, relieved by the tears he had shed, passed into a state of perfect calm. Then life looked different to him. How can I expect, he mused, to be able to forget her at the very outset? Would that be possible? Then an idea occurred to him. Can I possibly be more wretched than I have been for the last 2 months? And if nothing can increase my misery, why should I deny myself the pleasure of seeing her? She has forgotten her vows, she is fickle, is not every woman fickle? But who can deny her heavenly beauty? A glance of hers throws me into an ecstasy, and I have to do myself violence even to look at other women, who are supposed to be the loveliest of their sex. Well, why should I not enjoy that ecstasy? At all events, it will give me a moment's respite. Fabrizio knew something of mankind, but as regards passion he was without experience. Otherwise, he would have told himself that the momentary delight in which he was about to indulge would stultify all the efforts he had been making for the past 2 months to forget Clelia. The poor lady had only attended the reception under her husband's compulsion. She would have departed after the first half hour on the score of illness, but the Marchese assured her that to send for her carriage and drive away, while many other carriages were still driving up, would be a most unusual proceeding, and might even be taken as an indirect criticism of the entertainment offered by the princess. As lord-in-waiting, the Marchese went on, I am bound to remain in the room at the princess's orders until all the guests have retired. There may, and there no doubt will, be orders to be given to the servants. They are so careless. Would you have me allow a mere equerry to usurp this honour? Clelia submitted. She had not seen Fabrizio. She still hoped he might not be present at the reception. But just as the concert was beginning, when the princess gave the ladies permission to be seated, Clelia, who was anything but pushing in such matters, allowed herself to be shouldered out of the best seats, near the princess, and was forced to seek a chair at the back of the room, in the very distant corner to which Fabrizio had retired. When she reached her seat, the dress of the Franciscan superior general, an unusual one in such company, caught her attention, and at first she did not notice the slight man in a plain black coat who was talking to him. Yet a certain secret impulse made her rivet her eyes on that person. " Every man here is in uniform, or wears a richly embroidered coat. Who can that young man in the plain black suit be?" She was gazing at him attentively when a lady, passing to a seat near her, jerked her chair. Fabrizio turned his head. So altered was he that she did not recognize him. She said to herself at first, " Here is somebody who is like him. It must be his elder brother. But I thought he was only a few years older, and this man must be 45. Suddenly she recognized him by the way his lips moved. " Poor fellow, how he has suffered," she thought, and she bowed her head, not on account of her vow, but crushed by her misery. Her heart was swelling with pity. He had not looked anything like that, even after he had been shut up 9 months in prison. She did not look at him again, but though her eyes were not exactly turned toward him, she was conscious of his every movement. When the concert came to an end, she saw him go over to the prince's card table, which was set out a few paces from the throne. When she saw Fabrizio thus removed some distance from her, she breathed more freely. But the Marchese Crescenzi had been very much disturbed at seeing his wife banished so far from the throne. He spent the whole evening trying to persuade a lady who was sitting 3 chairs from the princess, and whose husband was under pecuniary obligations to himself, that she had better change places with the marchesa. The poor lady objected, as was natural. Then he went and fetched the husband, who owed him money. This gentleman made his better half listen to the dreary voice of reason, and at last the marchese had the pleasure of arranging the exchange, and went to fetch his wife. " You are always far too retiring," he said. " Why do you walk about with your eyes cast down? You'll be taken for one of those middle-class women who are astonished at finding themselves here, and whom everybody else is astounded to see. That crazy woman, the mistress of the robes, is always doing that sort of thing. And then they talk about checking the progress of Jacobinism. Recollect that your husband holds the highest position of any man at the princess's court. And supposing the republicans should succeed in pulling down the court, and even the nobility, your husband would still be the richest man in this country. That is a notion you do not consider half enough." The chair in which the marchese had the pleasure of seating his wife stood not more than 6 paces from the prince's card table. Clelia could only see Fabrizio's profile, but she was struck by his thinness, and especially by his air of utter indifference to anything that might happen to him in this world. He who in the old days had his word to say about every incident that occurred. That she ended by coming to the frightful conclusion that Fabrizio was completely altered, that he had forgotten her, and that his extreme emaciation must result from the severe fasting his piety had enjoined. Clelia was confirmed in this sad conviction by the conversation of all who sat near her. The coadjutor's name was on every tongue. Everyone was seeking the reason of the special favour which had been shown him. How was it that he, young as he was, had been admitted to the prince's card table? A great effect was produced by the indifferent politeness and haughty air with which he dealt his cards, even when he cut them for his Highness. " It really is incredible," exclaimed the old courtiers. " The favour his aunt enjoys has quite turned his head. But Heaven be thanked, that will not last long. Our sovereign does not like people who assume such airs of superiority." The duchess went up to the prince, and the courtiers, who remained at a respectful distance from the card table, so that they could only catch a few chance words of the prince's conversation, noticed that Fabrizio flushed deeply. No doubt, thought they, his aunt has chidden him for his fine show of indifference. Fabrizio had just overheard Clelia's voice. She was answering the princess, who in her progress round the room had addressed a few words to the wife of her lord-in-waiting. At last the moment came when Fabrizio had to change his place at the whist table. This brought him exactly opposite Clelia, and several times he gave himself up to the delight of looking at her. The poor marchesa, feeling his eyes upon her, quite lost countenance. Several times she forgot what she owed her vow, and in her longing to read Fabrizio's heart she fixed her eyes upon his face. When the prince had finished playing, the ladies rose to go into the supper-room. There was some little confusion, and Fabrizio found himself close to Clelia. His resolution was still strong, but he happened to recognize a very slight perfume which she was in the habit of putting in her dress, and this sensation overmastered all his determination. He drew near her, and murmured in an undertone, and as if to himself, 2 lines out of the sonnet from Petrarch which he had sent her printed on a silken handkerchief from the Lago Maggiore. How great was my happiness when the outer world thought me wretched, and now how altered is my fate! No, he has not forgotten me, thought Clelia in a passion of joy. That noble heart is not unfaithful.
Non, vous ne me verrez jamais changer, beaux yeux, qui m'avez appris à aimer.
She ventured to say these 2 lines from Petrarch to herself. Immediately after supper the princess retired. The prince had followed her to her own apartments, and did not reappear in the reception room. As soon as this news spread, everyone tried to go away at once, and confusion reigned supreme in all the anterooms. Clelia found herself quite near Fabrizio. The deep misery of his expression filled her with pity. " Let us forget the past," she said, " and keep this in memory of our friendship." As she said the word, she put out her fan, so that he might take it. In one moment everything changed to Fabrizio's eyes. He was another man. The very next morning he announced that his retreat was at an end, and went back to his splendid rooms in the Palazzo Sanseverina. The archbishop said, and believed, that the favour the prince had shown Fabrizio by summoning him to his card-table had turned the new-fledged saint's head. The duchess perceived that he had come to an understanding with Clelia. That thought, which increased 2-fold the pain of the memory of her own fatal promise, made her finally resolve to absent herself for a while. People were astonished at her folly. What? Leave court at the very moment when her favour appeared to know no limits? The count, who was perfectly happy now that he was satisfied there was no love between Fabrizio and the duchess, said to his friend, " This new prince of ours is the very incarnation of virtue, but I once called him that child. Will he never forgive me? I only see one means of thoroughly regaining my credit with him, and that is by absence. I will make myself perfectly charming and respectful, and then I will fall ill and ask leave to retire. You will grant me permission to do so, now that Fabrizio's fortunes are assured. But," he added with a laugh, " will you make the immense sacrifice of changing the high and mighty title of duchess for a much humbler one for my sake? I am entertaining myself by leaving all the business here in a state of the most inextricable confusion. I had 4 or 5 hard-working men in my various ministries. I had them all pensioned off 2 months ago because they read the French newspapers, and I have replaced them with first-class simpletons. Once we are gone, the prince will find himself in such difficulties that, in spite of his horror of Rassi's character, I have no doubt he will be obliged to recall him, and I only await my orders from the tyrant who rules my fate to write the most affectionate and friendly letter to my friend Rassi, and tell him I have every reason to hope his merits will soon be properly recognized." End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This serious conversation took place the day after Fabrizio's return to the Palazzo Sanseverina. The duchess still felt sore at the sight of Fabrizio's evident happiness. " So," said she to herself, " that pious little minx has deceived me. She has not been able to hold out against her lover for even 3 months." The certain expectation of happiness had given that cowardly being, the young prince, courage to love. He heard a rumour of the preparations for departure at the Palazzo Sanseverina, and his French valet de chambre, who had but scant faith in any fine lady's virtue, inspired him with courage as to the duchess. Ernest V ventured on a step that was severely blamed by the princess and by all sensible people about the court. In the eyes of the populace it set the seal on the astounding favour the duchess enjoyed. The prince went to see her in her palace. " You are going," said he, and there was a gravity about his tone which made it hateful to the duchess. " You are going. You mean to deceive me and break your oath. And yet, if I had delayed 10 minutes about granting you Fabrizio's pardon, he would have died. And you would leave me behind you in misery. But for your oaths I never should have dared to love you as I do. Have you no honour? Consider well, my prince. Have you ever been so happy all your life long as during the 4 months which have just gone by? Your glory as a sovereign, and I venture to think your happiness as a kind-hearted man, have never reached such a point before. This is the arrangement I propose to you. If you condescend to accept it, I will not be your mistress for a passing moment, and in virtue of an oath extorted from me by fear, but I will devote every instant of my life to making you happy. I will be to you always what I have been for the last 4 months, and perhaps some day love may crown friendship. I would not say that might never be." " Well," said the prince, overjoyed, " be something else, and something more. Rule me and my dominions both at once. Be my prime minister. I offer you such a marriage as the necessities of my rank permit me. We have an instance of the kind quite near us. The King of Naples has just married the Duchess of Parma. I offer you all I can, a marriage of the same kind. I will add a piece of shabby policy to convince you that I am no longer a child, and that I have thought of everything. I will not lay stress on the position I thus impose on myself, of being the last sovereign of my race, nor on the grief of seeing the great powers dispose of my succession during my lifetime. I hail those drawbacks, very real ones, as a blessing, since they provide me with a further means of showing you my regard and passionate devotion." The duchess did not feel a moment's hesitation. The prince bored her, and she thought the count perfectly charming. There was only one man in the world whom she could have preferred to him. And besides that, she ruled the count, and the prince, as the natural outcome of his rank, would more or less have ruled her. Finally, he might grow inconstant and take mistresses. Before many years were out, their differences of age would almost appear to give him a right to do so. From the very first, the prospect of being bored had settled the whole question. Nevertheless, the duchess, in her desire to be charming, asked to be allowed to think it over. Space will not permit me to repeat the almost tender expressions and the infinitely gracious terms in which she wrapped her refusal. The prince got into a rage. He saw all his happiness slipping through his fingers. What was he to do with himself after the duchess had left his court? And then there was the humiliation of being rebuffed. And besides, what will my French servant say when I tell him I have failed? The duchess was artful enough to calm the prince, and little by little to bring the negotiation back to its proper limits. " If your Highness will only consent not to insist on the result of a fatal promise, which fills me with horror, because it makes me despise myself, I will spend my whole life at your court, and that court shall always be what it has been this winter. Every instant of my life shall be devoted to increasing your happiness as a man and your glory as a sovereign. But if your Highness insists on my keeping my oath, you will have blighted the rest of my life, and you will see me depart from your dominions that instant, never to return. The day on which I lose my honour will be the last day on which I shall ever look upon you." But, like all pusillanimous men, the prince was obstinate. And besides, her refusal of his hand had stung his pride as a man and as a sovereign. He thought of all the difficulties he would have had to surmount to ensure the acceptance of this marriage, and which, nevertheless, he had been resolved to overcome. For 3 hours the same arguments were repeated on each side, and frequently interlarded with very bitter expressions. The prince exclaimed, "Do you then want to make me believe, madam, that you have no honour? If I had hesitated as long that day, when General Fabio Conti was poisoning Fabrizio, you would be building his tomb now in some church in Parma." " No, not in Parma, indeed, a country of poisoners." " Very well, madam," retorted the prince angrily, " you can depart, and take my scorn with you." As he was going out, the duchess said in a low voice, " Well, sire, come here at 10 o'clock to-night in the most absolute incognito, and you will make a fool's bargain. You will see me for the last time in your life, and I would have devoted the whole of mine to making you as happy as an absolute sovereign can be in this Jacobin century. And pray consider what your court will be like when I am no longer there to drag it out of its natural dullness and spinelessness. On your part, you refuse the crown of Parma and something better than a crown. For you would not have been an everyday princess married out of policy and without love. My heart is wholly yours, and you would have been absolute mistress of my actions and of my government forever. Yes, but the princess your mother would have had the right to despise me as a vile schemer. Pooh, I would have given the princess an income and banished her." 3/4 of an hour were spent in sharp rejoinders. The prince, who was a fastidious-minded man, could neither make up his mind to insist on his rights, nor to allow the duchess to depart. He had been told that once the first victory was won, no matter how, women always came round. Dismissed in anger by the offended duchess, he ventured to reappear, trembling and very miserable, at 3 minutes before 10 o'clock. At 10:30, the duchess got into her carriage and started for Bologna. As soon as she was beyond the boundary of the prince's dominions, she wrote to the count: "The sacrifice is accomplished. Do not expect me to be cheerful for a month. I shall never see Fabrizio again. I am waiting for you at Bologna, and I will be the Countess Mosca whenever you choose. One thing only I ask of you: never force me to reappear in the country I am now leaving, and remember always that instead of 150,000 francs a year, you are going to have 30 or 40,000 at the outside. All the fools about you have stared at you open-mouthed, and now your whole reputation will depend upon how far you choose to condescend to understand their small ideas. Tu l'as voulu, Georges Dandin." A week later, the marriage took place at Perugia, in a church which contains the tombs of the count's ancestors. The prince was in despair. He had sent the duchess 3 or 4 couriers, and she had carefully sent him back envelopes which covered his letters, with the seals unbroken. Ernest V had conferred a splendid income on the count, and had given Fabrizio the ribbon of his order. "That was what pleased me most about our farewells," said the count to the new Countess Mosca della Rovere. "We parted the best friends in the world. He gave me a Spanish order, and diamonds which are worth quite as much as the order. He told me he would make me a duke, only that he wanted to keep that method of drawing you back to his dominions in his own hands. Consequently, I am commissioned to inform you, and it is a fine mission for a husband, that if you will condescend to return to Parma, even for a month, I shall be made a duke, with any title you like, and you will be given a fine property." All this the duchess refused with a sort of horror. After that scene at the court ball, tolerably decisive as it had appeared, Clelia betrayed no recollection of the love she had momentarily seemed to share. The most vehement remorse had surged over that virtuous and pious nature. Fabrizio understood this very well, and in spite of all the hope he tried to feel, a gloomy sadness overcame his soul. This time, however, his misery did not force him into retirement, as at the period of Clelia's marriage. The count had begged his nephew to keep him exactly informed of everything that happened at court, and Fabrizio, who was beginning to realize all he owed him, had resolved to fulfill this mission faithfully. Like everyone in the city and at court, Fabrizio had no doubt that his friend nursed the project of returning to the ministry, and wielding greater power than he had ever held before. The count's forecasts were soon verified. Within 6 weeks of his departure, Rassi was prime minister. Fabio Conti was appointed minister of war, and the prisons, which the count had well nigh emptied, began to fill again. When the prince summoned these men to power, he fancied he would thereby avenge himself on the duchess. He was crazed by passion, and he hated Mosca as his rival. Fabrizio had a great deal on his hands. Archbishop Landriani, now 72 years old, had fallen into a very weak condition, and hardly ever went beyond his palace doors. His coadjutor was obliged to represent him on almost every occasion. The Marchesa Crescenzi, overwhelmed by remorse, and terrified by what her religious director said to her, had hit upon an excellent plan for keeping out of Fabrizio's sight. On the plea that her first confinement was approaching, she had shut herself up within her own palace, but to this palace a huge garden was attached. To this garden Fabrizio contrived to find access, and along Clelia's favourite walk he placed nosegays of flowers, arranged in an order which constituted a language, like those she had sent him every evening during the last days of his imprisonment in the Farnese Tower. This attempt caused the marchesa great annoyance. Her heart throbbed, sometimes with remorse, and then again with passion. For several months she would not go into the palace garden at all. She even scrupled to cast a glance in that direction. Fabrizio began to believe he was parted from her forever, and despair was taking possession of his soul. The society in which he spent his life was hateful to him, and if he had not been convinced in his heart that the count would never find peace of mind out of office, he would have retired to his little rooms in the archiepiscopal palace. It would have been a comfort to him to live alone with his thoughts, and never to hear a human voice except when he was performing his ecclesiastical functions. But, said he to himself, no one but I can serve the interests of Count and Countess Mosca. The prince still treated him with a respect which ensured him the foremost rank at court, and this favour was largely owing to his own behaviour. Fabrizio's extreme reserve, the result of an indifference to all the affections and petty passions that fill the lives of ordinary men, which amounted to positive disgust, had piqued the young prince's vanity. He would often remark that Fabrizio was as clever as his aunt. The prince's candid nature had realized half the truth, that no one else about him possessed the same methods of feeling as Fabrizio, a fact which could escape no one, not even the most ordinary courtier, was that Fabrizio's credit was by no means that of an ordinary coadjutor, but even exceeded the consideration displayed by the sovereign for the archbishop. Fabrizio wrote word to the count that if ever the prince should be clever enough to perceive the muddle into which such ministers as Rassi, Fabio Conti, Zurla, and others of the same calibre had brought his affairs, he, Fabrizio, would be the natural channel whereby the sovereign might make some friendly demonstration, without too great a risk to his own vanity. But for the recollection of the fatal words, "that child," he wrote to Countess Mosca, applied by a man of genius to an august personage, that august personage would already have exclaimed, "Come back at once, and rid me of all these vagabonds." Even now, if the wife of the man of genius would condescend to any step, even the slightest, the count would be recalled with the greatest joy. But if he will wait till the fruit is thoroughly ripe, he will return in far more brilliant fashion. And indeed, the princess's receptions have grown deadly dull. The only amusement they afford consists in the ridiculous behaviour of Rassi, who, now he is a count, has developed a mania for noble birth. Strict orders have just been issued that no person who cannot prove 8 quarterings of noble descent is to dare to appear at the princess's evening receptions. These are the exact terms of the edict. The men who have hitherto had the right to go into the great gallery in the morning, and be present when the sovereign passes through to mass, are to continue in the enjoyment of this privilege, but all new arrivals will have to prove their 8 quarterings. Apropos of which, somebody said, "It's very clear that Rassi knows no quarter." My readers will readily imagine that such letters as these were not confided to the ordinary post. Countess Mosca wrote back from Naples, "We have a concert every Thursday and a party every Sunday. Our rooms are absolutely crowded. The count is delighted with his excavations. He sets apart 1,000 francs a month for them, and has just brought down labourers from the mountains of the Abruzzi, who only cost him 23 sous a day. You really ought to come and see us. This is more than the 20th time I have summoned you, ungrateful boy." Fabrizio had no intention of obeying the summons. Even his daily letter to the count or countess was an almost unendurable weariness to him. My readers will forgive him when they learn that a whole year had thus passed away without his being able to address a single word to the marchesa. All his attempts to enter into some kind of correspondence with her were repulsed with horror. The habitual silence which, out of sheer weariness of life, Fabrizio kept everywhere, except at court, and when performing his religious functions, added to the perfect purity of his morals, had won him such extraordinary veneration that he made up his mind at last to follow his aunt's advice, The prince," she wrote, " venerates you so deeply that you may expect to fall into disgrace shortly. Then he will shower marks of neglect upon you, and the vile scorn of the courtiers will follow on his. All these small despots, however honest-hearted they may be, change like the fashions, and on the same account, out of boredom. The only way in which you can ensure yourself support against the sovereign's whims is by preaching. You improvise poetry so well. Try to talk for half an hour about religion. You will talk heresy at first, but pay a learned and discreet theologian to listen to your sermons, and point out their faults to you, and the next time you preach you can correct them." The misery of mind engendered by a crossed love makes any effort requiring attention and activity an odious burden. But Fabrizio reminded himself that his influence over the populace, if he acquired any, might some day be useful to his aunt and to the count, for whom his admiration daily increased, in proportion to his own knowledge of life and the wickedness of men. So he made up his mind to preach, and his success, the way to which had been prepared by his emaciation and his threadbare coat, was unexampled. His sermons breathed a deep sadness, which, combined with his handsome face, and the stories of the high favour in which he stood at court, conquered every woman's heart. The ladies discovered that he had been one of the bravest captains in Napoleon's army, and before long this ridiculous story was absolutely believed. The seats in the churches in which he was to preach were kept beforehand. The poorer folk would take possession of them at 5 o'clock in the morning, and turn money by the speculation. So great was Fabrizio's success that at last an idea which changed his every feeling flashed across his brain. Might not the Marchesa Crescenzi come some day, were it not out of mere curiosity, to hear him preach? And of a sudden the delighted public perceived that his eloquence increased twofold. In moments of excitement he ventured on word pictures, the boldness of which would have made the most practised orators tremble. Occasionally, quite forgetting himself, he would be swept away by a wave of passionate inspiration, and the whole of his audience would be melted into tears. But in vain did his aggrottato eye scan every face turned toward the pulpit in search of that one being whose presence would have meant so much to him. Aggrottato means raised in a frown from intensity of search. But if ever that happiness does come to me, he thought, I shall either faint away, or I shall stop dead short in my discourse. To protect himself from this last difficulty, he composed a sort of tender and passionate prayer, which he always laid on a stool in his pulpit. His intention was to begin to read this composition if the Marchesa's presence should ever make it impossible for him to improvise a word. One day he heard, through those of the Marchesa's servants who were in his pay, that orders had been given to make the box belonging to the Casa Crescenzi at the principal theatre ready for the next evening. It was more than a year since the Marchesa had appeared in any theatre, and she was breaking her habit now in order to hear a tenor who had created a furore, and crammed the building every evening. Fabrizio's first feeling was one of the greatest joy. At last I shall be able to look at her for a whole evening. They say she has grown very pale. And he tried to fancy how that lovely head must look, with all its tints dulled by the struggle that had passed within its owner's soul. His faithful Ludovico, quite alarmed by what he called his master's madness, secured, though with much difficulty, a box on the fourth tier, almost opposite the Marchesa's. An idea occurred to Fabrizio. I hope I may put it into her head to come and listen to my sermon, and I will choose a very small church, so that I may be able to see her well. Fabrizio usually preached at 3 o'clock. Early in the morning of the day on which the Marchesa was to go to the theatre, he announced that as some duty connected with his office would keep him at the archiepiscopal palace the whole day long, he would preach, as an exception, at 8:30 that night, in the little church of Santa Maria della Visitazione, which stood just opposite one of the wings of the Palazzo Crescenzi. He sent Ludovico to the nuns of the Visitation with an enormous quantity of tapers, and begged them to light their church up brilliantly. He obtained a whole company of grenadiers of the guard, and a sentry with fixed bayonet was set on each chapel, to prevent any thieving. His sermon was not to begin until 8:30, but at 2 o'clock in the day the church was completely filled. My readers will conceive what a stir there was in the usually quiet street overlooked by the noble outlines of the Palazzo Crescenzi. Fabrizio had given out that, in honour of Our Lady of Pity, his subject would be the pity which a generous heart should feel for a person in misfortune, even if that person be a guilty one. Disguised with every possible care, Fabrizio entered his box at the theatre as soon as the doors were opened, and before it was lighted up. Toward 8 o'clock the performance began, and a few minutes afterwards he experienced a joy which no one who has not felt it can conceive. He saw the door of the Crescenzi box open, and very soon the Marchesa entered it. He had not obtained such a good view of her since the day when she had given him her fan. Fabrizio thought he would have choked with joy. His sensations were so extraordinary that he said to himself, "Perhaps I am going to die. What a blessed end to my sad life! Perhaps I shall fall down in this box. The good people waiting for me in the Church of the Visitation will wait in vain, and tomorrow they will hear their future archbishop has been found in an opera box, disguised as a servant and dressed in livery. Farewell, then, to all my reputation. And what care I for my reputation?" However, toward 8:45, Fabrizio made a great effort, and leaving his box on the 4th tier, he proceeded on foot, and with the greatest difficulty, to the place where he was to change his undress livery for more appropriate habiliments. He did not reach the Church of the Visitation till near 9 o'clock, and then, so white and weak did he appear, that a report spread through the church that the coadjutor would not be able to preach that night. My readers will imagine all the attentions that were lavished on him by the nuns, through the grating of their inner parlour, in which he had taken refuge. The good ladies talked a great deal. Fabrizio asked them to leave him alone for a few minutes, and then he hurried off to his pulpit. One of his faithful adherents had told him, about 3 o'clock, that the church was quite full, but full of people of the lowest class, apparently attracted by the sight of the lighted tapers. When Fabrizio entered the pulpit, he was agreeably surprised to find all the chairs occupied by young people of fashion, and older ones holding the most important positions in the city. He began his sermon with a few apologetic sentences, which were received with suppressed exclamations of admiration. Then came a passionate description of the unhappy being whom all men must pity if they would worthily honour the Madonna of Pity, who herself suffered so sorely upon earth. The orator was very much agitated. At times he could hardly speak so as to make himself heard in the far corners of the church. In the eyes of all the women, and many of the men, his own excessive pallor made him look like the unhappy being they were called upon to pity. A very few minutes after the words of excuse with which his sermon opened, his audience perceived that he was not in his ordinary condition. His sadness that evening was deeper and more tender than it usually was. At one moment tears were visible in his eyes, and the whole audience broke into a sob, so loud that it quite interrupted his discourse. This first interruption was followed by half a score. There were cries of admiration, bursts of tears, and incessant exclamations such as, "Oh, Holy Madonna! Oh, great God!" So general and so inexpressible was the emotion of this select audience that nobody was ashamed to cry out, and the people who did so were not considered ridiculous by their neighbours. During the rest which is usually taken in the middle of a sermon, Fabrizio was told that not a soul remained in the theatre. Only one lady, the Marchesa Crescenzi, was still in her box. During this interval of rest, a great noise suddenly rose in the building. The faithful were voting a statue to the coadjutor. The reception of the later half of his discourse was so extraordinary, and unrestrained outbursts of Christian repentance were so frequently replaced by exclamations of admiration, which were utterly profane, that before he left the pulpit he felt himself obliged to address a sort of reprimand to his auditors. Whereupon everyone walked out of the church in a sedate and formal manner, and, once the street was reached, indulged in an outburst of fervent applause, and shouts of "Evviva del Dongo!" Fabrizio hastily looked at his watch, and rushed to a little grated window which lighted the narrow passage from the organ to the convent. As a civility to the incredible and unusual crowd which filled the street, The porter of the Palazzo Crescenzi had garnished the iron hands, which we often see projecting from the walls of palaces built in the Middle Ages, with a dozen torches. After a few moments, and long before the shouting had ceased, the event which Fabrizio was awaiting with so much anxiety occurred. The marchesa's carriage, bringing her back from the theatre, appeared in the street. The coachman was obliged to pull up, and it was only at a foot's pace and by dint of much shouting that he was able to bring the vehicle to the door. The marchesa's heart, like that of any person in sorrow, had been touched by the noble music. But the utter solitude of the theatre, once she had learned its cause, had affected her far more. In the middle of the second act, and while the splendid tenor was on the stage, even the people in the pit had suddenly left their seats to go and try their chance of getting inside the Church of the Visitation. When the crowd stopped the marchesa before she could get to her own door, she broke into tears. " I had not chosen ill," said she to herself. But just on account of this moment of emotion, she steadily repulsed the suggestions of the marchese, and all the habitues of the house, who could not conceive why she did not go to hear such an astonishing preacher. " Why," they cried, " he triumphs over the finest tenor in Italy." " If I once see him, I am lost," said the marchesa to herself. In vain did Fabrizio, whose powers seemed to grow more brilliant every day, preach again, several times over, in the little church near the Palazzo Crescenzi. He never beheld Clelia, who indeed ended by being seriously vexed at last by his affectation in coming to disturb her quiet street, after having driven her out of her garden. Fabrizio, as his eyes ran over the faces of the women listening to him, had for some time noticed a very pretty, dark-complexioned countenance, and a pair of eyes that blazed. These splendid eyes were generally swimming in tears by the time he had reached the 8th or 10th sentence in his sermon. When Fabrizio was obliged to say things that were lengthy and wearisome to himself, he was rather fond of looking at that pretty head, the youth of which attracted him. He found out that the young lady was called Annetta Marini, the only child and heiress of the richest clothier in Parma, who had died some months previously. Soon the name of Annetta Marini was on everyone's lips. She had fallen desperately in love with Fabrizio. When these wonderful sermons had begun, it had been already settled that she was to marry Giacomo Rassi, the eldest son of the Minister of Justice, a young man who had appeared by no means displeasing to her. But when she had heard Monsignore Fabrizio preach twice, she vowed she would not marry at all, and when she was asked the reason of this strange alteration, she replied that it was not worthy of any honest girl to marry one man when she felt she was desperately in love with another. At first her family vainly sought to discover who that other might be. But the scalding tears Annetta shed during Fabrizio's sermons put them on the track. When her mother and uncles asked her whether she loved Monsignore Fabrizio, she answered boldly that as the truth had been found out, she would not soil herself by telling a lie. She added that as she had no hope of marrying the man she adored, she was at all events resolved her eyes should no longer be offended by the sight of young Count Rassi's ridiculous figure. Within 2 days, the scorn thus cast on the son of a man who was the envy of the entire middle class was the talk of the whole town. Annetta Marini's answer was reckoned delightful, and every soul repeated it. It was talked of at the Palazzo Crescenzi, as everywhere else. Clelia took good care never to open her lips on such a subject in her drawing-room. But she questioned her waiting-women, and on the following Sunday, after she had heard mass in the chapel within her palace, she took her waiting-woman with her in her carriage, and went to a second mass in the Signorina Marini's parish church. Here she found all the fine gentlemen in the town, attracted by the same object. They were standing round the door. Soon a great stir among them convinced the marchesa that Signorina Marini was entering the church. From the place she occupied she could see her very well, and, pious though she was, she did not pay very much attention to the mass. Clelia thought this middle-class beauty wore a resolute look, which to her mind would only have been appropriate to a married woman of several years' standing. Otherwise her figure and waist were admirably neat, and her eyes, as they say in Lombardy, seemed to hold conversations with everything they looked at. Before Mass was over, the Marchesa slipped out. The very next day, the habitués of the Palazzo Crescenzi, who came there every evening, were retailing another story of Annetta Marini's absurdities. As her mother, fearing she might do something foolish, kept her very short of money, Annetta had gone to see the famous painter Hayez, who was then at Parma, decorating the drawing-room of the Palazzo Crescenzi, and had offered him a magnificent diamond ring given her by her father if he would paint her Monsignore del Dongo's picture. But she desired the Monsignore might be represented in ordinary black and not in priestly garb. Consequently, on the previous evening, the fair Annetta's mother had been greatly surprised and sorely scandalized at discovering a splendid picture of Fabrizio del Dongo, in the finest gold frame that had been gilded at Parma for the last 20 years, in her daughter's chamber. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of the Chartreuse of Parma by Stendhal. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 28. So rapidly have events followed one on the other that we have had no time to give any sketch of the comical race of courtiers that swarmed at the Parmesan court, and indulged in the strangest comments on the incidents we have been relating. In that country, the qualifications necessary to enable some small sprig of nobility, with his yearly income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs, to figure in black stockings at the prince's levee, was, first and foremost, that he never should have read Rousseau or Voltaire. This condition is not difficult of fulfilment. In the second place, it was essential to be able to refer with emotion to the sovereign's cold, or to the last case of mineralogical specimens sent him from Saxony. If, besides all this, our gentleman religiously attended Mass every day of his life, and if he could reckon 2 or 3 fat monks among his intimate friends, the prince would condescend to speak to him once in every year, either a fortnight before or a fortnight after the 1st of January. This endowed the person so honoured with great importance in his own parish, and the tax collector dared not worry him overmuch if he should happen to fall into arrears with the annual tax of 100 francs imposed on his modest property. Signor Gonzo was a sorry wight of this description, an individual of very noble birth, and who, besides his own small fortune, held, thanks to the credit of the Marchese Crescenzi, a magnificent post which brought him in the princely sum of 150 francs a year. This gentleman might have dined at home if he had chosen. But he had a mania. He was never happy and easy in his mind unless he was sitting in the room of some great personage who said to him every now and then, "Hold your tongue, Gonzo, you are nothing but a fool." This verdict was always the outcome of bad temper, for Gonzo almost always showed more wit than the great person in question. He talked, and talked fairly well, about everything, and further, he was ready to change his opinion if the master of the house only pulled a wry face. As a matter of fact, though full of cunning as regards his own interests, he had not a single idea in his head, and if the prince did not happen to have a cold, he was sometimes very much puzzled what to say on entering a drawing-room. Gonzo had earned himself a reputation at Parma by means of a splendid 3-cornered hat, adorned with a somewhat dishevelled plume, which he wore even when he was in morning dress. That my readers should have seen the fashion in which he carried that plume, whether upon his head or in his hand. Therein lay his talent and his importance. He would inquire with real anxiety after the health of the Marchesa's little dog, and if the Palazzo Crescenzi had caught fire, he would have risked his life to save any one of those splendid armchairs, covered with gold brocade, on which his black silk knee-breeches had caught for so many years whenever he ventured to sit himself down for a moment. Every evening, towards 7 o'clock, several individuals of this type made their appearance in the Marchesa's drawing-room. Before they had well seated themselves, a lackey, splendidly attired in a pale yellow livery, covered, as was the red waistcoat which completed its magnificence, with silver embroidery, relieved the poor gentlemen of their hats and canes. Close on his steps came a servant carrying very small cups of coffee, set in cases of silver filigree, and every half hour a steward, wearing a sword and a gorgeous coat in the French style, handed round ices. Half an hour after the arrival of the threadbare little courtiers, came 5 or 6 officers of the most military appearance, who talked very loud, and generally discussed the number of buttons a soldier must wear on his coat if the general commanding him was to win battles. It would not have been prudent to quote a French newspaper in that drawing-room, for even if the news imparted had been pleasant, as, for instance, that 50 Liberals had been shot in Spain, the person telling the story would still have stood convicted of having perused the French publication. The acme of skill, as recognized by these people, consisted in getting their pensions increased once in 10 years by the sum of 150 francs. In this fashion does the prince share the delight of reigning over all peasants, and over the middle classes, with his nobles. The chief figure in the Crescenzi drawing-room was, without any contradiction, a Cavaliere Foscarini, a perfectly straightforward gentleman who had consequently been imprisoned more or less under every regime. He had been a member of that famous Chamber of Deputies at Milan, which threw out Napoleon's law of registration, a very uncommon occurrence in history. The Cavaliere Foscarini, who had been the devoted friend of the Marchese's mother for 20 years, had retained his influence in the family. He always had some interesting story to tell, but nothing escaped him, and the young Marchesa, who felt herself guilty at the bottom of her heart, trembled in his presence. As Gonzo was possessed by a real passion for great folks who abused him and made him weep once or twice a year, he had a mania for rendering them small services, and but for the paralysis caused by habits engendered by excessive poverty, he might occasionally have succeeded, for he was not devoid of a certain amount of cunning, and a far greater amount of effrontery. This Gonzo, even as we know him, rather despised the Marchesa Crescenzi, for she had never said an uncivil word to him in his life. But, after all, she was the wife of that powerful Marchese Crescenzi, lord-in-waiting to the princess, who would say to Gonzo once or twice a month, "Hold your tongue, Gonzo, you are nothing but a fool." Gonzo noticed that all the talk about little Annetta Marini roused the Marchesa, for an instant, out of the state of reverie and indifference in which she usually sat until the clock struck 11. When that happened, she would make tea and offer it to every man present, addressing him by name, after which, just before she retired to her own rooms, she would seem to brighten up for a moment, and this was the time always chosen by her guests to recite satirical sonnets to her. Excellent sonnets of this kind are produced in Italy. It is the only form of literature in which some life still stirs. It must be acknowledged that they are not submitted to the censure, and the courtiers of the Casa Crescenzi always prefaced their sonnet with the words, "Will the Signora Marchesa give us leave to recite a very poor sonnet?" Then, when everyone had laughed at the lines, and they had been repeated 2 or 3 times over, one of the officers was sure to exclaim, "The Minister of Police ought really to see about hanging a few of the authors of these vile performances." In middle-class society, on the contrary, the sonnets were received with the frankest admiration, and many copies were sold by the lawyers' clerks. The curiosity betrayed by the Marchesa led Gonzo to augur that too much had been said about the beauty of Signorina Marini, who owned a fortune of 1,000,000 francs to boot, and that his hostess was jealous. As Gonzo, with his never-failing smile and his utter insolence with regard to everything that was not nobly born, went whithersoever he would, he made his appearance the very next day in the Marchesa's drawing-room, wearing his plumed hat with a certain triumphant cock, in which he only indulged once or twice a year, when the prince said to him, "Addio, Gonzo." Having respectfully greeted the Marchesa, Gonzo did not retire, as was his custom, to the chair which had been put forward for his accommodation. He stood himself in the middle of the circle, and brusquely exclaimed, "I have seen the picture of Monsignore del Dongo." Clelia was so taken aback that she was obliged to support herself on the arms of the chair. She strove to make head against the storm, but finally she was obliged to leave the drawing-room. My poor dear Gonzo," haughtily exclaimed one of the officers who was just finishing his fourth ice, " you certainly do blunder in the most extraordinary manner. How comes it that you do not know that the coadjutor, who was one of the bravest colonels in Napoleon's army, once played a vile trick on the marchesa's father, by getting out of the citadel where General Conti was commanding, just as he might have got out of the Steccata, the principal church in Parma? Indeed, my dear captain, I am ignorant of many things, and I am a poor idiot who makes mistakes all day long." This reply, which was quite in the Italian style, raised a laugh at the gay officer's expense. Soon the marchesa came back. She had armed herself with courage, and was not without some vague hope that she might have a chance of herself admiring Fabrizio's portrait, which was said to be excellent. She praised the talents of Hayez, who had painted it. All unconsciously, she smiled delightfully at Gonzo, who looked slyly at the officer. As all the other household courtiers indulged in the same pleasure, the officer departed, but not without vowing a mortal hatred against Gonzo. Gonzo was triumphant, and that evening, when he took his leave, he was invited to dinner on the following day. " Here's a fresh story," exclaimed Gonzo the next day, after dinner, when the servants had retired. " It really would seem as if our coadjutor had fallen in love with the little Marini girl." The tumult in Clelia's heart on hearing so extraordinary an assertion may be conceived. The marchese himself was disturbed. " But, Gonzo, my dear fellow, you're talking nonsense, as you generally do. And you really should speak with a little more respect of a man who has had the honour of playing whist with his Highness 11 times over." " Very good, Signor Marchese," said Gonzo, with the coarseness of men of his kidney. " I'll dare swear he would be very glad to play with the little Marini, too. But for me it is enough that these details should offend you. As far as I am concerned, they have no further existence. For, above all things, I desire not to shock my dearest Marchese." The marchese always retired to take a siesta after his dinner. This day he was willing to go without it. But Gonzo would rather have cut out his tongue than have said another word about Annetta Marini, and every moment he would begin some speech calculated to rouse the marchese's hopes of hearing him revert to the young lady's love affairs. Gonzo possessed in the highest degree that Italian instinct which delights in holding back the longed-for word. The poor marchese, who was dying of curiosity, was reduced to making advances. He told Gonzo that when he had the pleasure of dining in his company, he always ate twice as much as usual. Gonzo would not understand. He began to give an account of a splendid gallery of pictures collected by the Marchesa Balbi, the late prince's mistress. He mentioned Hayez 2 or 3 times, lingering over his name with an accent of the deepest admiration. " Good," said the marchese to himself. " Now he's coming to little Annetta's picture." But Gonzo took care to do nothing of the kind. 5 o'clock struck at last, to the great vexation of the marchese, who was in the habit of getting into his carriage at 5:30, after his siesta, and driving to the Corso. " Just like you and your stupidity," he exclaimed to Gonzo. " You will make me, the princess's lord-in-waiting, get to the Corso after her, and she may have orders to give me. Come, be quick about it. Tell me shortly, if you are capable of that, all about these pretended love affairs of the coadjutor's." But Gonzo intended to keep that story for the marchesa, who had asked him to dinner. Very curtly, therefore, he dispatched the tale, and the marchese, half asleep, went off to take his siesta. With the poor marchesa, Gonzo followed quite a different system. So youthful and so simple had she remained, in spite of all her riches, that she thought herself obliged to atone for the roughness with which the marchese had just spoken to Gonzo. Delighted with his success, the little man recovered all his eloquence, and made it his pleasure, no less than his duty, to supply her with endless details. Little Annetta Marini paid as much as a sequin for every place kept for her at the sermons. She always attended them with 2 of her aunts, and her father's old bookkeeper. The seats, which she had kept for her overnight, were generally opposite the pulpit rather than toward the high altar, for she had remarked that the coadjutor frequently turned toward the high altar. Now, what the public had also remarked was that, and not unfrequently, the young preacher's speaking eyes rested complacently on the youthful heiress, in her piquant beauty, and apparently, too, with some attention. For once his eyes were fixed on her, his discourse became learned. It bristled with quotations, the emotional note in his eloquence disappeared, and the ladies, whose interest in the sermon instantly disappeared likewise, began to look at Annetta and to speak evil of her. 3 times over Clelia made him repeat these extraordinary details. At the end of the 3rd time she grew very thoughtful. She was reckoning up that it was just 14 months since she had seen Fabrizio. " Would it be very wrong," said she to herself, " if I spent an hour in a church, not to see Fabrizio, but to listen to a famous preacher? Besides, I would sit far away from the pulpit, and I would only look at Fabrizio once when I came in, and another time at the end of his sermon. No," she added, " it is not to see Fabrizio that I am going, it is to hear this extraordinary preacher." In the midst of all these arguments the marchesa was pricked with remorse. She had behaved so well for 14 months. " Well," she thought at last, to pacify herself a little, " if the first woman who comes this evening has been to hear Monsignore del Dongo preach, I will go too. If she has not been, I will refrain." Once she had made up her mind, the marchesa filled Gonzo with delight by saying to him, " Will you try to find out what day the coadjutor is going to preach, and in what church? This evening, before you leave, I may perhaps have a commission for you." Hardly had Gonzo departed for the Corso than Clelia went out into the palace garden. The objection that she had never set her foot in it for 10 months did not occur to her. She was eager and animated, the colour had come back to her face. That evening, as each tiresome guest entered her drawing-room, her heart throbbed with emotion. Gonzo was announced at last, and he instantly perceived that for the next week he was destined to be the one indispensable person. The marchesa is jealous of the little Marini girl, and on my soul, he thought, a comedy in which she will play the leading part with little Annetta for the soubrette and Monsignore del Dongo for the lover will be something worth seeing. Faith, I'd go so far as to pay 2 francs for my place." He was beside himself with delight, and the whole evening he kept taking the words out of everybody's mouth, and telling the most preposterous tales, as, for instance, that of the Marquis de Pecquigny and the famous actress, which he had heard the night before from a French traveller. The marchesa, on her part, could not sit quiet. She walked about the drawing-room, she moved into the adjacent gallery, into which the marchese would admit no picture which had not cost more than 20,000 francs. That evening those pictures spoke so clearly to her that they made her heart ache with emotion. At last she heard the great doors thrown open, and hurried back to the drawing-room. It was the Marchesa Raversi. But when Clelia endeavoured to receive her with the usual compliments, she felt her voice fail her. Twice over the marchesa had to make her repeat the question, " What do you think of this fashionable preacher?" which she had not caught at first. " I did look upon him as a little schemer, the very worthy nephew of the illustrious Countess Mosca. But the last time he preached, look you, at the Church of the Visitation, opposite your home, he was so sublime that all my hatred died down, and I consider him the most eloquent man I have ever heard in my life." " Then you have attended at his sermons ?" said Clelia, shaking with happiness. " Why, weren't you listening to me ?" said the marchesa, laughing. " I would not miss them for anything on earth. They say his lungs are affected, and that soon he won't preach any more." The moment the marchesa had departed, Clelia beckoned Gonzo into the gallery. " I have almost made up my mind," she said, " to hear this much admired preacher. When will he preach?" " On Monday next, that is, 3 days hence, and one might almost fancy he had guessed your Excellency's plan, for he is coming to preach at the Church of the Visitation." Further explanation was indispensable, but Clelia's voice had quite failed her. She walked up and down the gallery 5 or 6 times without uttering a word. Meanwhile Gonzo was saying to himself, " Now revenge is working in her soul. How can any man have the insolence to escape out of prison, especially when he has the honour of being kept under watch and ward by such a hero as General Fabio Conti? And indeed," he added with skilful irony, " there is no time to be lost. His lungs are affected. I heard Dr. Rambo say he would not live a year. God is punishing him for having broken his arrest by his treacherous escape from the citadel." The marchesa seated herself on the couch in the gallery, and signed to Gonzo to follow her example. After a few moments she gave him a little purse, into which she had put a few sequins. " Have 4 places kept for me." Might your poor Gonzo be permitted to follow in your Excellency's train? Of course, tell him to keep 5 places. I do not at all care," she said, " to be near the pulpit, but I should like to see the Signorina Marini, whom everyone tells me is so pretty." During the 3 days that were still to elapse before the Monday on which the sermon was to be preached, the marchesa was in an agony. Gonzo, who felt it the most excessive honour to be seen in public in the following of so great a lady, had put on his French coat and his sword. Nor was this all. Taking advantage of the close neighbourhood of the palace, he had a magnificent gilt armchair carried into the church for the marchesa's use, a proceeding which was looked on as a piece of the greatest insolence by the middle-class portion of the audience. The feelings of the poor marchesa when she beheld this armchair, which had been set immediately opposite the pulpit, may easily be imagined. Shrinking with downcast eyes into the corner of the huge chair, Clelia, in her confusion, had not even courage to look at Annetta Marini, whom Gonzo pointed out to her with a coolness which perfectly astounded her. In the eyes of the true courtier, people who are not of noble birth have no existence at all. Fabrizio appeared in the pulpit. So pale and thin was he, so devoured with grief, that the tears instantly welled up in Clelia's eyes. Fabrizio spoke a few words, and then stopped short, as if his voice had suddenly failed him. Vainly he strove to bring out 1 or 2 sentences. At last he turned and took up a written sheet. " My brethren," said he, " a most unhappy being, and very deserving of all your pity, beseeches you, through me, to pray for the conclusion of his torture, which can only end with his own life." Fabrizio read the rest of the document very slowly, but so expressive was his voice that before he reached the middle of the prayer, everybody, even Gonzo himself, was in tears. " At least, nobody will notice me," said the marchesa herself as she wept. While Fabrizio was reading this written paper, 2 or 3 ideas concerning the condition of the unhappy man on whose behalf he had just asked for the prayers of the faithful occurred to him. Thoughts soon came crowding on him thickly. Though he seemed to be addressing the public at large, it was to the marchesa that he really spoke. He brought his sermon to a close a little earlier than usual, because, in spite of all his efforts, his own tears came so fast that he could no longer speak intelligibly. The best judges considered the sermon a strange one, but equal, at all events, in its pathetic qualities, to the famous discourse preached among the lighted tapers. As for Clelia, before she had heard the first 10 lines of Fabrizio's prayer, she felt it was an atrocious crime to have been able to spend 14 months without seeing him. When she went home, she retired to bed so that she might be able to think about Fabrizio in peace, and the next morning, tolerably early, Fabrizio received a note in the following terms: "The writer depends on your honour. Find 4 bravos on whose discretion you can rely, and tomorrow, when midnight strikes at the Steccata, be close to a little door marked number 19 in the street of St. Paul. Remember that you may be attacked, and do not come alone." When Fabrizio recognized that adored handwriting, he fell on his knees and burst into tears. "At last," he cried, "at last, after 14 months and 8 days. Farewell to preaching." The description of all the wild feelings which raged that day in Fabrizio's heart and Clelia's would be a long one. The little door mentioned in the note was no other than that of the orangery of the Palazzo Crescenzi, and a dozen times that day Fabrizio found means to look at it. A little before midnight he armed himself and was walking quickly, and alone, past the door, when, to his inexpressible joy, he heard a well-known voice say, very low, "Come in hither, beloved of my heart." Very cautiously Fabrizio entered, and found himself within the orangery, indeed, but opposite a window strongly grated and raised some 3 or 4 feet above the ground. It was exceedingly dark. Fabrizio had heard some noise in the window, and was feeling over the grating with his hand, when he felt another hand slip through the bars, that took hold of his, and carried it to lips which pressed a kiss upon it. "It is I," said a beloved voice, "who have come here to tell you that I love you, and to ask you if you will obey me." My readers will imagine Fabrizio's answer, his joy, his astonishment. When the first transports had subsided, Clelia said, "I have vowed to the Madonna, as you know, that I will never see you. That is why I receive you now in the dark. I am very anxious you should know that if you ever oblige me to look at you in daylight, everything will be over between us. But to begin with, I will not have you preach before Annetta Marini, and do not think it was I who committed the folly of having an armchair carried into the house of God. My dearest angel, I shall never preach again before anybody. The only reason I preached was my hope that by doing so I might some day see you. You must not speak to me like that. Remember that I am forbidden to see you. At this point I will ask my reader's permission to pass in silence over a period of 3 years. When our story begins afresh, Count Mosca has long been back at Parma as Prime Minister, with greater power than ever. After these 3 years of exquisite happiness, a whim of Fabrizio's heart altered everything. The Marchesa had a beautiful little boy 2 years old, Sandrino. He was always with her or on the Marchese's knee, but Fabrizio hardly ever saw him. He did not choose that the boy should grow into the habit of loving another father, and conceived the idea of carrying off the child before his memories were very distinct. During the long daylight hours, when the Marchesa might not see her lover, Sandrino's presence was her consolation. For we must here confess a fact which will seem strange to dwellers on the northern side of the Alps. In spite of her failings, she had remained faithful to her vow. She had promised the Madonna that she would never see Fabrizio. Those had been her exact words. Consequently, she had never received him except at night, and there was never any light in her chamber. But every evening Fabrizio visited his mistress, and it was a very admirable thing that, in the midst of a court which was eaten up by curiosity and boredom, his precautions had been so skillfully taken that this amicizia, as people call it in Lombardy, had never even been suspected. Their love was too intense not to be disturbed by occasional quarrels. Clelia was very subject to jealousy. But their disagreements always arose from a different cause, Fabrizio having taken unfair advantage of some public ceremony to introduce himself near the Marchesa and look at her. She would then seize some pretext for instant departure, and would banish her friend for many days. Residents at the court of Parma were astonished at never being able to discover any intrigue on the part of a woman so remarkable for her beauty and intelligence. She inspired several passions which led to many mad actions, and very often Fabrizio, too, was jealous. The good Archbishop Landriani had long been dead. Fabrizio's piety, his eloquence, and his exemplary life had wiped out his predecessor's memory. His elder brother was dead, and all the family wealth had devolved on him. From that time forward, he divided the 100,000 francs which formed the income of the Archbishop of Parma between the priests and curates of his diocese. It would have been difficult to conceive a more honoured, a more honourable and useful existence than that Fabrizio had built up for himself when this unlucky fancy of his came to disturb it all. According to your vow, which I respect, and which nevertheless makes my life miserable, since you will not see me in daylight, said he one day to Clelia, I am forced to live perpetually alone, with no relaxation of any kind except my work, and even my work fails me sometimes. In the midst of this stern and dreary manner of spending the long hours of each day, an idea had come into my head, which torments me incessantly, and against which I have struggled in vain for the last 6 months. My son will never love me, he never hears my name. Brought up, as he is, in all the pleasing luxury of the Palazzo Crescenzi, he hardly even knows me by sight. On the rare occasions when I do see him, I think of his mother, for he reminds me of her heavenly beauty, at which I am not allowed to look, and he must think my face solemn, which to a child's eyes means gloomy. " Well," said the Marchesa, " whither does all this alarming talk of yours tend? "" To this. I want my son back. I want him to live with me. I want to see him every day. I want him to learn to love me. I want to love him myself at my ease. Since a fate such as never overtook any other man has deprived me of the happiness which so many loving souls enjoy, since I must not spend my whole life with all I worship, I desire at all events to have one being with me who shall remind my heart of you, and, in a certain sense, replace you. In my enforced solitude, business and men alike weary me. You know that ever since the moment when I had the happiness of being locked up by Barbone, ambition has been to me an empty word. and in the melancholy that overwhelms me when I am far from you, everything which is unconnected with the deep feelings of my heart seems preposterous to me." My readers will realize the lively sorrow with which the thought of her lover's suffering filled poor Clelia's soul. And her grief was all the deeper because she felt there was a certain reason in what Fabrizio said. She even went so far as to debate with herself whether she ought not to seek release from her vow. Then she could have seen Fabrizio in the light, like any other member of society, and her reputation was too well established for anyone to have found fault with her for doing so. She told herself that by dint of spending a great deal of money she might obtain release from her vow, but she felt that this thoroughly worldly arrangement would not ease her own conscience, and feared that Heaven in its anger might punish her for this fresh crime. On the other hand, if she consented to grant Fabrizio's very natural desire, if she endeavoured to avoid fresh misery for the tender-hearted being whom she knew so well, and whose peace was already so strangely imperilled by her own peculiar vow, what chance was there of carrying off the only son of one of the greatest gentlemen in Italy without that fraud being discovered? The Marchese Crescenzi would lavish large sums of money, would put himself at the head of the searchers, and sooner or later the abduction would be known. There was only one means of avoiding this danger, to send the child far away, to Edinburgh, for instance, or to Paris. But this alternative her mother's heart could not face. The other method which Fabrizio suggested, and which was indeed the most reasonable, had something threatening in it which made it still more dreadful in the agonized mother's eyes. There must be a feigned sickness, Fabrizio declared. The child must grow worse and worse, and must die at last while the Marchese Crescenzi was away from home. Clelia's repugnance to this plan, which amounted to absolute terror, caused a rupture which could not last long. Clelia declared that they must not tempt God, that this dearly loved child was the fruit of a sin, and that if anything more was done to stir the divine wrath, God would surely take the child back to himself. Fabrizio recurred to the subject of his own peculiar fate. The state of life to which chance has brought me, and my love for you, force me to live in perpetual solitude. I cannot enjoy the sweetness of an intimate companionship, like most of my fellow men, because you will never receive me except in the dark. And thus the portion of my life I can spend with you is reduced, so to speak, to minutes." Many tears were shed, and Clelia fell ill. But she loved Fabrizio too dearly to refuse to make the frightful sacrifice he asked of her. To all appearances, Sandrino fell sick. The Marchese hastened to send for the most famous doctors, and Clelia found herself confronted by a terrible difficulty which she had not foreseen. She had to prevent this idolized child from taking any of the remedies prescribed by the physicians, and that was no easy matter. The child, kept in bed more than was good for his health, fell really ill. How was she to tell the doctor the real cause of the trouble? Torn asunder by these conflicting interests, both so near her heart, Clelia very nearly lost her reason. Fabrizio, on his side, could neither forgive himself the violence he was doing to the feelings of his mistress, nor relinquish his plan. He had found means of nightly access to the sick child's room, and this brought about another complication. The marchesa was nursing her son, and sometimes Fabrizio could not help seeing her by the light of the tapers. This, to Clelia's poor sick heart, seemed a horrible wickedness, and an augury of Sandrino's death. In vain had the most famous casuists, when consulted as to the necessity of keeping a vow in cases where such obedience would evidently do harm, replied that no breaking of a vow could be considered criminal, so long as the person bound by a promise toward God failed, not for the sake of mere fleshly pleasure, but so as not to cause some evident harm. The Marchesa's despair did not diminish, and Fabrizio saw that his strange fancy would soon bring about both Clelia's death and her child's. He appealed to his intimate friend, Count Mosca, who, hardened old minister as he was touched by this love story, of the greater part of which he had been quite unaware. "I will have the Marchese sent away for 5 or 6 days at least. When shall it be?" Within a short time Fabrizio came to the count with the news that everything was prepared to take advantage of the Marchese's absence. 2 days later, while the Marchese was riding home from one of his properties in the neighbourhood of Mantua, a band of ruffians, who appeared to be in the pay of a private individual, carried him off, without ill-treating him in any way, and put him into a boat which took 3 days to drop down the river Po, exactly the same journey Fabrizio had performed after his terrible business with Giletti. On the 4th day, the ruffians landed the Marchese on a lonely island in the river, having previously and carefully emptied his pockets, without leaving him any money or valuable of any kind. It was 2 whole days before the Marchese could get back to his palace at Parma. When he arrived, he found it all hung with black, and the whole household in the deepest grief. The result of this abduction, skilfully as it had been carried out, was melancholy in the extreme. Sandrino, who had been secretly removed to a large and handsome house in which the Marchesa came to see him almost every day, was dead before many months were out. Clelia fancied that a just punishment had come upon her, because she had been faithless to her vow to the Madonna. She had so often seen Fabrizio by candlelight, and twice even in broad daylight, and with the most passionate tenderness during Sandrino's illness. She only survived her much-loved child a few months, but she had the comfort of dying in her lover's arms. Fabrizio was too desperately in love and too faithful a believer to have recourse to suicide. He hoped to meet Clelia again in a better world, but he was too intelligent not to feel that there was much for which he must first atone. A few days after Clelia's death, he signed several deeds, whereby he ensured a pension of 1,000 francs a year to each of his servants, and reserved the like income for himself. He made over lands, bringing in almost 100,000 francs a year, to the Count Mosca, a like sum to the Marchesa del Dongo, his mother, and the residue of his patrimony to one of his sisters who had made a poor marriage. The next day, having sent his resignation of his archbishopric and of all the posts which had been showered upon him by the favour of Ernest V and the affection of his prime minister, to the proper quarter, he retired to the Chartreuse of Parma, which stands in the woods close to the river Po, 2 leagues from Sacca. The Countess Mosca had fully approved her husband's resumption of the ministry when that had taken place, but nothing would ever induce her to set her foot within Ernest V's dominions, and she held her court at Vignano, a quarter of a league from Casalmaggiore, on the left bank of the Po, and consequently within Austrian territory. In the magnificent palace which the count had built her at Vignano, she received the elite of Parmese society every Thursday, and saw her numerous friends on every other day. Fabrizio would never let a day pass without going to Vignano. In a word, the countess apparently possessed every ingredient of happiness. But she only lived a very short time longer than Fabrizio, whom she adored, and who spent only 1 year in his Chartreuse. The prisons of Parma stood empty, the count was immensely rich, and Ernest V was worshipped by his subjects, who compared his government with that of the Grand Dukes of Tuscany. To the happy few. End of chapter 28. End of the Chartreuse of Parma.